with? What something did they do? What is it the interaction with what? With an abstract? Like, what are you working with? At the root of all of this, the paper, what it's written about, and what the gentlemen who are physically interacting with things, is this some type of idea that they think is going to work in their mind and then propagating it forward into some kind of like think tank to where people are chiming in and saying, oh, I think it could work this way. And nobody's really working with anything. They're just ideas. So at what point are we having physical interactions with the things that they're saying, AJ? Is there any time that people are working with something in what you read?
Well, no. So what they do, it started in 1995, and they've been just gradually adding on to this experiment to be able to capture more atoms, to be able to create more atoms, to feed more atoms into the apparatus, etc. They've now come up with a new light spectrum that apparently can detect these explosions from these atoms, which is how they're counting the atoms. So his claim was that, one, matter or antimatter or atoms or whatever you want to say they're dealing with here does not require a physical container because they're containing it magnetically. And then when they open the magnetic trap, the antiatoms then collide with the wall of a container, creating an explosion. So his first claim is that we don't need a physical container to hold those antiatoms. Now, the problem with that is out of the 500 or 486 atoms that they created, they were only able to measure 20 or so explosions, which adds up to about 5%. And the reason why is because those atoms have to have a certain magnetic property for the magnetic field to react with them. And most of them escape and explode prior because they don't have that specific magnetic property. And when we're talking about gases, our atmospheric gases also don't have these magnetic properties to be contained by magnets. And then secondly, at the moment, they're at 1% accuracy trying to work out this weak equivalence principle between the inertial atoms and the weight of the atoms. So this is where they're trying to get to their 10%. And then the second claim was that these atoms are attracted by gravity and go down. This is part of this weak equivalent principle. So when they open the trap top and bottom, and most of the atoms apparently flow out the bottom where they create the explosion that they count off the light spectrum.
All right. So are we talking about the interaction that's happening with these atoms are physical? There's a physical interaction. That's what I'm trying to clarify right now.
I don't really know. I suppose it's not really, because all they do are trying an explosion from the light spectrum when these atoms come into contact with a container.
So there is a physical, because I know, AJ, maybe you're not explaining it correctly, or you are, but what I'm listening to is that there's some physical interactions. Does anybody else hear this and what AJ's saying, or is it just me? Because it sounds like that's what
he's saying that when the anti-hydrogen particles come into contact with
physical
matter, that there's a reaction. So yes, there's a physical reaction happening from something that is supposedly
So an atom is not a model of something that they're using. It's an actual physical thing. We can count on looking at something, an observation of an atom. Is that true?
Well, they're not really. His claim was that they could see these anti-atoms a microscope.
Well, there it is.
Now, I haven't found any information on that. What I've found is that when they have this explosion, they're using the light spectrum to count the explosions, but they're not directly looking at the atom as such.
So when we start talking about things that we think are happening with objects like atoms, if they are something physical and concrete, then are we then assuming there's something that we think we know what they are? Or do we know what they are and then saying they're making interactions happen? So this is my thing. Because, it could all be good and well that they're proposing some paper on something taking place, but whether or not the thing that's taking place is a physical interaction with something that is observable, testable, and repeatable, or is this something that they have an idea of something when they see something happening, they're saying, well, that's an atom. Well, we don't know what an atom looks like, but that's an atom. You know what I mean?
Well, it's an anti-atom. It is an anti-atom, and that's what they're doing. They're not actually physically viewing the anti-atom. They're saying, I don't really know there, because they're not physically viewing it. They're counting small explosions, and they have to use a light, some sort of light spectrometer to actually register those explosions somehow. They're not visually seeing them. And
they're
secondly,
qualifying. Yeah, they're qualifying that, them saying that the atom is what's doing this. The anti-hydrogen atom is doing this. Is that the qualifier? Because they see explosions?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they don't even see the explosion. It's registered on a light scale that they assume then is that explosion. Yeah, it's not even. It's not that they're seeing it with a microscope or their physical eyes. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So something is happening that's not observable, but it's only registered.
No, so they're measuring it off the light scale, and they're measuring it off radiation that occurs from the explosion.
Well, that would still be reducing it to being an observation of something of some type.
Yes,
You're seeing something happen yeah, but so, and that's the thing. If you're putting it into physical reality, then something is being viewed, whatever it is. Some apparatus, some device, something is we're looking at something happening with something that they propose is an atom, anti-hydrogen atom. So if that is the case, then does that mean that because they say they see something happening or registering on something, that it definitely means that these things they call anti-hydrogen atoms exist as they believe? You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot to. It's not just the information; it's how they qualify that information with the test or the quote unquote experiment that they're doing. Even if it is an experiment, like they're gonna have to qualify that with the. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot involved here. It's not just like, let's read the paper and dissect it. Let's go and see how this application works in reality. Can we work with what they're saying, or are they just making shit up and then having these mental masturbations with other people for no reason? Like, that sounds like it's exercise in futility, if you ask me, to argue with somebody about a paper on something that no one knows exists. It's just like we're talking about, space time, or let's say we're talking about the three body problem, or how rockets work in a vacuum. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. Like, it's there's nothing there. Why are we going to talk about something if it doesn't even exist in reality? It needs to be something put forward that we can all say, okay, let's check it out. Well, somebody's worked with it. Let's see what they pulled up. But if it's nothing, then why would anybody entertain such? You know what I mean? Like, it's people can get caught up in the muck and mire of the the pseudo intellectual discussions.
Yeah, so I'm putting a bit of a paper together as a response, because every time this thing playing live streaming on the screen, he's saying it's destroying everything. So I'm just trying to go through it step by step, and it is pretty. Some of it is pretty complicated to understand. Yesterday, I did a whole day of research just on what some of this terminology was. But I am putting it together slowly, and I want to start from the beginning and say, well, this is not an experiment. They're creating these anti-hydrogen atoms, and their hypothesis is malformed. So it's an issue from the start. It's not an experiment. But what I really wanted to do out of the whole lot, where I got called out the other day, was back my position that they are actually trying to work with the weak equivalence principle, and that the inertial weight of these atoms, I think it's called, is part of that weak equivalence principle, and that's what the denial was the other day from Peter.
Yeah, but it's almost, and I'll say it this way, AJ. It's we're playing on their playground. You know what happens when when we do that, right? And many a flat earther has tried this. We'll take them to space and wreck their globe paradigm by saying that rockets don't work in a vacuum, or a three body problem doesn't work. They have their ideas and their workarounds to what you'll say easily, because you're doing it as their terms would be, like as what the paper describes. But if you
You're gone, Alpha.
Yeah, I've lost him.
Mickey. Where'd you go, dude?
Miggy, come back.
You can blame
Mickey,
it on.
come
I
back.
got disconnected, man. My foot disconnected. You know what I'm saying? Like I've dealt with these types
No, I
before,
understand.
and these guys, they want to have that discussion with you, so they're gonna do it in spades. And they're after you get your 10 minutes to speak. They get their 10 minutes to speak. What it's gonna turn into is a debate, 100% guaranteed. I can almost assure you it will be a debate. But the thing that they can't do, right, when you take them off script, is produce information that solidifies this as a concrete interaction, something that can be done and tested and retested. They can't do that. No one can, because an atom was not discovered, it was invented, sir. And so all of this is based on the premise. It's like this derivative argument that you guys are going to have. It's going to be a debate. 100% a debate. And a lot of people will agree with you, AJ, and a lot of people will agree with Peter. Because on this, there's like, it could happen just like you say, and it could happen just like he says. And it's and when you stop and get, you know what, let's get to the point where you're actually showing everybody in this room how this is produced in reality. And not only that, because you're seeing anti-hydrogens and you're using abstracts like mass and you're applying them to things that are in reality, then you're going to have to show how that is true, how we can produce this in reality. So that's their job, not yours. So what you're doing right now is you're basically entertaining it. And so by indulging their ideas, it's going to turn into, they're going to, as soon as you're done, and I'm saying it'll probably be well thought out, and you'll probably demolish them. And from our perspective, but they won't see that. And then the audience will be like, well, let's hear what they got to say. And he'll come back with some high sounding nonsense to refute you. And it's going to go on and on. So anyway, it's just my 2 cents, man, for that. But you go on.
That's all good. I understand.
Yeah, you can.
I wasn't going to go too deep into it. I just wanted to understand it. But as in my response to Peter is going to be one, it's not an experiment. We're not using a naturally observed phenomenon. We're using something that's created. We're also using something that can't be seen. Now, in his, I believe he's got a malformed hypothesis, because his hypothesis itself, I'll read it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 2 seconds. Is that, sorry, it's hard on my phone. I don't have all the information on my phone, and I don't have to speak it off the top of my head right now. But his hypothesis is individual gas particles will either be attracted, repulsed, or unaffected. That's the whole hypothesis. Which a hypothesis should be stating that,
the
gravity is going to affect the atom, and we believe it's not going. We would hypothesize that it's not going to be affected, or it is going to be attracted. Whatever their hypothesis is, they've just offered up 3 random.
It's a prediction.
Just a prediction, but it's 3 random predictions that aren't tied together with a formed hypothesis. So that's an issue in the beginning as well. But where I was getting to is that, he asked me for a citation on that they're actually dealing with the inertial mass of anti-atoms. Now, at the start of his paper, they're talking about testing against the weak equivalence principle. That is dealing with the inertial weight of atoms. So that's where I wanted to get to, because I just wanted to support my claim so that everyone's seeing that I did support the claim, because he did call me out on it and said, give me the citation where that's what they were working on. And that's what,
that's
where I'm at.
I don't think anybody would deny the fact. I don't think anybody would deny the fact that you could take them on the paper, but because of that, it's like something he presented. So to circumvent that, he's just going to come up with something different on the fly that you're not ready for. And this is the way they operate. They operate in that way, AJ. So you're not going to be ready for the thing he's going to have to circumvent what your rebuttal, your well thought out, prepared rebuttal. I've seen it many times. It's like it's the way of things, bro. And you have the best intentions to thwart the efforts by actually taking them on the paper, because you can. I'm not saying you can't, but they're just gonna find some way around. It's their gimmick, bro. It's all from it's this whole thing that he brought up. It's just a ploy. It's a gimmick, just to get people off kilter and looking at something different.
Just quickly,
I understand.
Sorry, AJ. Just quickly, did Peter charge you? Did Peter charge you with defining a naturally observed phenomenon or the dependent variable within the scientific method?
No, Peter charged me to give
Yeah,
a citation that they are dealing with the inertial mass of anti-atoms in this experiment. That was his charge.
yeah.
And I've read this for 3 days. That wording isn't in there. However, what they're doing is they're testing this against the weak equivalence principle, which is the inertial mass of anti-atoms. So he's being either intellectually dishonest, like Alpha's just explained, or he doesn't know his own paper and what they're actually testing against, or the weak equivalent principle.
Okay, so I thought I misunderstood. I must have misunderstood you there, because I thought you said that Peter asked you to find the definition of the independent variable being natural, and you said you didn't have one to hand, but it was kind of obvious because we're talking about natural science, which is the primary thing. I wondered if you
No,
needed a citation for that, because I've got like 5.
Yeah, he's got him up the
no.
wazoo, man.
What he's claiming is that anti-hydrogen atoms are made in nature due to the sun and the radioactive, something to do with radioactive, yeah, but it's from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So when I've looked into that, it is believed that the sun makes these anti-atoms. However, they can't prove it because they can't see them, they can't interact with them, and they explode when they come into contact with matter. So there's no, when they're created by the sun, apparently, they explode and they're gone instantly because they're interacting with matter. So they really can't be detected. And the claim
That's a mic drop right there, brother.
these,
That's a fucking mic drop right there.
Yeah.
Like,
this is weird.
And their claim
Their
claim is that it was these anti-atoms that helped form the Big Bang.
that's something they don't know what they believe to be happening. It caused the thing that they don't even know happened. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're way
really
off
weird,
the fucking mark, dude. Like, there's no way.
I mean, this is kind of really obscure and niche, but Peter's kind of been charged with demonstrating that you can have gas pressure without a container. And what he's gone to is antimatter fucking hydrogen particles that, if they were to come into contact with a container, they blow it up. Brilliant. Well done, Peter.
But the problem is that they didn't even contain them all with the magnetic field that they had. They lost 95% of those atoms that weren't contained because they didn't contain the right magnetic property.
Okay. There's numbers here. How are they containing or not containing that percentage that they know or not know is being how do you know? Who's counting?
By looking at,
and what are you counting? You know what I'm saying?
By counting the explosions off the light spectrum and the bullshit.
So they're counting explosions. So how many okay. So you see explosions happening, right? So then it's just how do they know that's a percentage? Like the percentage is
485 anti-atoms.
They created
and only 20 of those and then only 20 of those anti-atoms actually left the container and exploded and were able to be counted, which was 5%.
So, okay, I get you now. So they created something concrete, physical, a physical atom. They're making something that was not they're making something that was not discovered. It was invented. The term atom was invented. It was not known to people. This whole atom idea is not new, right? So that whole thing.
No, but anti-atoms are.
Anti-atoms
were real. Only first created in 1995 was the first time that they created those anti-atoms at CERN and were apparently able to say they were anti-atoms and count the explosions. That did not happen until 1990.
So you're saying they did create these anti-hydrogen atoms. There are things that are created. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
AJ. So have we witnessed anti-hydrogen atoms?
Well, that's the claim. No, we don't. But that's the claim that they created.
I know, but it doesn't matter what the claim is. It only matters what you can prove. This is the issue, AJ. I don't care what they say.
Yeah, no, I know.
They're going to have to show, like, where do we see in reality the anti-hydrogen atom? Now, I want you to point to it. Can we paint it red? Like, I mean, where in physical reality are these things? Are we just
No, he
talking
just
about
doubles
stuff?
down.
Well, that's the
He just
issue.
doubles
Like,
down
well, then we have no
like they always
case.
do.
Your Honor,
He
we
just
have no
says the
case. Like
sun.
that's what fucking like I go right to the source. It's like there's no case if there isn't any like can you imagine how this would look in court? Presenting a case that has no evidence whatsoever. But they're just yammering on about something that may or may not exist or believe that it could be happening or cause. Why would anybody why would the court be like, "Oh, dude, just go on. I'd like to hear more about something that doesn't have evidence. It's great. You see what I'm saying? This is
Well,
not anything anyway, but you do you. But I'm just
well,
saying, this is
no, I understand. But what I was going to do is I was going to actually Jetty and Heretic and a
yeah.
couple
Go
of
ahead.
people to have a look at. And before I do anything, and if you think it needs some correction, I'll send it through to you, and I'm happy to take
Dude,
any sort of correction.
you're a bigger man than most of us, AJ. Some of us would just look at it and be like, dude, there's no fucking evidence of what you're saying in the first instance. Why would I even entertain like this? It's far
Well, it
beyond.
was just that
Uh,
I was just charged for a citation, so I thought, you know
well,
what, I'm going to give my citation so I know that I've done it in front of everybody here, and at the same time, I'm going to start from the beginning with this not being an experiment, and I'm going to
yeah.
dismantle this claim of Peter's from the beginning.
And that's as good as it gets, man. Because if you do that, then he's gonna have to try to figure out how he's gonna present how it is reality, how it is working, and we can see these things, we can work with them. You know what I mean? If you don't have any of that, there's nothing left. You can't
His
do
premise
anything.
really, though, is that the bending and warping of space-time causes a downward vector of gas, so it's basically dead on arrival anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, I don't know. Anything else after that is just, I don't know. And I think is that what he's working off a Heretic? Like this derivative argument that he brought up, this gimmick?
Yeah, except all he could say is at best, this seems to match my predictions based in relativity. It doesn't, there's no independent variable of space-time or anything like that. They can't outright prove it, right? So all they can do is once again draw a correlation and then declare something.
Mm.
Well, if you would like to know the two claims exactly, Alpha, I can read them for you right now.
Yeah,
So
because
he
I
says,
was.
tonight we are
Yeah, go
making
ahead.
two claims. Gas on Earth falls with 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. Individual atoms of gas are shown to fall. And his second claim is that gas requires no physical container to be contained. The gas being tested could not be contained using physical means because it would annihilate with the walls of the container. So there, his two claims, and then he's given the citation, which is a very vague magazine article.
You said it was a magazine article. I'm actually going with what Heretic said. It's worked off of a derivative argument prior to, because he has egg on his face every time he comes in here. He takes the L every time, but he's tired of it. So he's looking for a gimmick, something that an angle he can work. So this sounds like an angle he's trying to work, but it's not really it's smoke and mirrors, man. It's like a magician. It's a sleight of hand. He's getting you to look in another direction. Meanwhile, Heretic already has him dead on arrival. I mean, it's just really no. Go ahead, Jedi.
It's a red herring, mate, is what you're pointing out.
Yeah.
It's a huge red herring.
Yes. Well, I will say I've learned a lot about the weak equivalence principle, so it hasn't been a thing yet.
On the one hand, he's taught you something. Well, actually, you've learned because you did some research, but.
Thing is he's assuming his paradigm in the first place with the bending and warping of space-time and all that junk anyway. And so when you ask him, well, how do you know that that's actually what's going on? Then he just starts appealing to the beliefs of the physicists. So it's just back into assumption, belief, the same old.
No, I've heard him say this
when... That is the first point in my paper.
Yeah,
they're all relying on gravity, the assumption of gravity that hasn't been proven or scientifically tested to begin with.
So he was in here appealing to the guys who wrote this, and I heard him by his own admission. He was like, "So are you better?" The way he talks with his monotone, are you better than the scientists who wrote this? Like he's trying to make it sound like these guys are like these like pseudo intellect giants, like these great thinkers and all kind. Like he's making them out to be like they're just regular dudes, man, thinking of stuff. So he's trying to make it sound like it's bigger than that, than all of us. It's not really anything, man. It's just something that people thought about it. It's really crazy.
He's not agreeing with his own paper. If he's saying that they are not testing against the inertial mass of atoms, which is the weak equivalence principle, which is the citation he gave, he's not even sticking to his own citations.
Yeah. He's been pants in the schoolyard many times. He's just tired of having that look on him. He wants to come back as the hero, but
yeah, it's just an ego trip at this point. That's all it is.
I do completely understand in what you're saying, and that's where I'm going to cut it off at the head first. But I do need to provide that citation.
I mean, you do what you got to do, man. I'm just pointing out, like it's a big ass smoke, man. I don't know. He's already started some kind of little club, Troll Team 6, and Turquoise is now he's into it. Like they got secret handshake. They're trying to work an angle. Fucking hell, bro. Like it's stupid.
Yeah. Secret handshake, matching tattoos.
How stupid is it? I don't. Hey, Alpha, I really don't like something, so maybe I should go and join a group of people to go to their site and sit there for days on end and talk about how I don't believe them. I mean, what a waste of time and life.
Yeah, they just hate taking the L's. It's like, well, then stop believing lies, bro. Like it's so simple. Don't believe this shit. But it's because you want to believe in it, then we're gonna tar and feather your dumb ass every time you open up your mic. It's gonna be that simple. You look like a fucking chicken.
Every time I start thinking about Troll Team,
I'm of the opinion if they're joining teams to try and come in here and just and destroy servers and talk shit, that if they're going to be here every day, they just should be banned completely. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they're you know. We got lowbrow content every now and again. We gotta unmute them. Like when Heretic has spanked him good enough for his week to be over with, we'll spank him again in the live. It doesn't matter. He's gonna eat crow for the rest of his days if he's gonna be with the Globe.
Yeah.
But you know, Jedi can take out all of Troll Team 6 in one fell swoop by talking about triangles. So I don't know.
Oh, mate,
they're dead with triangles. Jedi. Fucking triangles. Gets him every time.
Jedi's a legend, mate. Jedi is since I started in this room and Jedi just talked to now, like Jedi man, you're a legend, yeah? Yeah. Great. I love listening to you talk.
He's a fucking man, dude.
You're a star, AJ. You're a star yourself, mate.
But see,
you go to town on Peter, mate. I love watching that. It's always fun.
We've listened to like Heretic, fucking. Hey, Heretic works. I like when he works the body, dude, because like these guys come in here all prideful and that they're just taking down so many pegs.
when I think about that type of analogy, I think of Heretic as the type of person who knocks them down, picks them back up, knocks them down, picks them back up, knocks them down, picks them back up. Just keeps repeating the same fucking thing over and over again, and they still don't get it. It's amazing.
He actually dusts them off. And like, hey, you're doing good, bud. You all right? All right, let's go again. Like he fucking.
I was going to say, he does it so nicely.
Yeah. Anyway, we are waiting for the.
When I eventually finish this, I'll send it to you, Alpha.
Oh,
I'm at work again today. It's just bloody hard. I don't get a lot of time, mate. So I'll get it done and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I think he sent me something too, but I fucking ignored it.
Yeah, I don't
know. I was gonna look at it honestly at the beginning, but then I heard somebody told me. I think Jedi told me what it was all about. I was like, oh fuck it. I thought it was something that he.
I've got a claim from Peter that you ran away.
Oh, me? Oh, nah.
Yeah, because I said in the chat, and I clipped to you. I said, has anybody been able to come back to you with your paper, a rebuttal on your paper? And I knew you were in the room talking that day. So how did you go with? I had to jump out, and he said, "Nah, he ran away from me. He never came back."
Peter said that. So,
yeah, I got the citation there. I got it there.
It's all good. Yeah, he talks a big game, but when he opens up his mic, he's all thumbs. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's a big
same.
Go ahead.
Yeah, very, very sorry. Very, very sorry, mate. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Yeah, look, I've known AJ personally for nearly a decade now, and I'm not pole smoking him here, but he's one of the best researchers I've ever met, and I've seen him on many subjects again and again and again destroy people with their own bullshit. It takes him. Yeah, he'll research right down to the bone. He'll dive down the rabbit holes, man, and then just watching him just absolutely demolish him. I've seen him do it on a number of subjects, and I I've seen him do it in actual real life, man. It's I can understand why he's doing what he's doing. I probably wouldn't do it myself. You know, I don't have the patience AJ does, but yeah, yeah. I guess that's all I wanted to say.
He's trying to destroy him from the inside out, from their own words, you know, kind of thing. But,
to be fair, I've actually seen AJ do that myself. So my friend here is incorrect. AJ is actually really, really good at his research and does go down with the fine-tooth comb and explains exactly what his point is. So I've witnessed him do that. He's not wrong.
Who?
Oh, thanks,
anybody
guys.
in here?
Appreciate the feedback.
Anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe? Kind of interested in talking to somebody. Nice. Who's that?
Yeah.
That's me.
Oh, 1 in 60 rule. You back again?
Yeah,
Where's
always.
Because your
Like the
account's
bad
banned,
case of
dude.
the herpes. My account's banned.
You
No,
idiot,
it's not.
dude. How did you get that?
This is the same account, dude.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Fuck. All right. So what are you
any
talking about?
explanation for the 1 in 60 then?
Fucking hell, dude! I knew you were. I didn't want to say it because I knew you were gonna say it, but
So that's a no.
This can't be bothered anymore.
yeah. This guy is the one that actually went out into the open seas and actually measured it. He went.
Which one?
He went foot to foot, right? One behind the other. That's how he measured it.
Who,
all the
me?
way to, yeah, from the equator, right? Is that right?
Yeah, from the equator? No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. So still no explanation how a celestial navigation rules work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, dude. Jedi destroyed you with a triangle. You know it. You don't know how to take an L. I mean,
Jedi never destroyed anybody.
Bullshit,
he just kind of sits
dude.
there and moans.
I heard him like over and over. He actually got tired of it. She's like, fuck it.
If that's what you think, dude, then you and I are just living in two different realities. Probably put down the crack pipe.
Every time, bro. You don't know what a triangle. What's a triangle?
Hold on. Last time I talked to FE Jedi about this, he got latitude and longitude mixed up.
Bullshit, dude.
True.
I don't believe that.
He
That's
did.
cap.
I even have. I can find the screenshots.
Fucking cap.
Actually, no. He is correct. I did muck up longitude. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I mean,
Jedi
shit.
made a mistake
Never have anything to hide. I did admit that as well, quite openly at the time.
Well, let me bring out because I don't know what name is he using these days, but
I change my name every week.
He is undefeated, by the way.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, he's undefeated.
So he can show how we can have a linear relationship on a flat surface?
Wait, dude, I'm gonna pull out what you posted one day. Because people forgot.
That's fine. Let's see it.
Waiting to see. It's in my screenshots. Give me a second here. Oh yeah, here we go. This is, and you can't deny this because you did put this in chat. So
let's see it.
This is what he posted for Jedi.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a triangle calculator.
Oh, yeah, but look at the right angle on that we got there.
Yeah.
Nice little right angle, don't we?
Sure.
How do you have that on a curved surface?
You don't have it on the curved surface. You have it on the tangent that you form with it. Also in celestial navigation, you're not forming a triangle. Just wanted you to know that.
Oh, that's some bullshit. Because you know that before you leave the harbor, you actually measure the baseline is the sea level. So when you're leaving, you already know where your baseline is, and it's not a fucking tangent, dude.
It is a tangent.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's why you have to do a dip correction.
Look at this guy.
Bro's getting schooled right now.
Well, if you can just explain to me why we need to do a dip correction, then that'd be somewhere to start, and why the dip correction follows the rule that it does in the almanac. That would be a good starting position for him.
All right. All right. Oh, fuck! I got a bite. When you draw your tangent line, what are you drawing it to?
What am I drawing it to? It intersects the water at one point.
And what's that?
Well, there's only one, which is on the ground, and the angles that you take, right? Those are parallel to the tangent that you form.
Your tangent is to what?
Your tangent is parallel to the angles that you are taking. I'm sorry, to the how should I put this? To the flat, like the measurements that you are taking.
The flat?
To the flat.
Yeah.
You just said flat?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out where he's drawing his tangent line to.
I don't know.
So we get the sextant. let's say we're using a nautical sextant because we're at sea. Go.
Yeah, I could use a bubble sextant. I could use a.
No, we're using a nautical sextant.
Why can't I use a bubble
Right.
sextant?
Because I said we're using a nautical
Yeah,
sextant.
why does it matter?
We're at
Cool.
sea.
Yeah, cool.
Because
He's
we're
not
at
talking to you,
sea.
Daza.
So cool. I can use a bubble sextant at sea too.
Because, dude, you said we're going to be doing a dip correction
Sure.
angle.
So I just use
correct?
a normal sextant, right? And I make a dip correction.
No, why do you gotta change it though, man? That's not what he said. He said he was gonna use a sextant, and you said
Yeah.
no, I want to use a bubble sextant. Like, why
Well,
can't
no,
you
because
just
he's
use
putting restrictions on me. I don't want restrictions put on me.
restrictions?
Yeah.
No, he's telling
You
you that's
said
how
dip-
celestial navigation, man.
Yeah, I
Go
can
ahead.
You
use a
said
bubble
dip-
sextant for celestial navigation.
Okay, so you said dip correction.
Sure. Which I don't need to do
Okay,
on a
so
bubble. Which I don't need to do on a bubble sextant. But we can get back to that issue
Oh
for
my
you
god,
too.
you. All right.
Yeah.
A bubble sextant is a height of eye correction.
No, a bubble sextant is not a
Yes.
height of eye correction.
Yes, it is. After you get
No.
your bubble sextant out in relation to the horizontal plane below you, you would then take a height of eye correction. This
A
is
bubble
when you
sextant.
use a nautical sextant
Mhm.
and you use the horizon mirror to look at the horizon to draw your horizon to draw your tangent to the physical geometric horizon. Your correction is then to take it down to ground level. That's why both of them are called corrections, because you correct for your altitude to ground level.
A bubble sextant does not need correcting for height. That's also where you're wrong.
Okay. Why did you bring up dip correction? You said that.
Yeah, because when you're
Mhm.
dealing with a non-bubble sextant, you need to make a dip
Which is
correction.
what I asked you to do.
That's what he's asking for, bro.
Sure.
So
So on a
your dip
non-bubble
correction is so your tangent line is to the
Well, you form a tangent line to the horizon, but then with the
thank
dip
you,
correction,
which
you
is
There it
actually
is.
move it. You actually
which
move
is
it back underneath
which
you.
is which is
Underneath you.
geometric and physical at 1.2 times the square
Sure.
root of the observer's. Sure.
Sure.
No.
And that follows with the
No.
dip correction that you make.
Correction to what? Take you where? To establish a tangential plane, not on the surface at
Yeah.
0 degrees
Down at where your
altitude. So
feet
you're
would touch the water.
establishing yourself. So you're establishing yourself on a horizontal plane after you take your tangential dip correction angle. You're establishing your horizontal.
No, you are establishing your own
You,
tangent.
you're your own tangent. The
Mhm.
tangent is drawn from your eyes to the horizon, geometric in nature. Where in actual fact, the horizon mirror is to establish your horizontal using the horizon as the reference point. Your dip correction is taking you down to the surface to establish yourself on a horizontal plane because you're measuring beyond the horizon to the ground position of that star. You know that
We're taking a dip correction, and now we're talking about the stars. Why are we doing that?
because your measurement is going to be in regards to a star. You need to establish a horizontal plane first.
Which
That's
you do
why
by
you're.
looking at
That's
the horizon.
thank you, which isn't
Oh, he got it.
geometric.
Yeah.
And then you take a look at your almanac and you say, hey, I'm 20 feet up, I'm 30 feet up, I'm only 6 feet up, which means I need to make these adjustments to move my tangent back towards underneath my feet.
Yeah, but you already
What to the
sabotaged it.
surface? To the surface.
Yeah, to the surface,
So
underneath my
you've
feet.
established a horizontal plane of reference to take your measurement from. Then,
Yes,
thanks.
that's your tangent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that was
got
under
it.
any contention.
So the
Yeah, it
tangent now
was.
that you've just said has now moved beneath your feet to
Yeah,
the
under your
surface of
feet.
the earth and goes beyond your feet, beyond the horizon, to the ground position of a star because you're
No,
measuring an elevation angle. Yes.
your tangent
Would
does
you
not
like
go
me
to
to
the
keep
ground position
pictures?
of us. Yeah, can you show me a picture?
Yeah, sure.
Because I guarantee you, it's just not even like the correct explanation. Because you
Daza, you don't
Excuse
know what
me.
you're talking about,
I
Daza.
do.
Don't not you, Daza.
No, Daza knows exactly. That's exactly what you do right there.
No, it's
So that's
not. What
also an
Jedi?
incorrect explanation
Yep.
as to what's going on right there. Here's actually what they
So
do.
I haven't
Let me
finished
show you.
yet. Actually, what they do, I love this. Do you know there's two ways to use celestial navigation?
Yeah,
The
there's the
f-
correct way, and then there's your way that you're
no,
trying to
no,
go around
no,
with.
no. There's the way that came first, before the Haversine formula, which was the flat Earth. Then there was the way that came second with the Haversine formula because we decided to do it on a ball now.
So
First way
what
that comes
formula
flat.
did they
Sorry.
use on the what formula did they use on a flat Earth?
But they
Now you're
didn't
gonna
used to
have-
have a sun formula, did they? Because they weren't using the ball. What they did is they take a height of eye correction to establish themselves on a horizontal plane, to then take an elevation angle up to that star, because they want to draw a circle around the ground position of that star 3 times the way it intersects. There they are.
Here we go.
Yep. And why do they take the elevation angle? Calculate the co-altitude angle.
My
And then they
goodness,
use
here
that
he
angle
comes.
to draw the circle.
Do you know what a triangle is, dude?
You don't.
You understand what dip correction is? You understand what dip correction is for, yes?
Yeah. So the dip angle
It's
and the
to
dip correction are
establish
two different
yourself.
things, right?
It's establish yourself on a horizontal plane.
Yes. So it's to get a
Yes.
plane
Okay, then.
that is perpendicular
Of
to
your
vertical, right?
horizontal plane from this moment forward, then.
Yep. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so again, the
Next.
tangent is the plane.
Yeah.
You've corrected.
Fuck.
Sorry, you've corrected. You've corrected to put yourself, like you said, under your feet on the
Mm-hmm.
surface. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
you
after
formed a
you've done your
tangent underneath your
correction,
feet.
yeah. So on the surface of the
So
Earth,
the
there's a
tangent is
line
the
now.
flat plane, quote unquote, that you're using.
Yeah, which is now underneath your feet because you corrected it, because you took it from your eye to the horizon. After you've corrected for this, it's like putting a sextant on the floor, so you don't have to take a correction or correction for altitude, your height of eye. The reason why you do these corrections is to mathematically put a sextant on the floor, your horizontal plane of reference, which you are making all measurements from.
Mm-hmm. Or I think you're just mistaken or just not grasping the idea that in
Nah,
this
none of
figure,
that.
where
No,
You
I'm not
can't
here's
say
having that,
nah.
sunshine.
yes,
He's saying nah,
so
Jedi.
so no, so
no,
here's actually how
no.
it
That's not a
how it works.
refutation.
Well,
That's
I'm
not
trying
a
to explain how
refutation.
this actually works. You take
No,
the
you're
Told you how
tangent,
not.
it
which is
works.
formed right there when you look at the
He's like,
horizon,
nah.
and then when
Let
you
me
do
tell you
dip
how it works.
correction, it actually moves the tangent back. Now it is underneath your feet. Now you have a flat plane, quote unquote, which is just a tangent. The true
Between where?
ground.
Between what 2 points?
A tangent is only one point,
Between
idiot.
which 2 points? No.
No, it's
Now
not.
that
Yes.
you've established yourself on a tangential plane,
A
between
tangent
which
only
two?
intersects a circle at one point. That's like the
Excuse
textbook
me, you've
definition of a
corrected for
tangent.
this. Jacobinite, sorry, Suiji. You've corrected for this. After your correction, where are you? You said underneath your feet. So on the floor, you're not up in the sky, drawing a tangent line from your eyes down to the horizon. That's not your tangential plane. You've
Yes, it is.
corrected for that. Put yourself on the floor. That's why it's called a correction.
Yes, it
After you've
moves the
moved the
tangent back.
tangential plane, after you've moved the tangential
And
plane
now it's under your
from the
feet.
correction to the surface of the Earth, you've got 2 points. One
Yep.
is where the sextant is. Where's the other one?
On a tangent line, there's only one point at
No.
which it
Where's
intersects
the
with
other
Wrong.
point of measurement?
Hold on, did Alpha just say
No.
that a tangent has more than one point that
Where's
touches
the
the
other
ground?
point of measurement
The
Answer
other
it.
point
between
of
you
measure,
and?
what do you mean? Between it is a
You
fucking
know what he's
tangent
saying.
You've established a horizontal plane.
underneath my feet.
Yeah.
Yes, between you and the what?
Say it.
Between me and the ground?
Between
Say it.
you and the ground position of the
Nothing?
Come on.
ground position of the star.
No, because
He's
when I do
a
my
fucking
dip
Yeah.
Jedi.
correction,
Hold on,
when
we're
I
gonna
do
mute
my
his
dip,
dumbass. Nope. He failed. You got him. That's it. From the observer, the ground position, that's what you're correcting for. From the ground, from your feet to the ground position of the star. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No.
Yes.
All of that
Yeah.
calculation of dip angle and dip correction is about
here we go.
establishing a horizontal plane perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, so how do you have a horizontal plane on a ball tard?
Horizontal plane.
You can have a horizontal plane anywhere, right?
Can you?
Horizontal plane of what distance?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because the horizontal
matter.
plane it will be if it's over
All that
3,000
matters-
miles. It does.
all
3,000
that
miles
matters
horizontal
is-
plane of reference between you and the ground position of 3 stars in
No.
question.
The
I
only-
love it when you can. Dazza, you joined this conversation a little bit too late and your ego is starting to surpass you. You will establish yourself on a horizontal plane of reference after you do, one, your dip correction from your tangent you drew with your eyes to not the geometric curvature of the Earth, but the horizon, or using your bubble sextant. You will establish yourself on a horizontal plane because you need to measure between you and the ground position of multiple stars. 180 degrees away from each other, because you can do one in front of you, turn around and do another one behind you. That'll be a horizontal plane of reference between the two ground positions of those stars, where you sit in between them on the horizontal plane. The
Do you get it now,
arrogance
Daza?
is
No, I think you're
redundant,
incorrect.
dude. No, I'm
Because
not.
He's another
Do you know
one.
what
can
a
you draw
circle-
Jedi,
me the
sorry.
he's like,
Do you
nuh-uh.
know what a circle of equal altitude is and why we draw them?
I do. Can you draw me?
No,
So
no,
can you
don't
tell
don't
me?
bypass. No,
Just
wait,
wait a
Tell
don't
second.
me.
bypass. No,
Tell
don't
me.
bypass.
Tell me, Tazza. Why do we
Yeah,
draw
okay. So you're
circles of
drawing.
equal altitude?
Can you? Because you find the intersect of the circles of equal altitude.
Awesome. And
With the
all
surface
ground
of the Earth.
positions of stars are at the same co-altitude, correct? On the same horizontal plane that you've
Gotcha.
measured
Now the
to after
co-altitude
dip
angle is the
correction?
same. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So the ground position of the stars are at the same relevance to each other and you at the same altitude. One is not lower or higher than the other. Must be a horizontal plane for you to measure the 90 degrees of all three of those stars, including yourself, if you want to use the zenith angle. Awesome.
Now you're measuring
So
the co-altitude angle.
all four of those lines would be parallel to each other. You know that, right? Your zenith angle, the line down from the star to the ground position, 3 times. So all four of those vertical lines are parallel to each other. Those 90
No, they're
degrees
not.
are in reference to, yes, they are. They have to be.
Well, okay then. Can I ask you to add something else into variables there? So you're claiming that they're all parallel to each other. What happens if you put another observer in who measures those same angles?
Where?
What does he see? Anywhere you like,
Where?
at a
Okay.
different position on the plane.
Okay.
What do the
Okay.
angles look like to him?
I don't know, dude. This is a
Yeah,
red
they don't
herring.
match, right? They don't work.
Whatever you're going to be doing, you're first, and this is the point I want you to understand, going to be establishing yourself on a horizontal plane to measure anything from, because the ground positions of those stars will be on the same horizontal plane as you after you made your dip correction to the horizon that isn't at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There's no curve here.
Dip correction tables are calculated with the Earth curvature.
No, that's just Earth curvature.
True.
So what, a horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
When you're talking about dip correction, yeah, those values are calculated using the Earth's radius. Yeah.
So that would mean that the horizon has to be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet at all times. We're measuring to the horizon using a sextant. You're making a claim to a physical geometric horizon that was debunked 4 years ago. The horizon's an optical phenomena, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, eyes, binoculars, telescope, horizon mirror. The horizon will appear in different places, not at a geometric
So we do it with a
location.
bubble sextant.
Really, at sea.
Doesn't really matter where we do
Bubble
it from.
sextants aren't used at sea because you can't hold it. How would you say? Just because of the ocean and the waves and the boat moving, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what about we do it in an aircraft flying at near sea level?
What about we reference the horizon with a horizon mirror, a nautical sextant that requires you to establish a horizontal plane of reference?
What about we realise we don't actually need the horizontal plane of reference because we only need the vertical?
What, dude? The horizontal plane of reference will be between you and the ground position of a star. You would draw a circle around that ground position of a star. So in a square mile, that'll be hundreds, if not thousands, of a horizontal plane of reference in circle around that GP. All of those GPs, and you to measure them, has to be a horizontal plane.
Yeah, they don't have an answer for you, Jedi, as usual. I mean, yeah.
I just want to say, Alpha, you love to glaze Jedi, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he's a pretty badass dude, man. I'd say. You don't think so?
I say he's
Go on,
badass.
Matt.
No.
Yeah. No, why not? Well, go ahead and take him on. I'd like to hear one-on-one Matt, Nuclear, and Jedi. Go.
What makes Jedi badass?
Well, I want
You
to.
know what
I want to.
badass
I will show
means?
you. I want to show you.
Oh,
It's not just talking to talk. I want to walk the walk. Go ahead. Take him on.
I don't know why you're trying to
Take
get
him
someone else
on,
to
Matt.
fight your argument
Let's see if
for you.
you got the globe.
I remember when
like
what was his name?
I don't want to hear what
Sewer was talking to you.
we don't want to hear what you say. You just come at him with some arguments. Let's see if you can take him as a glober. You bring your best globe arguments and take him on. Go. Let's see what you got. Go.
Good job on muting me.
Yeah, take him on. Glober.
Why don't you talk to me?
I don't want to talk to you, man. You're boring. Jedi can destroy. You're actually calling me out to saying he's not badass. I'm telling you he is, and he can demonstrate that to you. Take him on as a glober. Any argument, pick from the pile of arguments and pick one and just challenge him. Go.
That's the glazing.
Go for it.
Dude, the glazing is astronomical.
Hey, man, the dude's awesome. I'm just saying. You seem to not agree with me, and I'm saying go ahead and take him on.
You understand anything that a Jedi is actually saying when he's saying
Of course. Do you?
So what was he saying?
I don't have to repeat. I don't have to repeat. I know the arguments. I don't
You
have
have
to
no
repeat.
idea what he was saying.
Yeah, I do.
Exactly. You just proved.
Yeah, put yourself on mute. That's the best thing. Because you don't have a globe argument to come at him with, and we all know it, Matt.
Sorry, Mayhem. Oh, sorry, Alpha. It's not like you've heard me say this. I've probably come up to about 200 times now over the last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking triangle, dude.
Well, I mean, Matt Nuclear likes to listen to these other guys chime on about things that they don't know about, and he doesn't have his own globe argument. It's like you think you're awesome with staying in here and saying, let those guys speak, but yet you don't have an argument of your own? That's weird. Go ahead and take him on. But you can't, huh, Matt? That's what I thought. Have a seat, sir. We'll wait for another one of your champions. We'll wait for another one of your champions to chime in. If you guys think that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and present your evidence.
Ooh, you or your daddy?
No, he's your daddy. He's my friend.
Ooh, you or your daddy? Who are you presenting the evidence
Nah, he's my friend, but your daddy.
Your friend? You treat him like a dad, man.
Okay, dude.
Dude, you got any globe proof, man?
I've been asking. He doesn't. He
Nope,
just
I think
hates
the
it.
Earth is flat.
No, you don't.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm glad that you side with us, but yeah, that's the way it
Nope, I
works.
think the Earth is just flat. You're flat.
Because you don't have any evidence of it being a globe. Nobody does. That's the fact.
Exactly. Yep. No evidence, man.
Hence
Space
why we
is
wait for the
fake.
next globe champion to come in here.
Can't wait, man. Alpha,
what?
a fellow flat earther, do you know why the sun appears to be below the horizon?
Below the horizon?
Yeah, why does it appear to be
Dude, you
below
can't
the
say that. That's contradictory. That's fucking contradictory. As a fellow flat earther, why the fuck does the sun go behind the horizon? What the fuck?
I know. I'm saying as a fellow flat earther. Do you
We
know
should already
why it
know,
appears
bro.
to be
Like
below
I
the
shouldn't have to tell you this if you're a flat earther. But then again,
horizon? Man, I'm an uneducated flat earther. Come on,
no,
dude.
check this out,
Give me a
man. We're not even going with labels here because we don't say we're flat earthers. We say we're critical thinkers. We know the Earth is flat. It's fine. You can say flat earther. It doesn't really matter. I know that. Duh.
Do you know what FE Jedi means? It means flat Earth Jedi. So what are you talking about? As our flat earthers.
No, we know that the Earth is flat. Flat earther is just something that people have ascribed to us, but it doesn't really matter. Like names are names.
You
like,
ascribe to yourself as well.
People can call us that. We can say it, but at the very root of it all is we're critical thinkers because not just this subject and many more, we can critically think about them because we don't let people dictate. Yeah, dude, relax, man. Relax. We don't let people relax, Matt. We don't let people dictate us by what we just relax, bro. Have a seat.
Keep going, Matt. Keep going.
Jesus,
you gotta make it on the ropes.
Keep going, Matt. You gotta make it on the ropes. Shut the fuck up. Well, how has he got me on the ropes?
Insulting the other guy.
I don't give a fuck. How has he got me on the ropes? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because Miggy, over the years, you've developed this level of confidence that's fucking disgusting.
So Alpha, when you said that
I don't
you're
care,
critical
dude.
thinkers,
Shut the
are
fuck
you
up.
critically always thinking?
Why don't
or
you
have
join
already,
Troll
like,
Team 6, turn
proved
up?
something?
Fucking dumbass. You're better off with those
Alpha.
guys than you are fucking claiming that. I'm not even listening to you, Matt. I'm talking to fucking Turn Up.
I can't. That's awesome. I get this.
So when you say you're critical thinkers,
Join
have you guys
Troll
already
Team
reached a
6
conclusion?
so you can be the rest of these
Hey,
fucking losers.
just remember, Jedi still owes them a $35.
Whatever that means.
That's weird, Ted. Gotta be fair, dude.
You're
I mean,
a
if you
faggot,
want to
too.
simp
Shut
for
the
something
fuck
like
up.
that, then
Damn, dude. Fucking pissed in your Cheerios. Get the fuck out of here.
what did he just call me? Sorry,
He called
did
you
he
a
just call
faggot.
me something big? Right, okay. Well, unfortunately for you, that's against server rules, dude. I mean, me and you have had decent conversations in the past, but you just lost your ability, dude.
Have these guys all like what are they drinking the Kool-Aid? Like what the fuck's going on? I think they're all losing their way to Troll Team 6. He'll proselytize more people to go into his group there. He'll welcome them with open arms.
They're
you guys
actively recruiting.
What's that?
They're actively recruiting, mate. I'll tell you that.
And they got nothing but side commentary to come in here. They got no arguments. All they got is, well, you guys stink. You do this, you do that. No, man, shut the fuck up, man. Come up with an argument or just get or bounce, dude. Nobody needs to hear your fucking sidebar commentary about how we are or what we're doing. Or, over the years, you did this. Shut the fuck up, dude. So stupid.
Yeah, in the chat, he was asking me and Jenna questions. We answered him multiple times, and he just kept presenting the same question or going off on tangents. So I gave up even talking to him. I don't know how you guys have got the patience to do what you do. I don't like wasting time and oxygen on people, to be honest. But yeah, kudos to you guys.
He was I think he's part of the 24/7, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a like flat earth roll or some shit in there. But I don't know, they are actively recruiting for there's something's brewing, man. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, well, he claims not to be a troll, but that's all I've seen him do the whole time I've been on here today. I've just seen him just troll in the comments, and yeah.
That's all they have. There isn't, first of all, Matt, there's no debate, but I'm not going to be talking to you in text, so just unmute your mic. Oh, fuck, you're muted. Here. Go ahead.
Well, there we go.
There you
I
go.
don't know why I got muted in the first place. I didn't even ask you a complicated question. I said you call yourselves critical thinkers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did you already like establish a conclusion that the Earth is flat, or are you still critically thinking?
Like, what do you mean establish? Like, there is no, okay, so the Earth isn't anything else that you've been told. So it's not a toilet, it's not a globe, because anything that they tell you that it is, it's not that, right? So if it's doing something, like spinning, or it has curvature on its surface, how are they proving anything to you that that's the case? Nobody's showing you anything. Nobody's telling you, like, it's all a facade, man. And if you buy into that and you side with that, because you like the way it sounds and there's more people that believe that shit, who cares? Like, at the end of the day, it's not real. And all you guys have is just like leaning on other people who come in here and use gimmicks to try to like thwart the efforts of truth. Because like, truth is, when you go out into this world, you don't see a globe, period. There's no globe. You don't even feel it spinning. There's no measurable device that's going to check the spin of the Earth. This is true. And if you don't believe me, present the evidence. I'd like to see it.
So yeah,
I
know you went on a little bit of a rant and you added your little commentary on there, but I asked you a question. Do you remember what I asked you?
The conclusion, if it's flat, I just told you.
So
if you heard what I said, then you understand.
thinking?
If you heard what I said, I answered you. There's nothing else but flat and stationary, bro. There's nothing else that it is.
Oh, okay. So you already concluded that then. So what are you critically thinking now?
What do you mean critically? So anything that people tell you, like let's say a gimmick comes up, somebody says, "Well, we use this device to check the spin of the Earth." Well, that information that they present to you, you're going to critically think about. Okay, let's just analyze. Can this be true? Because so far as we know, the answer is this, right? But if somebody says they have an answer, well, we're going to investigate. We're not just going to be like, "No, your answer is shit," because we're not going to talk to you. We're going to allow them to present their case. So we're going to critically think about what they're presenting, right? And so if it doesn't pass the smell test, if there's no evidence, if it's not empirical, if it's not tested, verifiable, falsifiable, then it's not true, right? So we're going to critically think about whatever they're presenting and give them the assessment of that, which is it's either true or not. That's it. That's what we're critically thinking. And it doesn't matter what it is. We'll critically think about anything that's getting told to us, whatever it is. So once you get in the habit of becoming a critical thinker, anything somebody tells you, then you'll be like, okay, how do you know that? You can ask leading questions, right? That gets you more on the knowledge of what the topic is.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's all it is, man.
I guess so. And the way
And
that
that's
you're
not a
saying
bad
it,
thing.
I wanted the critically thinking. No, it's not a bad thing at all. I believe everyone should critically think. I'm just gonna post something here, and maybe we can look over it together. It's this is one of the simplest way to prove that the Earth is not flat and stationary, like you say this. So a trip from Santiago and Sydney, right? Which is I'm pretty sure taken by people every day, different people every day. Is done
It's not
around
like
the Pacific
we
Ocean.
say it is,
Now,
man.
if the Earth,
It's not
now hold on,
like you say it
hold on. Let me
is.
finish what I was gonna say.
I know, man.
Hold on, let me finish.
The-
Let me finish
How
what
you
I'm saying.
experience it. Yeah, I just wanted to correct you on that.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm gonna say.
How
Let me finish what I'm
you
gonna say.
it's not flat and stationary how I experience it. Say that. Not flat and stationary how I experience it.
Why am I
Say
being
it like
interrupted?
that.
Why am I being
Yeah,
interrupted?
say it like
Why am I
that.
being
I
interrupted?
dare you to say it like that.
Say it like
'cause you
that. You're a
won't.
grown ass man. Why are you interrupting me?
You won't, will ya?
Thank you. I'm gonna finish what I was gonna say. So if the Earth was flat and stationary, like you guys said, now then go ahead and explain to me why. I got muted. Okay. What happened there? Randomly got muted, I guess, in the middle of me saying that. But yeah, Alpha, you're here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know if that random guy muted me or something and got really upset really quickly, but I put this in the chat. I don't know if you can see it.
LATAM Airlines, Santiago to Sydney, 4 times a week. Okay.
Go ahead and play the video.
Will you give me a minute to watch it, or are you gonna?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, it's 19 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. 19 seconds. I'll mute up. Yeah, I can easily. That's easy. That's a false. Are you there, Matt?
Yeah.
That's Professor Dave that's presenting this. It's a clip out of one of his videos. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
Indeed it is.
Right. He's presenting a false dichotomy, which I'm gonna let me lay it out to you like this: the flat Earth AE azimuthal equidistant projection map that he's got there against the globe, two map projections that are being used here to show how flight paths work. Right? Is that not correct? Are we good? We good so far?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so one and the other both of them are reification fallacies. I went over this many times, so I'm just going to say it to you this way: both are reification fallacies. So if I was to ask the flat earther, right, how do you know the azimuthal equidistant projection map is what the whole Earth looks like in its entirety, just the way it's shown to us like that? What do you think they would tell me? Just a hunch.
I have a correct answer for you.
Just a hunch. What do you think the flat earther would tell me? Like, we're using this false dichotomy to show you. I'm gonna kind of show you what would happen. If I was to tell them the azimuth equidistant projection map that you're using against a globe, how do you know that you can verify that to be true? Can you verify it to be true?
They can't verify it to be true. They can't.
Why? Why is the reason?
That's what I would assume. You're asking me a question on how they
Yeah,
would
no, but I'm
react.
saying it's a leading question. But I'm saying, would you know? I could tell you. If I was to ask them, can they verify that map to be true? What do you think would be the hardest part for them to say about it being true?
They can't actually prove that it's true.
Right. So why would they bring it up?
They shouldn't bring it up. Flat earthers do bring it up. I mean, you guys, do you have another map that we can?
That's the answer.
We don't even need a map.
No, I know, but listen, Matt, that's the answer. So now that
so basically, hold on, Alpha. Let me make sure we're on the same page here. Basically, just denied that map that Dave used, right?
The azimuthal equidistant projection, used in context. Let's go in context. In context to showing how flight paths work over the Earth.
But we shouldn't use it to show how flight paths would work.
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't. What I'm saying is when it's being used to show how flight paths are used over the Earth,
that's when it's a problem.
It's basically what it's saying is that in one map, let's say the AE map, it works a certain way, and on the globe map, the globe Mercator, whatever you want to use, the globe's using, that works better than it does on a flat Earth map, right? That's kind of the argument here, right? Are we not clear on that, dude, or what?
It's the argument.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we shouldn't use that map? We shouldn't use the projection.
No, you're missing the point, dude. What I'm saying is the globe.
I'm just asking you a question. We shouldn't use the map, right?
Listen, I'm getting to the crux of the issue. So what we're looking at right now is the fact that Professor Dave is saying that the globe Earth presentation of the projection that it's the map that it's using is better established for flight paths than the AE map. It's pitting the globe against the flat Earth map. That's what it's doing. Do you see that?
Well, of course
yes or no?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, we understand that. So we are on the same foot right now. We understand that much. What I'm telling you is,
I want to work on the flight paths, Alpha. I know you want to extend this, but I really want to talk about the flight paths.
Listen, the reason why you don't want to listen to this is because I'm gonna draw that it's basically null and void, the whole argument. The reason why I'm going to show it to you is because on both sides, I use the AE map for an example, but now I'm going to go to the globe Earth. When we talk about the globe and how it's established as the entire Earth, look what it looks like, I'm going to ask the globe Earth the same thing. How do they know that's what the whole entire Earth looks like from that perspective? From the, let's say, the globe perspective. How do they know? I'm going to ask them the same thing I asked the flat earther. What are they going to tell me?
So are you saying that the globe...
You need to answer my question for this to be succinct. Yeah, but for this to be succinct, you need to answer my question. How would the glober know that's what the whole entire Earth looks like?
Yeah. So you're basically saying that Professor Dave's map or globe projection map in general was false. It's false, so we shouldn't...
I'm saying, this is what I am saying, Matt, that anybody that uses a map as their base argument is using a reification fallacy to bolster their point. So if I use the AE map and you use the globe map...
It's a fallacy because you're assuming it's wrong.
No, I'm assuming. No, I'm not assuming. I'm showing you that it cannot be proven as it's true. So if you're...
It's only not proven to you, to be honest, Alpha.
No, dude, because listen, I'm going to ask you the question, the same that I just posed to you as like me asking some random person. I'm going to ask you, how do you, Matt Nuclear, know that the globe map projection that Professor Dave is showing you how flight maps work is true? Did you verify it?
Yes, I have verified it.
How?
With all scientific and observable evidence.
Okay, that's a great answer. Now I need you to detail how you verified it. I don't want a vague statement. I want an actual what you did. Show me the method how you verified the globe Earth projection.
Yeah, I've been on flights before, and it definitely correlates to the flights that Professor Dave showed. And if it were to be wrong, if the illustration, hold on, Alpha, hold on, let me finish what I was going to say.
Listen to him spaz.
Dave, hold on, whoa, someone.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Come on, Castro.
Yeah. Would we agree, Alpha? First of all, let me just agree on this first premise with you that is a real flight people take.
Okay, good for you. Now keep going. Finish your point.
I asked you a question. Can we agree on the premise that's a real flight people take?
Yeah. Next.
Okay.
Keep
People
going.
take Santiago to Sydney, right?
Dude, all right. Keep going. What's your point? I want you to finish so I can address
Okay,
it.
so you've agreed with me that people take that flight. That's good. So people do take that flight over the Pacific Ocean then, right? That's what it says.
Keep going.
For example, if I were to take a flight or you were to take a flight, it says
Oh my
it goes
God,
this
dude,
specific
you're gonna
route. It's
keep
gonna go this
reiterating the
specific
same
route.
point. I agree with you. The flight is actually real. You can
confirming
take
with
that
you.
flight.
Okay then. All right then. So if this flight goes over the Pacific Ocean, right,
Yeah.
like it says it does, the Earth couldn't be possibly flat.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. What you did there was say that it can't be flat, but you haven't established how it's a globe. Do you
I
understand
told you exactly how it's done.
No, you didn't. You just
only
said
makes sense
listen,
on a
hold on,
globe.
Matt. Now you're gonna let me speak because I let you speak.
Go ahead.
You said that the flight from what is it? Hold on, I don't want to get this incorrect.
Santiago to Sydney.
Santiago to Sydney exists. I agreed with you, right? We agree on that much. That exists. That flight exists. What you didn't establish is how the Earth is an actual globe underneath the flight. You didn't establish that. You just established that the flight is actually real.
You know what's crazy, Alpha?
So
that flight alone
dude,
can
that's
prove
not
that
the
Earth
point,
is a
dude.
globe.
No, it doesn't, man.
Sure.
Here's what you don't understand.
Real quick.
We've talked. Listen, Matt. We've talked to pilots in here, right? And so in our 24/7 channel as well. And I personally talked to many pilots, and I've told them, I said, do you guys account for curvature when you're making your flight paths? They do not account for flying over a globe. I tell you what, they actually say
you know why they
that.
don't
Wait, dude.
No, that's
like,
false.
are you
What
gonna
you're
wait
saying
to
is
hear
it's
the
false. What you're saying
crescendo
is
of the
false.
point? You could just wait to hear the crescendo, right? So what they do say is that they actually treat the Earth treat. I'm using the word treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary. So when they do their job, right, like they get in their plane and they fly it, they're not thinking they're flying over a globe. They just think, well, they're treating the globe like it's flat and stationary. So in their job, what they do when they take their flight from Santiago to Sydney, they're not thinking in their mind.
Let me respond to exactly what you just said, brother. I'm gonna respond to exactly what you just said. Well, the reason why what you said pilots weren't a curving what were they saying? They weren't
they're not treating the Earth as if it's a globe. They're treating the Earth as if it's flat and stationary. They would assume they're flying over a globe, right? Mind you, but they're actually treating it like it's flat and stationary. I'm telling you, this is what they say. Exactly what I told you. You can ask any pilot. They don't get on the plane and say, we're flying over a globe. They think they are. They're assuming it, but they treat the Earth, and when they're flying their job, they're treating it like it's flat and stationary. That's how they treat it. You should know this, Matt. This is something like a knowledge bomb for you. Go look at the handbook. It tells the pilot when you're looking at the Earth and when you actually, the way you should treat it is if it's flat and stationary. They're not saying it's flat and stationary. They're saying how you should treat it. So when they're doing their job, they're not saying, hey, I'm flying over a globe. They are assuming they are.
No one ever. Yo, Alpha. I don't know what type of middle school project you're doing, but no one ever assumed that the pilots are what is it? They taking into account curvature. They're not they're not flying over the globe. You know, like to talk about cartoons and like map projections and all that. They're not like doing like if I were to grab a globe for you, it doesn't actually have like all the other stuff we're talking about. And yeah, they would have to account for curvature in that globe. But you know that the Earth's comforts to the what is it again? It converts to the Earth's curvature. So I don't know what you meant by that. Everyone knows that.
What did you say? What was that last bit?
Converts.
I don't know if that's the word, man. I'm gonna have to challenge you. Oh, there you go. Yeah, conforms. Yep.
Yeah.
So
sorry if I said it wrong, but
no, but listen, man. The point that I'm making here is that what you're using here with this little clip, it doesn't work because the flight is real. It exists, right? People take this flight all the time. Now, the thing that doesn't happen is the argument that ensues after that, saying that because this flight exists, the Earth is automatically a globe. We all know this. Like,
Alpha,
no, we don't.
Alpha. So let me just bring up. Let me just say this, and this is also going to prove my point again. Okay.
What point?
Say that they are assuming the Earth is a globe. Say that they don't even know the Earth to be a globe, right? And they are doing the math on this, right? I posted this again. It's another flight that's basically going around the Earth or whatever. Say they're just assuming that the Earth is a globe with this flight path that I posted from Santiago to Sydney. Why would they be correct? Why are they correct in assuming that?
Assuming what? That the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, so if this flight from Santiago to Sydney that we've already established is a real flight that real people take,
yeah.
And why does it make sense on a globe if the Earth is not a globe?
Well, you could listen. Whenever you're doing specific paths, you can superimpose that path over any type of, like, let's say, and for this example, right, a geometric shape. So if I wanted to show you a flight path over a cube, I could do it. So long as the flight path starts from a point of origin and it ends up in a target, like whatever the target is, like in this case, Santiago to Sydney, right? As long as I have 2 points, any geometric shape that I use will suffice. So as long as I can show you that from one point to the next, you connect the dots, right? It doesn't matter what geometric shape I talk about, so long as you know that the 2 points connect. And so that's all I need. And then all I need to do is put a superimpose a flight path over the geometric shape, and then voila, there you go. We live on a cube, or we live on a geoid, or whatever it is. Like, it doesn't matter. Whatever geometric shape I use, it would be good. All I got to do is connect the 2 points. And that's not fair, because what we have to do is establish that underneath the flight path, the actual shape exists. So whatever shape you say the Earth is, we have to establish that first, and then say you're flying over that geometric shape.
So this flight makes sense on a flat surface then, Alpha?
It makes sense because what we're saying, and remember I told you that.
Can you show me where this flight makes sense on a flat Earth then?
Okay, so what we're doing is now you want to jump into the map portion of it, which we're not going to do. Because like I said before, it's a reification fallacy. If we start pointing to maps, then we're pointing to things that are inconsistent, meaning we're not going to get landmass sizes correct. We're going to get distances incorrect. There's a lot of inconsistencies. So,
Everyone knows that there's some inconsistencies with maps.
I know.
But that
so
does
therefore,
not, like I said before,
right.
That doesn't mean we shouldn't use them.
That's not the point, dude. You're asking for something as to prove something, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't use the thing. Every map has a projection, has a specific function, and it's useful for whatever context you want to use it for. However, it's not going to dictate what the actual Earth looks like. You can't say this map is what the Earth looks like in any case, because then I'm going to charge you.
Just to make sure, Alpha, you are not concluded on how the Earth looks like, right?
In its entirety.
I don't say not 100%.
You talk about its entirety.
Nothing. I'm just saying you weren't by its entirety. You weren't concluded with it.
No.
I'm saying I'm not saying
but
that you might not know this or this.
No, but here I'm being honest with you. But here's the thing that we do know. In every place that we can go, there is no measurable curvature. So as far as we can tell, like, and I'm not going to put it on a map, but I would say, so far as we can tell, there is no measurable curvature. So there's no need for us to say that we're going to make any other kind of idea up, because it could be anything. I'm not saying it could be anything. All I know is that the plane of existence that you and I are on, there is no measured curvature. So wherever that extends to, like the extent of it, no one knows, bro. There's no one
Alpha
can say that.
Yes, Alpha. Yes. So since this flight, Santiago to Sydney, like you know on the what's it called, the projection map that you used, we would agree that on the projection of the Earth, the one that azimuth or whatever you call it,
azimuth equidistant,
which we call it the projection of the Earth, on the flat Earth discussion. Would you say that this route would look absurdly long, like it does in the clip? Would you say that looks?
Are you talking about the way Professor Dave is posing it to everybody?
Yeah,
like
does that look absurdly long to you?
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't comport over to like he's making a very absurd claim in the first instance, but he's also it is, Matt, because I could charge him with the same thing I'm charging you. I would ask him, show me how you know that that's what the Earth looks like in its entirety.
Professor Dave would be more than capable of doing that. But
Sir, he would not. He can't.
Hold on.
The glazing, bro.
I'm just saying, Matt.
The glazing is crazy. The glazing is crazy.
Matt, what is up with you? Why are you on Professor Dave's shock?
I can glaze Professor Dave all day.
Good
when it comes
God.
to glazing, Alpha glazing Jedi crazy.
Listen,
well,
because
man.
he's a real destroyer. He's a real destroyer. He's not like this clown. But listen, besides that, I would say that I would charge him with the same thing that I charge you, Matt. And so he wouldn't be able to tell me, because he couldn't tell me that information. It's not something he knows. He can't tell me what the whole Earth looks like.
Dave's his hero.
Yeah, he couldn't tell me what the whole Earth looks like. No one can. Matt,
you know what's crazy? Yeah. I'm not going to go on about. Yeah.
Matt, do you think that? Hold on a second.
Your imbecility is crazy, man. That's what's crazy.
I don't want this other guy to keep talking. So
no. All I'm saying is that I could
charge. You blaze enough.
I could charge Professor Dave with the same thing I charged you, and he would not have an answer to it. He wouldn't tell me how he knows the whole Earth looks like, what his globe projection looks like. I 100% guarantee you couldn't tell me that. He would obfuscate from the
Okay.
point.
Yeah,
He'd be
not
like,
in
well,
your
we don't need
premise,
to know
obviously,
that.
'cause you
He
have a
would probably
different
say
premise.
something else.
Yeah, so alpha.
just-
So yeah. So since we've
Alpha.
agreed on a certain thing, we've agreed on two things.
Alpha. I love it.
That's a 50-year-old laugh. I can hear it in the throat of yours, man. You're old,
Ah.
man. But let me get to this though. So
At least I'm
we've
literate.
agreed that. Oh,
Alpha.
you're literate? Really? I'm not.
Literate.
Alpha.
Are you deaf?
Alpha. Yeah, I said alpha. Did I say that
Alpha.
wrong or something? I said alpha. You want to play
Alpha.
back the recording?
What's your point?
You want to play back the recording? Your
No,
boy
you
here won't shut up. Your
you
50-year-old man is
glazed
trying to
enough
save
for
you from
1
it,
year
I
on
guess.
Professor
He's trying
Dave.
to like
No.
delay me talking to you. It's
The
like the most
glazing of
craziest thing ever in
Professor
my life.
Dave, your hero. No, I don't want to listen to
We
that
gotta wait
again.
for him to let it all
Say
out.
it again. Alpha.
Yeah, he
Alpha.
doesn't have.
I said alpha. Did I say that
Yeah,
wrong?
the Professor Dave. Listen, man, he's always posing these arguments to the person who wants to believe the Earth is a globe, and you guys that
Suckers.
want to
No,
believe
he
it.
actually does it to the people who believe the Earth is a flat as well.
It doesn't matter because like if his arguments had merit, then they would hold up in a real debate. They don't because number one, anybody who's a critical thinker
He's
wouldn't
debated
use
with
an
a
AE.
flat earther before.
Listen, bro, anyone who's a critical thinker wouldn't use an AE map as a crux of their argument. They wouldn't use it. Just none of us in here would say, "Hey, that AE map, we're gonna go ahead and challenge the globe with it." There's no way, bro. That went out in like
yeah.
2015, 2016. That doesn't
Which map
happen no
can you
more.
use,
You're right.
Alpha?
You're right. In
The
the 21st
AE
century, in 2024, we don't know how the Earth looks like.
Nobody's using that as a crux of their argument, bro.
Yeah,
That's
the
not.
AE map is the globe. That's the same thing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
just-
globe projection using math.
Exactly, it is.
So
I
if
agree with
it's
you. It is
wrong,
indeed a globe projection.
so if it's wrong, your claim is either math or the globe are wrong.
Yeah, you just agree with him, Matt. You understand what Crit was saying.
Projection,
So now
the azimuthal projection, whatever the hell it's called,
yeah,
is already false. Everyone's established that.
He just said it was a flattened out projection of the globe. It's the same thing as a globe, but flattened out. And you said now it's false?
Exactly. It's not the same as a globe that's not flattened out. We agree on that? We have to agree on that. It's not the same thing. We agree on that, right?
It's using the same like landmass orientation.
Yes,
it's using
but is
the
it the
same
same
land
thing,
masses.
Alpha? Is it the same
except
thing,
for one
Alpha?
is curving and the other one isn't. That's it.
That's the only
That's
thing?
the only difference. But it's the same continent distances in relation to each other. It's the same, like you're getting the landmass sizes.
In the lying are you doing? Okay, sure.
You don't think so? You don't? Are you disagreeing with me on this point?
Alpha. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's go back to where I was mentioning.
We already
this.
have.
So,
I don't know where else you want to go.
We've already agreed that Santiago to Sydney is a real flight. We've agreed on that premise. What else have we agreed on? Oh, so you didn't want to use the azimuthal projection of the globe, the
We've
flattened out
agreed
globe.
that you're on Professor Dave's jock.
Yeah, we agreed that like route would look absurdingly long, right? We agreed that the one on the flattened out projection would look absurdingly long. No one would take that, and even on the projection map, there'd be easier flights. And I mean, obviously you wouldn't agree with me on this, but it makes sense on a globe. So where does it make sense on a flat Earth map that's not the projection that's flattened out?
Okay, so now you're gonna go into me trying to reify some type of idea of some kind of map that's out there somewhere that on a flat Earth map it would work. See what you're doing is you're pigeonholing the argument to like something you want to steer it to like, okay, now I have to conjure up some type of map to you and say present. Well, I think this one will work. No, that's not the kind of thing that we do here. What we do is show you that even from that standpoint that you think the map is curving is not the way that it works.
You know what's crazy?
Matt.
Okay.
Matt.
I'm gonna post something for you.
You have to at least engage with what my point was about, dude. You can't divert from it.
This guy is truly trained by Professor Dave.
You can't divert from what I just said. Are you gonna divert from what I just said?
No, I'm not gonna divert from what you said.
All
at
right,
all.
so just acknowledge the fact that I'm telling you, the guy who's presenting, Professor Dave, right? What he's showing you is that it works on a globe, right? So I'm asking you or him, or it doesn't matter who. How do you know that that flight path that exists in reality is actually happening over a curved surface? Now, I need that information from you right now.
You want to know why it works on a curved surface?
Dude.
Oh, I can prove to you without even having to bring
I
up
need
any
to know
math or
how
anything.
it's curving. I don't need to know why it works.
Oh,
because that's a pragmatic fallacy.
How it's curving? Yeah. Because
Yes.
if it wasn't curving, yes. Because if Santiago, because we already admitted this, that Santiago to Sydney is a real flight. So with that being said, if they did it over the Pacific Ocean, that we already agree they did, if the Earth was not flat, or if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't work. They couldn't do it over the Pacific Ocean.
That's
We've already
not
agreed
what
on
I'm
that.
asking.
So
I'm not asking
that's
for
why
what
it
it's not.
proves that it's done
Matt,
over a globe.
Matt, I'm not asking for what it's not. It's not a teddy bear. It's not a globe. It's not. I'm asking for how you know it's curving underneath the flight path. How do you know?
Yes.
Yes.
Because the flight path
Answer.
actually works, which
Does
it doesn't on a
That's
flat
a
Earth.
pragmatic
That's
fallacy,
why.
brother. You know what a pragmatic fallacy
It
is?
works.
No, that's
listen.
the definition. That's the definition of a pragmatic fallacy. That's you saying, okay, because it
But it's
works,
correct.
listen, bro, because it works, my premise is therefore true. That doesn't follow because it could be something
How
entirely
does it not
different.
follow?
I'm telling you, because it could be flat and stationary. That's why.
Oh, but it doesn't work on flat and stationary though. We've already established that.
No. You've said that. You've said that. You didn't establish that. You've said that.
Inconclusive. Listen,
No,
Alpha.
it's not.
Well, I mean, I don't
It's not.
really know if it could work on a flat Earth map at all.
There you
with
go.
you
That's
because
my
you're
point, Matt.
inconclusive on what the
That's
Earth
my
looks like in
point.
general.
But see, you just said my point right now.
But I don't want to fixate on this because we're gonna go in circles about this. So that
I'm not.
azimuthal projection of the Earth that's flattened out, we agreed that that's not how the Earth looks like, right?
The entire Earth. Let's make it kind of. We got to use terms that we're.
Sure.
So the entire Earth. You agree?
So we've already agreed that we don't think that's how the entire Earth looks like.
Well, I'm saying nobody can say what the entire Earth looks like. That should be established in the first. Like when we start and talk about this subject, doesn't matter if Professor Dave's telling you or whoever's saying it. You need to be honest with yourself, Matt, and everybody else in here. Do you know what the whole Earth looks like in its entirety? Yes or no?
Have I seen it? No. Do I know how the Earth looks like, dude? I probably haven't. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen everything.
So,
but let me go back to what I. Yeah, I already said I haven't seen everything, dude. So let me go back to what I was saying because I don't want to fix it on anything. So when we see this this Pearl Harbor Japan fucking illustration, right? It's kind of a meme that was going on around Reddit, but it says this is how Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. Now this is not the actual azimuthal projection of the globe that's flattened out. It's not. It's just like a flattened out map that just I don't even know how it's supposed to look like, but this isn't how you think the Earth looks like either, right? It's flattened out like this, but
dude.
this is not how you think the Earth
I think we pretty much established that you and I both can't say what the whole entire Earth looks like.
It's not one or two.
Hey, Matt.
It can't be this one. It can't be this one, Alpha.
We know you're 15. You're 15, and you keep presenting this dumb ass map that you pulled down in class.
It's like I said, Matt. It's like I said before. You and I, both of us, we can't listen, dude. We can't establish what the whole entire Earth looks like for any reason. So why are you and I going to debate about what it looks like because of flight paths? Because that's what you want to get into.
We don't know how the entire Earth looks like, but would you admit something else to me?
What?
You know how some of the Earth looks like then? Although I really know I can argue the other thing, but.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely go over the parts that we can say that, hey, look, we're traveling over the Earth. I can see it. There it is. Like, yeah, we can say that. But for us to say
like a helicopter, right? At a certain altitude.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But listen, what I'm talking about is the orientation of land masses, the sizes of the land masses, the distances from like where certain places are. I would say that over distance, you're going to have distortions that cannot be accounted for in a model.
Yes.
So when you try to do a map,
what's funny, Alpha, is people who make these maps. Yes, what's funny, Alpha, is people that make these maps and whatnot. They have agreed with you. They have agreed that there are distortions in these maps.
Okay, then why are we talking about this? Then it's a moot point.
You're saying just because there are some distortions means we shouldn't use them. It's almost like saying that because a computer might crash or might
what's happening, Matt? What's happening is that some people value the opinions of other people, like Professor David, saying that globe map projection is the gold standard for what flight paths should be working over, and everything else is bogus.
It is the gold standard.
Yeah. So if that is true, Matt, then the evidence for that would be backing it up. Then people need to put their money where their mouth is.
Evidence like flight paths, which is like one of the easiest ways to tell that the Earth is a globe.
Listen. A flight path is not evidence of what the shape of the ground is. It's not. It just isn't.
It's not
can't say,
okay. You can
no.
you can argue that it's not conclusive evidence. I would agree with you on that. But would you
Okay,
agree
then.
that it
Stop
tells us
repeating
something?
it.
So okay,
Alpha?
then we're good.
Alpha, would you say that it tells us something? Then would you agree
It
with me?
tells us that it tells us that we're moving across the earth. That's what it tells us. We're moving to a different
No, but
location.
would you say it tells us something though? Like it tells
What?
us
Like
that,
what?
like, for example, the flight from Santiago to Sydney, right? If
Yeah.
it's done over the Pacific Ocean,
Yeah.
and it illustrates on a globe map, right? A globe,
But
right?
see,
It's
that's
not,
the
yeah, sure,
issue.
some distortions
That's where
and
you went
whatnot.
wrong.
But it shows it works on a globe, and you can't show that
No,
it works
bro.
on anything else, can you?
That's a pragmatic fallacy, Matt. You're saying because it works, then
I'm
my
asking you,
premise
can
is
you
true.
show that it works on it? Yeah, you're fallacying everything. Can you show
Yeah.
that it works on a globe?
It
I mean,
can't.
not on
I
a
know on a
globe.
flat Earth. Listen, when you're talking about that, you're asking
Doesn't
for
make any
me to
sense on a
produce.
flat Earth. Doesn't make any sense on any flat Earth map, dude.
Matt, you're off on a tangent because you want me to produce some type of a map projection to you that you can say, aha, see, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. But that's not going to happen because I don't have, listen, I'm telling you, I have nothing to give you, meaning you don't either. On your side, you don't have a globe projection. You say that's a gold standard because I'm going to charge you with, then how did you verify that gold standard map projection that looks like a globe? Did you
know, I've
verify
already
it?
told you how I verified
I
it,
know,
right?
you said you didn't. So now we're back to square one, where we both don't know what the entire Earth looks like. Good. We're at the same place. See how that clears it up? We didn't go in circles. We cleared it up. Now we know.
I actually already verified it. The way I
didn't
verified it,
verify
Alpha, is I
the
didn't have
whole
to
Earth,
do
Matt.
like all the
Did you
extra stuff
verify
most
the whole
people
Earth?
do.
You just
Hold on.
made a mistake. You did.
Alpha. Let me say something. So we've already established that I verified it, and the one way I verified
No,
it
you
for you
didn't.
was talking about Santiago to Sydney. You agreed with me. I have it on recording that you agreed with me
verified
that
the globe?
Santiago and Sydney is a real flight.
Yeah, I never
Because it is a real
negated that.
flight, it makes sense on a globe. It makes sense on a globe. It's done over the Pacific Ocean. It takes
that's
this
not
amount
the
of
point.
time, right? With
It
the
doesn't
math.
matter what it makes
Yes.
sense on, Matt.
Doesn't make sense on a flat Earth.
It doesn't matter what it makes sense on. It only matters that you can provide evidence that it actually is flying over a curved surface. Like I said before, did you provide the evidence?
Oh, I can do that too.
Oh, then let's go there. Then I think you've been stalling long enough. Let's go that you know that it's flying over a curved surface.
Yes.
Go.
Yes. So would we agree? First of all, let me just bring it up again. So just so we can pause it on a specific second, so we can really go over this really well.
Sure.
Let me send this over real quick. There we go. Okay. Let's pause it on
by YouTube charlatan. It's pretty sad.
Hold on, the guy's interrupting again. Mr. Interrupter is interrupting again. He's interrupting again.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, dude. Led astray by YouTube charlatan.
Isn't this what you presented before? I'm just saying.
Yes, I project. Yeah, but we're gonna just go over something else right now. That's the thing we're gonna do. Okay, so if we both pause it on 10 seconds, right, Alpha? We have it paused on 10 seconds. This is like basically showing how it's done. Santiago, Sydney, South America. Santiago is in Australia, whatnot, right? So the way I verified that it's a
okay. Yeah, go.
The way I verified that it's a globe, this is done on a globe, is because it can't be done on the azimuthal projection of the globe, and it can't be done on a flat map that I provided, which is like the Japan Pearl Harbor thing.
Right.
That's why it's done over the Pacific Ocean, and that's why it's not absurdingly long, and that's why it's actually done on a globe. You see that?
Yeah, but you're just reiterating the same point.
Proof of curvature.
You want to go
look,
back.
Look. Hold on. This isn't even Professor Dave. I'm gonna show you something. Real good, okay? Because we've admitted. Hold on. I can't be stopped. I gotta show you something real good.
You honestly sound like somebody trying to sell me something, bro. To be honest with you.
Yes, I do, man. Wait. I'm stopping you at the mall right now. You gotta look at this with me. You gotta stick with me. Okay, hold on. I'm selling you something at the mall. Look. You see that this is the globe right here, right? You see this is the globe right here, right? So proof of curvature. Australia to Sydney. There needs to be curve right there, or that flight doesn't even make sense. Now, you know what's crazy? About this illustration? This isn't even Professor Dave. Professor Dave got this from the actual flights that we admitted is real. He didn't make this projection or anything. He got this from the flights itself.
Somebody needs to put gas for air, like in the text chat.
Oh, look at that. Look at that, boy.
Yeah, the entire curriculum of Professor Dave University is one
I'm
flight.
gonna take a water break. I'll be back probably in like 10 minutes or something.
Deglaze.
Take a water break.
Deglaze nuclear.
Yeah, we're gonna degauze from this fountain of intellect that you just poured over us, man. We're just gonna. Oh God.
The full-time whistle blew about half hour ago, but man's still outside playing football by himself. What are you doing?
Exactly. That's fine, man. He's got spunk, that one. Some days I can entertain Matt, but he's like, yeah, he reminded me of the guy at the mall. You know, he's like, wait. Oh no. Let me show you this. Look, come here. And you're like, dude, I don't want. I'm okay. No. I gotta show you. I'm like, fuck, dude. He doesn't know how to quit. He's hard up for a sale, man.
You
I'm
buy,
telling you.
I give you 6 for 5.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We don't have those guys in Australia. I nearly got by those timeshare dudes at Vegas, man. They nearly got me those.
They're good, bro. They have Matt Nuclear's energy, I tell you.
Yeah,
He's
they
like,
do.
he's like, buy one 8-year projection, get one globe free.
Okay. For you, special deal for you. I only do it for family, but you, I like you. I like you how you are. I represent. I'm gonna do it for you today. Look, man, 80% off. I know. I know. I'm crazy, man. It's just you can hear him, like that's what's coming out of it. The energy's like he's really trying to get it across. That's cool, man. I don't care. Like, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same argument. Professor Dave and everybody that brings up the map projections or there's no way they verified that. They can't come in with a globe and say, well, this works and therefore it's true. Because that's a pragmatic fallacy. It works, therefore it's true. You can't say that. Because the
I
premise
can't
could
take
be
any
flat
information
stationary.
from. I can't take information from someone who claims to be a professor in their title that's not actually a professor. Yeah, that just I don't understand that.
What about somebody who says that they're a Jedi? Can you talk to them? Or?
Yeah, Jedi's are good. Yeah.
He's
That's
a good
fine.
man.
Yeah, cool.
But aren't you being dishonest from the beginning just with your own title? Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
No, not
Absolutely.
Jedi. Not Jedi. Sorry, I'm talking about not a Professor Dave.
Oh, I was about to say, man, you're laying it on Jedi, man. What the fuck?
No,
Shots
wouldn't
fired.
do that to Jedi.
Yeah, you can't do that with not a professor, Dave. Man says he's a professor and he isn't. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what I mean. Like, it's dishonesty just from the very beginning. Why are you going to listen to anything a dishonest person says?
Oh, he's like in your culture. Well, no, in Jedi's culture. He's a wanker.
That's right.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
No, we don't have anybody else here to defend the globe, do we?
A globe Earth salesman.
Yeah, he's a salesman for sure, man. Or at least he should apply for it.
Can you feel sorry for me, please? Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I tickled. I think I tickled Jedi a little bit earlier. We have a compliment if someone is very good at something in Australian infantry. We call them a Jedi fuckmaster.
Yeah, I'm changing my name to Jedi.
Shit, dude. Oh, fucking hell.
I'm changing my name to that.
What's Indio doing? You busy?
You'll need somebody to defend the globe. I'll be your hucklebearer.
Oh, I'm gonna go visit.
Indio. He's stroking his beard.
He's stroking his. I'm gonna go visit the home team. I'll catch you guys in a minute.
Gotcha.
The globe is a globe. Of course it has to be because I saw it on TV.
Might head over there shortly and listen too. Looks like old QE's jumped in there as well.
Yeah, I might as well. I think that was a really good thing. I believe Alpha brought up as well as using maps as a basis for anything, because even military maps, and I was a bit of a Jedi fuckmaster at navigation myself in the army. That's why they sent the diggers that had fallen behind on navigation to me to remediate them. But even those maps, they show a very small portion of the Earth's surface, and they have inconsistencies as well, which is why you have to confirm your navigation at the other end using features you can see and that you can judge distance to. You can't actually trust the map itself. You can't trust the bearing itself necessarily. You have to confirm your navigation the whole way along where you're walking. And any soldier from any country that's any good at navigation will tell you that.
Why is that?
What was that, sorry?
Why is that? Why the map's not accurate? If the Earth is flat, surely a flat projection of a flat Earth should be very, very easy to make.
Well, so should the globe, but the globe doesn't have an accurate model either.
I haven't came out of habitat yet.
No, the globe has one. It's called the globe. But apparently it's not a globe, it's flat. So if it is flat, then why is there no accurate flat Earth map?
Why is there not an accurate globe map?
I'm asking why there's not an accurate flat Earth map.
Deflection. You see, this is deflection in flat Earth society. You deflect what you ask, so they don't have to actually answer what you asked.
Well, you're asking for something you don't have yourself.
Exactly.
What do you mean I don't have myself? Yeah. Why don't we have an accurate flat Earth map?
All scale maps are flat.
All scale maps are flat? Yes, they are. No one's denying that.
You should really look into how distances are measured. You should really do that.
Yeah, Jerry, you've already said that you don't think the Earth is flat, so I think that's where we're good at. You said that before, so. I gotta say, man, I'm so thankful for the flat earthers out there, man. They bring a lot of entertainment, a lot of fun debates about the Earth shape. Although it's pretty stupid, it's very, very fun, I must admit.
Yeah, it's a lot better than like college, where you're going to have like everything compartmentalized when it comes to, studying about this sort of thing. You're going to learn a little bit about everything if you're paying attention.
Says the bloke Matt that just got his ass absolutely fucking handed to him by Alpha. Look, I'm new to this, but I heard a guy just get absolutely owned and keep going back to the same fallacy again and again and again.
Anyone that was actually hearing me talk to Alpha would know that I destroyed Alpha, but, you can make up your own thing if you want to.
But, dude, come on.
You're talking about the globe earther
I would assume
respawning?
only flat earthers would say so. No surprise there, though.
All you have is 2 points and a horizontal distance. What is that proof of?
Hey, Matt, after you get your driver's license, you should come in here.
Never mind that water, fucking liquids seek level and will rest flat on the surface, right? We'll just ignore that.
I like
just
how
ignore
what's it called
that.
thinks I'm like 14.
Yeah. So, Matt, imagine like you are measuring the surface, right? And you get like absolutely flat surface, right? And there's a mountain like to the north of where you are measuring, and you don't know what's behind that mountain. It doesn't mean that the Earth isn't flat, right? So if we don't have a map, if we don't know something about the Earth, it doesn't mean that it's not flat. Okay, so like don't mix stuff up. So like when we say Earth is flat, so it measures flat. That's it. It's as simple as that. Do you understand
Measures
that?
flat in what way? Like I could measure the Earth flat by just measuring my fucking the ground. Is that how you measure the Earth is flat? How would you measure it?
Well, say again. Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
If you want to know how distances are measured,
I said how'd you measure the Earth flat?
Into it, and he never will.
What sense?
He's only going to watch Professor
Measure the
J videos.
pavement or something?
There's no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah. No, wait. You said you wanted
you're
to
saying a
measure
lot, Jerry.
something.
You believe the Earth is flat.
You said if you measure something, I wanna know what you are measuring. Can you repeat that? You gave an example.
How did you measure the Earth? How did you measure the Earth flat?
By observation, basically, like any observation you can make on a like above a above a water surface, right? Any like seas, rivers, lakes, right? Like anything near you, like just go there and bring like if you have access to any basic equipments, okay? So like you can also use the Google Maps to point or to find 2 points you want to measure, right? if you have the means, you can like be my guest. Go like measure the distance like physically using whatever equipment like you like. But basically, what? Sorry.
What is going
Go ahead,
on?
interrupt me, man. What's going on?
No, the shit that you were talking about is obviously not.
Not what?
Not what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Not N-A-U-G-H-T. Not.
Okay, I guess like he's trolling. So anyway,
Yeah,
like so
not,
you get
not a doctor nor a professor.
yeah. So basically, you get those like two points you wanted to measure. Sorry, you have those like two. This guy like distracted me. But anyway, so you get those like two land features, right? Let's say you have a lighthouse, and it's on the opposite shore where you are like standing, and you know the distance to it, right? Bring basic equipments. You can, if you have like access to 3D printer, to like print something that helps you to measure if you are looking horizontally 100% or not, or like if you have even more advanced equipments to you can use them and see the results you get.
And shut the fuck up after you realize.
What the hell is going on with that guy? No, I mean, I would love to talk to you, man. You seem like a calm flat earther, which is very surprising in this VC. So how'd you come to becoming a flat? I'm assuming you're a flat earther. How'd you come to being a flat earther?
I love this. What you're writing a book?
No, actually, I'm not new to this like VC, and I have like most of the flat earthers are knowledgeable and calm and very amazing people to talk to. So maybe it's your first time here, but anyway.
No, it's not Matt's first time here. He trolls us every day for 12 hours at a time.
Oh, he's a
I don't
bait
actually tell
shell,
you every
or
day.
Yeah,
I'm rarely in here.
he's trying to get into a group that of Globers, and he's trying his best, but they don't accept people that are underage.
Where are
okay.
you getting this from? What group are you talking about? This dude just coming into random conclusions. I'm trying to get into a globe group. There's no globe group because why isn't there a globe group? Because there's no reason to. Oh,
Well,
that's
you're
why.
a disciple. You're a disciple of Unprofessor Dave. Just worry about your.
They tried to have a Globe server in here, and it failed.
Yeah.
Probably because no one wanted to keep it up. Murray, yeah, back to you, Murray. So how'd you become a flat earther, and why?
How'd you become a glober and why?
Yeah, just like
I asked Murray. I
We don't
asked
need to
Murray
talk.
that question.
We don't need to ask flat earthers personal questions, do we? You've been here
That's a
so many
personal
times.
question.
We've been here so many
Oh.
times with you. All you want to do is say, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah, so I
mean,
agree
I would
with
love for you to-
I agree with the FEBI. So how does your brain function basically? So what I told you about an observation that you can do yourself, then like you jump about asking me how did I come a flat earther? So
with that
did you understand
observation-
what? Okay, so do you have any places that you can go to and observe how and measure the flatness of the earth?
I don't know if I do or not.
Yeah, you're trolling,
if
man.
you
You're
asked the
not
question,
serious. Yeah, you're not serious. So
Understand he doesn't
let's-
even have a driver's license yet, so asking him to do things isn't going to help.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't. I didn't know that.
So listen, this flat Earth thing is only for serious people, for like free-minded people, for those who want to know the truth, the absolute truth,
When you say
whatever it
flat
costs.
surface, what do you mean exactly by flat surface? I just want to confirm that with you.
Yeah, let's go into like dictionary. Yeah, maybe you can Google it.
FEBI just says some random things randomly out of his mouth. I guess that's what he's known for. I never seen you actually debate in here. You just say random things.
I don't need to debate. I'm a moderator. I keep you straight, so I kick you out when you sound like an asshole.
Sound like an asshole. You're funny,
What
man.
would you show us the curvature of this globe that you are so secure about? Show us the curvature.
Yeah, maybe you could bring your buddy in here, Professor Dave.
You guys really don't
Oh,
like
dude, Professor Dave would be getting muted in here like crazy.
Dave
You'd have
won't
to
come in
have
here.
no
He's afraid. He's refused many invites. Refused them.
Yeah, 100%. Why wouldn't he refuse? Because like he will get his ass kicked by the truth. So like easiest way to fight it
At
is
first,
just to
I thought you
avoid
were
it.
somewhat competent.
I'm
Matt
calm, man.
Nuclear. Hey, Matt
Yeah, yeah.
Nuclear. He would sound a lot like you.
The reason why Professor Dave wouldn't join this specific view stream,
Dude.
first of all, it's pretty
Matt
irrelevant.
Nuclear.
Second of all,
If
he's already
he did
destroyed
join, he
Globebusters
would sound a
before. He's
lot
already
like you.
Yeah, he's already dissected Globebusters and all of
Dissected.
their attempts
Where did you learn to speak, sir? What
And
planet
he's
are you
also
from?
what? He's also debated with a flat earther. What was that flat earth? Another guy named Dave that believes the earth is
That
flat.
wasn't a
Actually,
debate.
he debated with
Yeah,
him.
and he cursed.
It's
And he
out there,
cursed.
and he destroyed
His
him. Made him look
argument
like
was
an
so
idiot.
strong, Matt Nuclear. He cursed him out the entire time.
And didn't
Yeah,
he
he
have
did
like
bully him because he's an
140
idiot.
ad
That's
homs
what people do.
versus
They bully
7?
idiots.
He had
He's an idiot. That's why he
147
was
ad
calling him
homs
stupid.
in that
He
amount of
just sat
time.
there and took
It
it.
came out to be like
He's stupid.
one every 25 seconds or something.
Yeah, I don't think that guy survived 25 seconds without getting called stupid. Because a grown man shouldn't be arguing that the Earth is flat. So Dave decided to call him stupid the entire time for his points. But yeah.
But we're still waiting for that curve that we cannot find.
You can't find
Hey,
curve.
Matt Nuclear. Matt Nuclear.
Show me the curvature.
Did Unprofessor Dave teach you to end every sentence with "but yeah"?
But yeah.
Yes, he taught me.
Yep.
Oh, it's common, but yeah, it ain't.
Yes, in the Professor Dave industry, that's what we do.
But yeah.
But yeah.
Kiss each other's ass and but yeah.
But yeah.
You guys,
Smoke-
you guys
blow
snuggle
smoke
in
up
here,
each
man. You
other's
guys
ass.
cuddle in here. You guys are warm in
We
here.
need
This
to,
is your safe
we
space right
we
here.
definitely
This is your
need to
safe
clip
space.
it.
You have a lot of.
Oh,
I'd
here we
rather be.
go.
I'd rather be.
Buzzwords.
I'd rather be with a bundle of idiots than be a lone idiot. And what
Unprofessor
you guys
Dave
are a
hasn't
bundle
made
of
many
idiots.
videos for you lately, buddy.
No, he's been getting shot down by
Left it in
all
the
the people
past. I mean, the Earth
debunking
isn't flat.
Professor Dave. All
So
kinds
why?
of people are debunking him on all kinds of subjects.
Yeah, if that's
Here,
the
show
case,
me,
Matt
show me.
Nuclear, why are you in here desperately repeating his bullshit?
How am I repeating his bullshit? Santiago to
How?
Sydney is not Professor
Really,
Dave's bullshit.
really arrogantly. That's how.
Yeah, Santiago to Sydney is
But
not
yeah.
his bullshit.
Show us the curvature
Yeah.
then.
Santiago to Sydney is not his
Very
bullshit. It's a real flight that a flat earther admitted is a real flight. So how is it his bullshit? He didn't make it.
It's very easy. If you live on a globe, you have to be able to show us the curvature everywhere. Show us.
I think this is a thing where flat earthers genuinely struggle to understand scale.
Yeah, they understand. They don't understand anything. Well, they. I mean, I think some of them
yeah.
understand it. They don't want to understand it. Kind of different.
Well, we cannot understand what is the curve. We cannot know what is a curve. Show us the curve.
Yeah, you know, Matt, when you asked me about like how I came a flat earther, actually for a very simple reason. Like 54 years after allegedly they landed on the moon, yet we don't have anything manned on the moon. Like they could have done, like they done something 54 years ago. Nothing have been done afterward.
Shouldn't there be billboards on the moon by
Wait.
now, like with big signs saying "Eat at Joe's," "Go to Burger King on Wednesdays"?
Can I
all that
respond to
shit?
that? Can I respond to that,
would
please?
anyone
Can I
pay to
respond to
put
that?
a
Well,
fucking
first
ad
of
on
all,
the
let me
moon?
respond to it in two different ways.
Now they have
So the first way I'm
Indian
going to respond to it. Hold on, can I respond to it?
They have
Are you gonna,
Indian
or is
and
old
Japanese
horse, old
restaurants.
toss? Is he going to deflect? Is he going to try to delay the
I
response?
said there is no response to it. What possible
I'm going to
two
respond to it.
responses could you have?
Watch me, buddy. Watch me. So I don't know if your argument was, oh, why haven't we done everything since? So first of all, what was it? They landed on the moon a few weeks ago, actually.
Oh, dude, stop the cap.
That
How
interesting.
gullible?
And what's the
How
other?
gullible are you,
Another
sir?
response to it? And the other response to it would be simple. Would be say we landed in the moon back then. We haven't landed since. Would that prove that we didn't
We
land
did it
there?
last
No.
week,
'Cause I'm
right?
gonna bring up a hypothetical for you. If we landed on Antarctica
So
but never came
imagination
back, does that
crap.
prove Antarctica doesn't exist and we
Matt,
never did
this
it?
doesn't
No, it
sound as
doesn't. So
good as
there you
you
go.
think
Your
it
argument
does.
destroyed.
Your
Matt, this
imagination
is not.
sucks, Matt.
Yeah, this doesn't sound as good as you think it does, pal.
Look, let me go to Florida. Let me go to California, for example.
See
I'm already
ya.
at Florida.
See ya.
Let me go to California. So I go to California, but I never come back. That makes California not real. Doesn't make it valid. I never went because I didn't come back.
No, you'll just be
No,
going
that's a
into the
straw man.
past like 4 hours.
What's even funnier is we did come back a few weeks ago, actually.
No, that's a straw manning. So basically, I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from. So 54 years ago, they sent like 2 men allegedly landed on the moon. Yet 54 years later, we don't even have a small manned station somewhere or base or like maybe let's be optimistic and say village on the moon, right? Not even in the orbit of the moon, man. Like, isn't it crazy? Isn't it? It just proves that space is fake. They never landed on the moon.
Actually doesn't
that
prove the
crazy?
space is fake. Congratulations. See, that's
Oh,
another
he does.
dumbass
Listen,
argument.
hold on.
So the
Matt
reason why he's a
doesn't like
dumbass
it.
argument is because
Matt does not
so
like
the
it
whole
when you tell him
your whole
space is
purpose of your
fake. I'm
argument is
telling you,
basically that we didn't land on the moon
he's
or
gonna
that
go
we haven't
crazy. Don't say space is
stationed
fake to
anything on
him.
there. Yeah, so you basically said that, well, we went on the moon, but we haven't stationed anything there. So does that prove that the moon landing is fake according to you? Yes. I don't see how that's an argument. Where are you getting that from?
Actually, I'm surprised that you don't even get it. Like,
It's like
so
this. It's like we
if I
went to,
flip,
for example,
listen.
Look at this,
No,
right?
no, I'm
No,
talking.
hold on. Let's look at this.
I'm following up on you 1 second. So basically,
Go ahead.
let me flip it the other side. So
Go ahead, change
how
your
come 54 years ago we have nothing manned on the moon?
What does that prove? I don't know.
No, the
Ask
real question you
I
should
don't
be
know why
asking
we
is
haven't manned anything
why
on the moon,
would
but
we?
what does that prove? Nothing.
NASA says we destroyed that technology. We lost it.
Example.
Exactly. That's why. Yeah.
No, they didn't. So let me say this.
You guys are
right?
hilarious.
Oh,
No, actually, they did, Matt.
let's bring up a
You're
hypothetical.
hilarious,
Let's bring
dude.
up a hypothetical. Let's say I went to Antarctica, or say that
They didn't?
mankind made it to Antarctica, but we haven't been since, and we haven't stationed anything since there. Does that mean we didn't go to Antarctica?
No, Matt. We are speaking, Matt. We are speaking about the real world here. Okay, so not about hypotheticals. So, like Don Petit said himself, as an astronaut working for NASA, they could go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but sadly, they destroyed the technology, right? So let's be serious here.
Don Pettit. Are you calling Don Pettit a liar, Matt?
Yeah, of course, man. He's a liar. He's a clown.
Don Pettit a liar, Matt?
You guys know where NASA say they destroy the technology?
Don Pettit a liar?
He said
Don
it
Pettit a
himself
liar?
on YouTube. You like see that's the problem. That's your problem. Like globe earthers, you aren't even educated about like the stuff
No,
you should know basically.
they don't know
So
their own myth.
yeah. So like how about I bring you a clip for Don saying that himself.
So he's not going
correct.
to watch whatever you bring. He will not watch it because it's against the globe and it's an actual glober saying it. He will not watch that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Matt.
so
Matt Nuclear.
one
Matt
idiot
Nuclear.
said something.
One sec. Matt Nuclear. Who's correct? NASA spokesman and astronaut Don Pettit saying they destroyed the technology that took them to the moon. You.
Yeah, so whatever his name is wrong because they didn't actually destroy the technology.
I love it.
Wait.
He said something very stupid.
Stop the
but
cap.
that's
Are you
not
an
what the
astronaut?
evidence says.
No.
It's not, I got you.
Are you an astronaut working for NASA? So now can we have a debate between you and Don Petit?
So the answer to your question is no. NASA did not destroy the technology to go to the moon. The idea that
No,
NASA
they did,
intentionally
actually.
destroyed the technology or lost the ability to go to the moon is a conspiracy theory without any factual basis. There you go.
No, listen. You are just like a random guy. No offense, a random guy on the internet who's actually opposing a allegedly real astronaut working for NASA. So you can find the clip.
I'm not going to find your stuff for you.
himself saying that. I can find it for you guys. Do you have it like ready? If you have, guys, are you going to watch it? It should be like couple of
You can find your own
seconds.
evidence.
Yeah, so for me now,
Wait,
you are
wait.
like you are a ignorant random guy on the internet who's going against an astronaut working for NASA.
But how do I know he said it if you can't provide me the evidence for it?
Matt, are you gonna watch it if he posts it?
Yes, I'm gonna watch it if he posts it. Go
Okay,
ahead.
it'll be posted for you by somebody.
Thank you.
Yeah, one second, I will look it up.
WS had a page about this. Seems like you're not honestly interpreting his words.
I thought it was a video. You guys said
I'm
it was a video.
You got.
Oh, good.
Sky Ice
Ice
enthusiast.
destroyed you guys.
Yeah, Sky Ice enthusiast. The cat too, dude.
Matt said he didn't want that. Listen, Matt said he didn't want that. He wants a video, not somebody just posting text. So nice try.
Yeah, there you
Guys.
go. Yeah, Matt, there you go. Let's see how honest you are. Go ahead, watch it and tell me this guy doesn't work for NASA and this guy didn't say what I said he said. After that, you are destroyed, man. You are just like full of, you know what?
Actually, not. I'm gonna respond to it, but I'm listening to it. So you should probably like hush your mouth so I can listen to it better.
Sure, apologies. Go ahead.
Start from the beginning.
Okay. Now, does this prove that they didn't go to the moon? So what's crazy about this video is it's interesting. First of all, he's saying something that's false. Yes, he has credibility. He's an astronaut, whatnot. But what's false about this statement? Because if you'd have to take the preposition that they ever went to the moon to believe him in the first place, why would anything that he said matter if they never even went to the moon? You have to take the preposition that he went to the moon.
Now you are changing the subject. So now.
Oh, I'm totally on the subject. To believe that they destroyed the technology to go to the moon, you'd have to take the preposition that they ever even went to the moon or had the technology in the first place. So, what's the argument basis here? There is no basis for the argument. I destroyed it.
Matt, just
thought you had a
admit
gotcha.
that he
You
said.
thought you had a
Just
gotcha.
admit he said he can't
Thought
go
you
to
had
the
a
moon.
gotcha, brother.
Yeah. So
You thought
again,
you had a
so
gotcha.
the original point is. Go ahead.
And
No, I'm just saying Matt Nuclear doth protest him.
Yeah, so seconds ago, you were doubting that somebody said it. Right now, there's an astronaut.
Never doubted that he said it. I actually never doubted that he said it.
You said
do you
it
know
was a
the
YouTube app in
conspiracy.
here. There is a YouTube app in
Do
here
you have
that we can
amnesia?
always go back. I actually
He said
never doubted
the
that
guy's a
he said it.
liar first before he even saw it. So what the fuck?
Yes,
Yeah.
I said the guy is lying, but I never said that I doubt he said it. That's the difference here. Did we differentiate that for you?
And you completely denied this guy. Like, yeah. So now this
Yes,
guy
I
is
said that
real,
he's
and this guy
lying.
did say
He
what I
is
said he said.
lying. Yeah, he's lying. I never said he
He's
didn't
not
say
lying.
it.
They're just like not honestly interpreting what he's saying.
Why would they lie?
Like, yes, we don't have the rockets to
Why
go
would
back to
they
the moon.
lie, man? Why would they lie?
What's funny is flat earthers think this is like a proof for them, but it doesn't actually prove
Why would
anything.
they
It's
lie,
not on a
Matt?
scientific basis.
Why would he
It's what
lie?
a guy said.
Why would NASA lie? Why would
And
NASA
what's even
lie?
funnier is you'd have
Why would
to
NASA
take
lie,
the
Matt?
preposition.
Why would NASA lie?
So can they get
Why
to
would
the
NASA
moon
lie?
or not, Matt?
The question for you guys would be:
No,
did
I'm
they ever get
asking.
to the moon in the first place?
You said they were on the moon last week.
Man, it's much easier. Show
I
us
say
the
that they were on
curvature.
the moon
It's
last
much
week.
easier.
I said they were on the moon 2 weeks ago, but yeah.
That's what you said. They were on the moon last week.
Yeah.
A week or a few weeks ago, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
India
But
landed
yeah.
on the moon very recently.
What about it? What
So
about
we
it?
can't go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we were on the moon last week. Make up your mind, dude.
What
Come
that
on,
video
Matt.
was before he went to the moon again. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't the fact that we went to the moon like a few weeks ago prove that we never destroyed the technology in the first place, or what?
Where do you come up with the
Where are
prefacing
we
it
going
with
with
that?
this? Because again, to believe, why would you care what he said? Why would you care that he said
that we destroyed the technology. If
You're
we
the
never
one who
went to the moon in the
panicked.
first place. Why would you care that he said that if we never went
You're
in
the
the
one
first
who
place?
insta panicked about it.
He's a
I
hostile
never
witness,
insta-panicked
Matt.
about it. I
Just
actually
face the
remained
facts.
calm because I knew
It's a
exactly how I
hostile
was going to
witness, and
destroy
you
it.
don't like it.
He's a witness to what exactly? He basically, okay, to believe anything that he says, you'd have to take the preposition that they went to the moon in the first place. What he's saying should be completely irrelevant to you for one reason.
Yeah,
We never
well,
went to the moon.
Matt, no, Matt, listen. Actually, yeah, guys, like I believe you totally, but now I have witnessed it for myself. So, hey, Matt, you are a waste of time. So instead of taking this and say, oh, aha, the aha moment gets to you and say, oh, now I know something I didn't know, which I like did not believe and denied. And now maybe those guys have something real, and maybe I should look instead.
What do you have
You continue on like you think like you are like wasting our time or something. But actually, I want
Yeah,
to thank you for like having us occupied. You know, we want people to talk to,
Yeah,
otherwise
I
like
love it. I love
yeah.
it,
So
man.
yeah,
you
he
are being
was
destroyed.
encouraged to cope by Mez
I
encouraged
actually
him to
destroyed
cope,
you.
and he
But
went right up with it.
You
what did you
destroyed
destroy?
us or me. Okay, how?
Tell me what you
Can you remind me?
accomplished with your video.
Matt creates new flat earthers every time he's on here. Globers listen to him and say, I don't want to sound like a fucking retard like that dude.
Yeah,
Globers
exactly.
listen to me and they know I'm speaking the truth.
Yeah, can
The
you
other
show
Glovers who
us?
deny it,
Can you show us any, even in sci-fi movies, okay, where you have a atmospheric pressure without a container, you know?
changing the
topic
subject
again.
What's funny is anyone who
Yeah, they're
listening to
changing the
you,
subject.
the only thing, dude, the only thing you've had is one
'Cause originally we were talking
in
about what this
2
guy, this
hours,
astronaut
dude.
said, and I already went and addressed it. Unlike most flat earthers that don't address anything, I actually addressed it. Yes, he said something. But to even listen to what he was saying, you'd have to take the preposition that we even went to the moon. So if
Oh
he didn't
Lord,
ever went to
dude.
the moon, why would you even care what he said? Because he'd be talking nonsense.
Show us the curvature. It will be much easier for us to believe because we can go
So
in
we're
there and see
changing the
the
subject.
curvature. Show us the curvature. Forget about the moon
Couldn't win
landing.
with whatever you posted before, so now we're changing the subject. Is that correct?
No, actually, Matt,
You are going
as
nowhere
you,
with the moon landing and this. You are going nowhere. The curvature is on the ground. We can go both of us and check for it, and
You were
you can.
actually going.
So if it's a globe, it must be everywhere, right? Of
And
course,
you
you're
can
not
also
ready.
just hand him, you can just give him the moon landings because it happened on a flat earth. He still has to prove the earth is a ball in space.
yeah.
You guys,
let's
Are you
measure
guys
the
conceding that we actually landed on the moon now?
Show me the curvature here on the ground. You are on a ball. Everywhere should be a curvature. It should be very
So
easy to show.
Did we go? You're making me laugh with your accent. But
Look
did
at the
we go to
pictures from the moon to the earth. The moon is curved. But when you take a picture of the moon from the earth is not curved.
Can you show me what you mean so I
Wait,
can
what?
destroy it again?
So no curvature then?
Listen,
Curvature
Matt,
where?
like
What are you talking?
basically we are just like we are throwing this and that on you, just like for because you have nothing when if we like crush you to the corner and like demand a solid proof evidence of the curvature of the earth, you have zero. So we keep on crushing you to the corner, you have nothing basically. We wouldn't even accept any word out of your mouth unless it's a proof or serving a proof. So you have nothing to that regard. So now if you think like you keep on like talking to yourself saying that you destroyed us or destroyed this and that, man, you are delusional. So
Matt,
can you show us a
Try to destroy
curvature?
your last
yeah, Matt,
Can you show us a curvature?
he
Because I
called you a
don't.
cat toy.
You hit a dead end because you weren't talking about anything.
Yeah. So
What do you mean by measurement? Can you
to
tell me
crush
what
you
you
to
mean
the
by
corner?
measurement of the curvature of the earth?
So
Okay,
okay,
so
let's
I'm gonna since I just hold on.
And
Since I
all these
destroyed your
complicated
last
things.
point, let's get to your new subject since you changed the subject. What do you mean by curvature?
The curvature of the Earth that we are living on.
What do you mean by measurement of the curvature of the earth then?
What?
What do you mean by measurement of the curvature of the earth? What do you mean by that? You're talking about like a ruler or like a
So you have
like
you have you have a globe, right? And this globe has a radius, has a circumference, and it's measured, right?
Yes.
That's how
So
you
what do
know
you mean
your
by
radius.
measurement?
That's how you know your
What do
measurement.
you mean? What do you mean by measurement of the curvature of the Earth? What do you mean by that?
What is the
Matt,
radius of the Earth?
Matt, he called you a cat toy before. That's why he's still talking to you.
Oh, so you
For the
don't even
YouTube,
understand
for
what
the
you mean by
YouTube
saying
viewers,
by asking
it's
me
for the
to
So
YouTube
what
explain
is?
viewers.
So do you know how big is the Earth?
I
Do
know
you know
how
the
big
radius of
everything
the
is.
Earth? Do you know the circumference of the Earth?
Yeah, the Earth has a radius of 3959. What about it?
Okay, so we have this measurement, right? So we have to can calculate how much it's curving, how far it's curving, so we can go and check the curve.
Yeah, Matt, in the side chat, this is the definition of curvature. So please read it, and this is what I mean by it.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
what you like? So what do you expect? What kind of measurement are you expecting? Let's assume, okay, since I know that you guys don't think the Earth is flat. I don't know who has that crazy echo.
What, in your echo?
You mind muting your mic? You have a crazy echo. I mean, if you're, I'm tired of shit right now, but if you're assuming, let's assume since you guys don't believe the Earth is flat, let's assume that the Earth is indeed curved the way that they are telling us it is, right? How would you expect a measurement? What measurement exactly are you expecting? What measurement would you accept?
We can't
A
understand
measurement
anything.
that says the Earth is curved.
You're
What do you
echoing
mean?
very
What's
bad.
Can someone
No,
mute
Yeah,
it's
Paul?
not. It's
anything.
all. It's
Yeah, so let me
FEBI.
let me simplify it for you. Anything that serves the fact that Earth has a curvature. So see how easy we are with you. So anything that proves for us there is a curvature for Earth, like run your mind wild. What do you have for us? Something that shows. Oh, see, this
So
is
anything
a
that
proof
proves
of
you're
curvature.
okay. Thank you. So anything that's
Yeah,
proof of curvature, right? Thank you.
it
I'm
has
gonna
to
do
be
this one
real,
last
right?
time before I go. Yes. So this is
Oh,
absolutely a flat Earth or
radius
admit that this flat
3959,
Earth
right?
is absolutely right.
With a radius
So thank you.
3959.
Yes. But I'm gonna address exactly what your boy just said here. This is gonna be proof of curvature. I did it before with a flat Earther before, but I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna post this.
Yes,
Hopefully,
let's
for
go.
you. Yes. So first, let's establish one thing. Santiago to Sydney is a real flight that people take every day. We can agree on that?
No, we're talking about curvature of the Earth, not flight.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
not talking about airplane rides.
prove
What
that
the
there is
fuck,
curvature of
dude?
the
We
Earth.
are on the
Can we
ground. We are
agree?
on the ground.
You
We are
already
on
did
the ground.
this.
We are going to measure on the ground. We are
Yes.
going to measure on the ground.
You
We
know
don't
what,
have.
Matt?
Pause. Let's not restrict ourselves here. We
You
agree
already
No,
that
did
Matt,
a
this
flat
in
Earth.
No. We don't want to play your circus game. We don't want to play your circus game. You've been playing it for 2 hours.
Stop bringing evidence that proves the Earth's a globe. Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
actually, Matt.
No,
Yeah,
One second.
curvature.
he already
You know what's
acknowledged
funny?
that it was
A dedicated
inconclusive.
and more intelligent
I
flat
want a
Earther.
measurement.
Yeah,
Show us
Matt.
the
No,
curvature,
actually.
right?
So when I
What's
asked
so
for a
funny is
proof,
a dedicated
no,
and more
1 second, Matt.
intelligent
No,
flat
1
Earther
second.
than you guys
No, 1 second.
actually
So
accepted that
basically,
this is a flight. Murray,
yeah.
calm down. We need to establish something first. Is this a real flight? There's a
No,
flat Earther in here
actually, you
that's
are wasting
lied.
our time here. You are wasting our
No.
time.
This is a real
So
flight.
basically,
First accept
when I asked for evidence, a proof, the airplane is
can't
not a like scientifical tool for like measuring curvature. Yeah. So how about we like now we like constrain
said
ourselves
proof of curvature. Are you
something
changing it
like
now?
a measurement, right? A measurement. This like flight has so much variables to it. That's why it's not a scientific tool. No one uses a plane to measure curvature over anything. So
So now you're
basically,
talking about scientific tools.
can
How
we
many
like
times are you going
restart
to switch
from?
your argument? Hold on, buddy. Come here. Don't go anywhere. How many times are you going to switch your
No, don't
argument?
worry. I'm not going anywhere.
On something.
So
You want proof of
can you not
curvature?
waste my time?
Proof of curvature. And Murray, let me finish what I'm going to say. I'm going to say something. I want you to let me
You
finish what
said
I'm going to say.
already. You are switching it.
Hold on. Calm down. Let me finish what I'm going to say.
He's got to get his
True flat earth
unprofessor Dave
his name is
quote out.
Alpha. He is a moderator in this VP. He was at least able to hit the premise that this is a real flight people take. You can buy a flight from Santiago to Sydney. This is a
Yes,
real
you
flight.
went through that already. We've seen. Why you want to go through us? Why you want to go? Man, we don't want to listen to the same episode again. We watched that
I'm asking
episode
you,
again,
can
and
we
you
establish
didn't
a
go
legal
anywhere with
fight?
him. We don't want to watch the same episode again. We watched it already 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
We don't
I
want to watch
agree.
that again.
So you
And you didn't
can't
go anywhere
accept this
with
is
it.
a real
So show
fight.
me the curvature on the ground, on the land.
Show me the curvature.
I mean, why you want to go out? Stay on
Listen.
the ground.
Is that the
We
best
are
thing you
talking about
got,
the
Matt?
ground.
Trying to make fun of
Listen,
people? That's the
Migo. If
best
you're at
one?
least
That's your
somewhat
only
good
glow
faith, you
proof?
have to accept that this is a real flight. This is the first thing you need to do.
Start with that one already.
Go ahead,
Show me
Matt.
what.
Prove it's
Show
a
me
real
that
flight
one.
then, and then I'll believe you. Go take it.
Listen,
Do
Migo,
a
the first
time
thing you need to
lapse
do
of
is
however long it is. Use a
is
GoPro
accept that this is a
nonstop.
real
You can
flight.
get
Do
extra
you
batteries that
agree
you can
that
plug in the
Everson
side
is
so
a
you can
real
go
flight?
nonstop. Because I got a nonstop 24-hour
I love that they don't want to go into this because
GoPro
it just
going
proves
on
that
my
they're too
plants
broken.
right
I'm
now,
gonna
time
have a
lapse,
good
so I
night,
know it
guys.
can be
Okay, you guys
done.
are kind of just funny. That's it.
Yeah, no, actually, Matt, what FEBI said, like, okay, can you go on this flight with a like non-stop recording, and then we can talk about it? How about that? Because I'm sure you haven't been on
I
this
just
flight,
heard
right?
SCBI say, "Can we go on this flight with a with a non-stop recording?" So
Yeah.
is he questioning the flight's validity here?
No, he's asking for something you have done, like something we can like look at.
Jeez, people take this. Listen, people take this flight every single day. Even a flat
Have you
earther who's a mod.
have you
Skepticism.
taken this flight?
No, I've not taken this flight specifically. I have
Yeah.
taken
So can we talk
flights.
about something we have done?
No, we don't have to talk about something we've done because this is a real flight people still take. Are you denying that this flight's valid at all? That'd be absurd to say.
Okay, that's why, guys. I wanna go to Narnia. Where is it, guys? Can you help me with it? So.
Well, I don't think that's the
Saying
same
that
thing as a transportation service that's sold publicly. I don't think that's the same thing. Whoever just said the Narnia con.
So are you
So
saying
have
that air
you
travel
taken
is
the flight?
impossible
Since you
over a
decided to
plane?
jump in, you've probably taken the
A
flight then
horizontal
with
plane?
the nonstop time lapse,
No,
right?
FEBI. I don't even know what flight it is. I'm just saying that if the flight,
Oh, well, then
if
fuck
the
it.
flight's sold,
Yeah,
if the
just stay
flight's, I mean,
quiet.
dude, that's fine. But like, if the flight's sold
Yeah,
publicly
he
by a
came
real
in here
company, it
asking you.
probably
Listen,
exists,
he
right?
came in before he was so confident about it.
Yes, it does
He
exist.
came in here
I still trust.
asking
What's
if it was
crazy is
real,
I had a flat earther
and
in
then
here.
he
He's a
begged us.
moderator in here. He could
What
at
is
least hit
going
the
on with
premise
these
I mean,
of
people?
what Santiago.
what flight
Maybe
even
it
is it?
isn't
Where
real.
are the two destinations so I can look at it? Since y'all seem so.
Here, let me post it for you. I just posted it for you. It's a real flight. You can go on the website and buy a ticket. It's a real flight.
Okay.
It's crazy how a flat
Now
Earth
what?
mod in here was
Tried
at
to
least
buy a
able to hit the
ticket, and why is there a
premise.
Now
special
what?
website for it?
Now
Why is there a special website for it?
Oh my god, FEBI is insane. He's actually denying that this flight is even real. At least the last flat earther could at least be.
No, actually, I
to the
don't. I
point
don't
where
believe I don't believe he's denying this flight.
absurd.
He said he asked you. Okay, now this flight is real. Now what? This is what he asked you. Now what? Okay, what we do? What do we do with it? Okay,
Did he
so
say
you go
anything
from San
again?
Diego to Sydney, and okay, what?
Congratulations.
I
Let's
don't
clap.
want you to talk about what he's talking about. I want to talk about what you're talking about with me. So, do we both accept that this flight is real?
I haven't been.
No.
I haven't taken this flight, so for me,
Why
no. I don't believe it.
should I? Why should I play your
Jeez,
game?
man.
Why should I play your
Jeez.
game?
I have no.
Yeah, so you
Go
haven't taken
ahead
it. So you
and
haven't taken
fucking
it.
make
Don't
your
understand.
claim.
We already played your
Okay?
game already, and you didn't go anywhere.
But listen,
Stop
go.
circling around.
You're saying there's a flight between San Diego and Sydney. Okay. Now what?
Exactly. Now what?
Continue.
Oh, you're pretty emotional, buddy. You're pretty emotional. Thank you, though. Do you
Fuck's
accept this flight is
sake.
real?
I'm gonna just shut you up because you're going nowhere.
Oh, he's real mad.
Matt
You're
Nuclear.
going to continue on.
You're being more
Reach a
stupid
logical
than
conclusion
Professor
based on
Dave, I
your
think.
flight path from San Diego to Sydney, or are you just going to sit here and demand agreement from others? Fucking make your
Yes,
claim
I want
or
to-
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, T-Dub. Oh, you're real emotional, grown man. You're real emotional.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is the end of the discussion with you.
I agree, man. Man.
Pointless. Continuing.
Yeah, you keep on like going in circles. Yeah, so even the point you made, like I asked you for it, like T-Dub asked you for it, FEBI asked you for it. Like, okay, now what? Okay, next, and you have zero.
Esoterius even
Nothing.
white knighted for you.
Well, I don't know about all that, man. All I said is
Yeah,
if it's a
I know
publicly
about
sold
it. I
flight, it
heard
probably
you
exists, right?
chimed in before
That's
you even
not
knew
white
what was going
knighting.
on.
No,
So.
no, no. That's not white knighting to say that if the sale.
Yeah, dude. You said, "Oh, I don't know about all that." Well, yeah, you came in, started chiming off, and then said, "Hey, I don't know about." So you're white knighting without a cause. I know you don't know about all that, but that's what happened.
Anyway, the guy
You're
he's
saying I'm white
yeah.
knighting, so I'd like to address that if that's all right. I wasn't coming to his rescue. And that's what white knighting is coming to the rescue of somebody.
Let me see you go buy a ticket. I tried once. The system went down.
The problem with Matt is like the whole afternoon he was talking about the same story, the flight from Santiago to with Alpha Veritas, and he went nowhere. I mean, they went around, and there is nowhere to go because we are measuring the ground. We are on the ground. Why we don't talk about the ground? Why you want to go to the moon? Why you want to go to the sun? Why you want to go to the plane? We are on the ground. We can measure on the ground.
He fucking did. He went, oh, this flight here, look at it on the globe. Now look at it on this azimuthal equidistant north-centered projection of the globe. It doesn't work. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. What do we do with that now?
The whole maps are made measuring the Earth flat. All the maps are made flat. Even their globe map, it was measured flat first and then it was put on the globe by using the Havasan formula. What he's talking about? Everything is measured. Every measurement, everything that you know, every distance that you know is measured flat. He want to go back again, Santiago, Los Angeles, or whatever.
Yeah, what's funny, like he didn't take the flight, and I don't know of anyone who took the flight. And even though we like allowed it, okay, now what's next? So yeah, as you said, guys, like we have we have played this game, like okay, it doesn't, you projected on the map, and then what? Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about maps and this and that.
yeah, and what's funny, so like earlier, this is like when they are like full of shit. So he's asking, like previously he was asking for flat Earth map, right? So he like, how come suddenly he wants to use something as a flat Earth map and say, see, it doesn't work? Like
I mean, his map is made.
those guys.
His globe map that he's going to show us is measured flat. Then put it on the globe. It's all of them is measured from Polaris. Yeah, they take the latitude lines and they go all the way down to equator, and from equator all the way down.
Yeah,
From
this
equator to the Polaris is 0 degrees, so that we know the distance as well, 5,400 miles.
Yeah,
So
that's why for me, like when I tell someone like Earth is flat because it measures flat, there is no evidence or proof,
when
or
you
like we
ask you
can't
measure
see
flat,
we can't see the curvature anywhere. Yeah, it should be like the nail in the coffin, right? And the spark for anyone looking for the truth. Wait, are you saying like there is no curvature at all? How come? Earth is a ball, it should have a curvature. Like what about this, what about that? Like no, but those guys want to go in circles, like let's go to space, as you said, like let's go here and there, and to avoid the main subject itself, which is there is no curvature, hence Earth is flat. Like, hello?
For me, why this is the biggest magic they ever did to us? Because it's the front of our eyes. and it's flat. Yeah, it's motionless. The water is always level. We can see it. We experience it, and we think that it's a globe. Like, when we were thinking globers, we never thought that it was flat, right? We thought, oh yeah, this is it. But it was flat. The magic is like so strong that the reality that you are seeing, they are telling you that it's wrong.
Yeah, even the
What
schooling
you think
systems,
is
like,
flat. I mean, he never saw the curvature. Nobody.
Look out to the horizon. There's like a certain curvature behind it, and like the thing that they've determined scientifically what that curvature is, the numbers don't add up when you actually
Not
fucking.
scientifically, geometrically. It has nothing to do with natural science.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what we're talking about. It doesn't matter. They're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, period. So the whole heliocentric ball tart spinning space monkey religion is over. Now we can get down to the geometry of Earth. Well, we really don't have to, because once the heliocentric ball tart spinning space monkey goes down the drain, I mean, there's not too much to talk about after that.
Just unmuted Nerd and Scott Nick. Guys, chime in. What up? This is a good panel tonight. So say what up. There's a lot of good people here. So chime in. Say what's up. Let's get to know you.
Hey guys. Just stoked to be here to listen.
Awesome. Yeah, no listening
Wow,
allowed.
why didn't I get a ripple when I came in here? Come on, bro.
Well, check your roles. You got something better. So Scott Nick, how did you find us? Welcome to the panel.
Seems sincere.
No, that's one of the better roles. Don't
All right, fine, I'll take it.
But yeah, go ahead, Scott. What up? How'd you find us? Did you get a link? Were you looking for Flat Earth or?
Oh, Flat Earth, man, is my favorite thing to talk about these days with anybody.
What's your sign?
What's that?
What's your sign?
I'm a Virgo.
Cool.
We do not care.
So
Perfect.
you like Flat Earth? So for me, the first time I ever heard the words Flat Earth put together was in 2017. How about you?
Would have been like 2020 sometime. I came across it before then, but first time I really kind of dove into it and started to explore the topic and really question, the globe model that's presented to us all. It would have been really 2020. Started watching the history, the lost history of Flat Earth. Uaranon, that whole huge documentary that he put together.
Cool.
Yeah, and then just kind of went from there. I'm actually stoked. I'm going to be meeting Flat Earth Dave in a couple weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Man. Sweet. All right. Well, so I guess you're not a globe earther. Boo. No, I'm just kidding. We appreciate having you, man. Glad that you were able to find us here. And if you have questions, please to reach out. There's a lot of people here that could be happy to help you with that. And
cool.
if a glober joins as well, listen, get your reps in. We want to hear what kind of smoke you got for the globers as well. So, yeah, glad to have you. Is there anything else you wanted to kind of let us know about, or anything else you want to get off your chest?
I mean, not specifically. I'm a musician, and so I've always been writing music that kind of has a bit of a sort of pushing boundaries, I guess, through consciousness, through love. My latest song up on my YouTube channel is called Love Over Fear. It's a brand new song, and I actually drop a little Flat Earth reference in it because I think it's only a matter of time before. I mean, they can't hide it forever. Like
Right.
there's just
All
we
right.
can see too far.
All right, man. We're musicians also, man. We deliver it through consciousness. Hit it, Meggie.
I'm on it, dude.
Post the link.
How do I post the link? I'd be happy to share.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you.
CB fucking
Hey, don't
Yo,
forget we
we
got
actually
Nerd
make
in
a lot
the
of
wings.
yeah, nerd. Be ready. Get your mic ready. But dude, we actually make a lot of music, Scott. So
Sweet,
drop a
man.
link to the channel. We have so much music, Flat Earth music. I have personally
Yeah.
like 9 songs. So yeah, man, welcome to the club, and we definitely we're gonna put you to work, man. We're gonna put you to work.
Sweet, dude. How do
All
I?
right.
Where's the best place to drop the link? Where should I share it?
I'll tag you in the live stream voice text right above this panel in the Discord.
All right, cool. Here, I'll try to figure out.
All right, nerd, you're up. Get your mic ready.
Nerd, I have a question for you. Have you ever? Hey, nerd.
Hello.
Have you ever went outside and tripped over a vacuum and landed on a plane of consciousness?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
No.
Have you ever danced with the devil beneath the pale moonlight?
You should ask him for the plight of the Native American.
Listen, nerd, I don't know what these guys are talking about, but listen, it's just me and you. No, I'm just kidding. But welcome. How did you find us? What brings you here?
Well, I was into flat Earth when I was a freshman in college. That was way back in.
Speak up a little. We can't hear you. A little bit louder.
I'm sorry. I'm in bed.
It's all right.
Everybody's sleeping.
So you looked up flat Earth when you were in college and when you were a freshman? Okay.
Yeah. That was really interesting.
How long ago was that?
That was like 2017.
Okay. That was a good year for flat Earth.
It was.
What was your major?
I didn't have one.
Just general studies.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You like movies about gladiators?
Well, I haven't watched Gladiator yet, so I don't know.
All right. Well, give us your current status. Where are you now? You were a freshman in college looking at flat Earth. Where are we here in 2024?
Well, obviously, I think the NASA stuff is fake.
You know what the next question is going to be, right?
What?
You ever seen a grown man naked? Oh my. Sorry, nerd. Sorry about that. I was on the airplane thing. You guys didn't get it. Please forgive me. I'm a worm. CB, go ahead.
All right, back to scheduled programming. Yeah, nerd. So where are we now? 2024? Quick reaction, flat Earth, go.
Oh, well, I haven't really looked into it in a few years. I'm not really sure who to follow anymore.
Stop the cap.
All right, bro. So you're not a flat earther, or do you believe in the globe still?
I think more likely than not, it's flat.
All right. Do you need some help with that?
Sounds like he doesn't believe in sleep either.
His energy is infectious. You fucking clown. I had to turn around and look at that fucking message. What the fucking jetty?
I'm just completely infused with what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, we got
Somebody-
True Earthers that just joined.
Please save us. Yeah, please. Please save us. Oblivion is here as well. Welcome, Oblivion.
Hello, thanks.
What's up, Oblivion?
Why he sound like Don Pettit?
I have no idea. We do not care.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm here on the space station.
We got a true earther with a VC verified role.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
A
Let's see
true
about it.
earther.
Yeah, very true.
Wait, can't you just say it's flat, bro? Or what's wrong with that?
It's flat. It's flat. I'll tell you, it's flat.
Okay.
All right. What's with the true earther thing?
Because it's truly flat.
I
That needs
mean,
a soundboard.
at that point, it's just Earth. Earth, right?
Well, most people think it's a globe. So most people hear Earth, they think it's a globe, but it's truly the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So why not? Well, like, why not just call yourself flat earther? Like, just
Because the Earth is flat. I mean,
That's why you don't call yourself a flat earther.
we don't even need to say the Earth is flat. Like truly, the Earth is.
Well, shit.
flat.
Well, that's why you don't call yourself
What
a
do you
flat
mean
earther,
say it?
because the Earth is flat. Shit.
What?
Hey,
This is my name tag. Okay, the Earth is flat. The true Earth is flat.
All right, fair enough, man. We ain't gonna fuck with you. Somebody said
we just
I
build
heard
on.
my name.
Yeah,
Take me in vain.
Hey, I wanted to ask you. So you brought up earlier that it's the geometry, it's not the science behind it regarding the curvature of the Earth. But you
Right.
also mentioned on a side note there as well that round Earth goes against. Is it the second law of thermonuclear dynamics? What did you say?
Thermonuclear dynamics. Oh,
You like that one, eh? Big words I'm coming up with.
That was good. That was good.
What?
That
I'm writing that down.
listen. That will forever be stated over and over.
Hell yeah, brother! Thermonuclear dynamics.
Yes.
So first of all, so we get beyond the thermonuclear dynamics, the round Earth. See, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. That means, and I'm not saying that it's your fault. But a lot of people say round Earth, and like I said, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive because you can have a round penny, dime, record, LP, and it's still flat. So it's better to say just a sphere-tard or a globe, just so we hone in on the precision.
We're on the same page. Gotcha.
Yeah. Hyperspecificity is really it sounds pedantic, but it's actually
It's not. Semantics is really important. Don't worry, I got you.
Go on with your question. Go on again.
Yeah, what was the second law of the nuclear fusion?
Oh yeah, again.
The second law of thermonuclear dynamics is all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. Now, that can be exampled by gas pressure because gas pressure, not only gas pressure, but everything endeavors to persevere to degenerate. That is, entropy takes control. Entropy is life, man. So everything disperses, breaks down all by itself in nature. Now with gas specifically, it disperses in every direction and fills the volume available to it. That's just about it.
Okay, and how is it? So, could you? I don't know. What I'm missing is how does this go contradictory to spheroid Earth, sphere-tards?
Yeah. So on Earth, we have a pretty high pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level. And we're immediately adjacent, as we're told in the paradigm of the sphere-tard, that there is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum adjacent to all this gas pressure on Earth. But see, that violates the second law of thermonuclear dynamics because you can't have gas pressure maintaining entropy or even reducing entropy that is fallen back down to the Earth because all spontaneous processes in nature produce an increase in entropy of the universe. So, according to the spheritard, it's remaining equal or decreasing. That is a second law of thermodynamics. I'm sorry, thermonuclear dynamics violation.
There you go. Okay.
Follow? So essentially, we ask patrons of the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion if they can show gas pressure without a container.
And that's like one of the strongest arguments against it, the gas pressure.
Strongest arguments against? I would probably say so. I don't know about strength. There's a lot of strong arguments. But that kills the whole heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion in toto. Right? Because you can't appeal to anything in what they call the vacuum of space, because that's more or less Narnia. So you can't point out there for any proof of anything. Follow?
You know what? I'm gonna try and not right now, but I'm gonna actually try and debate this against a round tard and see if I can
a sphere tard. A sphere tard. Remember?
And I'll see if I can pull out a W.
Yeah,
Stay here.
Also known as crayon munchers, knuckle draggers.
No, I'm definitely staying here. I want to see you guys fucking shit on Mr. Beast.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Mr. Beast is coming. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's the thing.
See, if I got that seems sincere tag, you guys better not be hypocrites and be not sincere with me.
You can't go and argue gas pressure with globetards if you don't understand it.
So actually, I'm gonna just be real with you. We actually sold tickets, so only a few people have tickets to speak to Mr. Beast.
Oh, I don't need to speak to him. Don't worry. I just want to see.
Yeah, okay, it'll be in a private call.
Oh, so I can't hear.
But I mean, we'll try to hack. We'll stream it out. You know, I think
Creation Bear. I got a ping to come here, Mr. Beast, and you guys are now just fucking wish-washing on your fucking words, bro. What is this?
No, listen. We rock with you, but we also rock with Mr. Beast. He had certain criteria. It says Mr. Beast is muted. He's here. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Beast, are you here with us, Mr. Beast? Feel free to chime in. I think we still need to establish a connection. So we'll just double check back here. I think he said somewhere closer to the top of the hour. We're not quite there yet. So give it some time, guys. It's Mr. Beast. You know, come on. He's making time for the flat earthers. You know, give him this, guys. He's a celebrity.
Shout out to Mr. Beast. Become a flat earther, bro. Come on.
I mean, there are going to be a few people from his platform.
That was perfect timing.
Holy fuck, that's hilarious. Can I get that soundbite?
Like that?
Bro, that is legendary.
But both of them together.
No, that was great.
Can you guys send that?
Shit. Maybe,
He's been
bro.
sending it all day, brother. Just listen.
Bro, please, I'll give you a sloppy toppy for that.
Oh, wow.
Sloppy toppy.
You never heard that?
No, I'm 48 years old. That's the first time I've ever.
I was gonna say I definitely heard about that sloppy toppy. Just
Probably an American thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have you saying.
Oh my. Oh Lord. Oh man, where were we? Yeah, guys, he's a celebrity, so just give him a break. You know, it's in Antarctica. They got to establish a connection, guys. You saw how long it took.
Wait a second. Sloppy toppy.
Shit.
What in the fuck?
You know.
No, I don't.
Come on.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You been smoking them tweeds?
Maybe. You don't know about that sloppy toppy QE?
Is that like a fresh and fit type of thing?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, you knew about that sloppy toppy before Fresh and Fit. Come on.
Oh, brother.
Now.
Back in the 80s, somewhere in Germany, probably.
Oh, now. OG, you a OG. Come on now. Don't even play like that. Do I have to say it? Guys,
No,
really?
please don't. We have
All right,
females in here.
Exactly. You don't know what the fuck is going on by
It's
now.
fucking season 9, dude.
All right, good, good. Glad we're all on the same page. Where were we?
The thermonuclear dynamics.
Yo, that had me
There we
ditching.
go.
My sides were hurting. That was so funny. Holy.
I mean, but what if that is the missing hypothesis behind actually fucking proving the flat Earth? You know?
What words are coming out of your mouth that you don't understand?
What do you mean, bro? Thermonuclear dynamics. What if we're missing out on that?
What's the hypothesis for thermonuclear dynamics?
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No! No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Gotta love it. What panel?
There's somebody in here called Butts in Your Face.
Oh my.
Yeah, right.
412. Are you from Pittsburgh? Let's unmute them. Yo, what up?
What do you mean? Are you from Pittsburgh? What kind of shit is that?
412. Pittsburgh. That's a Pittsburgh area code. I used to listen to Wiz Khalifa.
Fuck do you know that?
Yeah, Wiz Khalifa. I told you earlier I was a big Wiz Khalifa fan. Then he went mainstream.
They
That's why
changed the fucking area code, dude.
They changed it, bruh.
Yeah, it's 724. Fucking.
That's lame. Butts in your face. They really change it, man. That's crazy, man.
724. Yes.
All right. BIYF 412. You there? You unmuted. Go ahead. This is a no listening panel.
We hear you breathing.
Yeah, exactly. I see you unmuted. I mean, we hear you breathing. That's you breathing? Got Mike? Drop out and come back in. Drop out. Can we hit it?
Up your CB.
No, dude, I love it.
She belongs to the streets.
I genuinely do love that. Drop out. Oh, did he do it? He did it. Yes. Cool. All right, Butts, go ahead, man. We hear you breathing. Go ahead.
Got Mike? I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic?
Butts, go. Damn, man. What's with the T's, man? It's crazy.
Shut up, shut up!
You gotta take them on dates and rizz them up and get them treats and flowers. Come on, man. I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, they want to get kissed before they get fucked, huh?
See, he said it. I was thinking it.
Shout out to the ladies.
Oh man, welcome to Misogyny headquarters, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh
my.
Misogyny.
I'm over here like, notice me.
Notice me! No!
What, man? Come on, man. You're just gonna leave us hanging like that, dog? Maybe he's getting it.
Creation, bro. It's top of the hour. Where the fuck is Mr. Beast?
Listen, man. Hold on.
Damn right. That's the perfect soundbite. Where are you at?
I think listen, the moon, the sunlight takes like 8 minutes to get to the earth, right?
Okay, but if the Earth is flat, Australia doesn't exist. That's where he's at, right?
No, he's in Antarctica. It's even.
Oh, fuck. Australia, Antarctica, same shit.
Well, who told you Antarctica or Australia doesn't exist?
Well, a couple of people did. Can't really tell names, but.
Here, told you that.
Who told you Australia and
Well,
Antarctica?
there's a couple guys in here that made that argument for me.
Who told, clarify, who told you Antarctica and Australia are the same thing? Because they were wrong.
Listen, bro. I ain't no snitch, man. I'm not gonna snitch out on the boys in here, okay?
You capping, bro. That's
Definitely
crazy.
wrong because I'm in Australia. I'm in Australia, and it's definitely not Antarctica because I'm sweating balls right now.
What if Australia and Antarctica are both warm as fuck, mate?
Yep, and that's why I'm shaving my fucking head because it is hot as Vulcan's dick at the moment, man. It is fucked.
Vulcan's
Vulcan's
dick. What the hell is that? Hello.
That's a quote from Rome. I don't know if you guys saw the Rome series from 2006, but it's a quote from that.
That's bad funny.
Wait for the fucking book on that.
Jupiter's cock. That was funny.
Do you speak any English?
Hey, Skinny Fed, how hot is it down at your place or up at your place?
Jetty, you writing these down?
Yeah, I am. I'm remembering these for sure.
They're funny as hell. I'll put them in the chat. Holy.
The other Aussie you just asked, who's that? That's Matrix. It's 30 degrees Celsius in Jindabyne today.
What? Where? Fucking
Yeah, and it's currently 35 up where I am. It's absolutely shit. It's fucked, man.
You'd be having a shit go because it's got good humidity up there. I've got 38 where I am.
Yeah, humidity's currently sitting at about 96.
Ouch! That's
what was that? Did you say that you'd be able to shit gophers?
Yes.
Write that down, Jetty.
I am, yeah.
That's nuts, man. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, it's currently sitting at 96 where we are because we had the big bad cyclone 3 days ago, and
I think we capped out on our Aussies today. We're at like 4 now.
I know. I was gonna say this is wild, man.
Fucking hell.
Feel like they're overrepresented in here or something. That's crazy.
Soldier.
What? Do you want us to go?
Yeah. No.
We have Timbo to represent. He'll be the ambassador.
but yeah, we don't exist. We don't exist. Remember?
Timbo was the first one. Timbo was the first one in here, so he's got to be the first one to go.
You gonna make him walk the plank? Yeah. Okay.
I think T-Dub was the original.
Oh, no, T-Dub.
They all sound
he's
like
screwed.
you guys.
You toss him over with those box jellyfish that you got on the shores of your.
Yeah, it's stinger season right now. You don't want to go fishing, but yeah, Timbo's what we call a Mexican. He's Victorian, and AJ and I are what they call down south a banana bender, and I still don't know why.
A fucking banana bender.
Because they grow bananas up there.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia, or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos!
So, it's like Australia!
In spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Stinger will eat your spice baby.
Yeah, apparently the bananas start out straight and then we all stick them up our ass to make them bent, apparently.
Oh my.
It's good work if you can get it.
It's like 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
So when I use the idiom "shit a golfer," does it have to be in reference to the humidity?
What?
All I know, bud, is that you're sweating when you got sweat running down your ass crack and then dripping off the back of your balls. Sorry, ladies.
Oh shit.
What a picture.
Yeah, it is hot here at the moment, but I'm down south and it's hot, so it's ridiculous.
I mean, we were having such a good time when these guys popped in.
What the bleeding hell? We were having all right rips not here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
So that's the whole idea of the show. This guy, he keeps going on and on like this, and everything's from space in Australia. And they're like, dude, we get it, bro. Relax, you're from space. We get it. So like, you guys got to watch the show. Really, really funny.
Got any Globers in here at the moment?
Yeah, we have that Goon 24.
Oh, he's a goon.
We have who else is here? Oblivion. I don't think we spoke before.
That Goon 24 will give you everything but an argument. That's all. Yeah, he doesn't know how to argue.
I eat meat.
Tia Soul. Who's that?
I mean, we don't exactly need to see her soul, but yeah. See her soul. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, also?
The kangaroo guys want to talk to you, man.
Yeah. I don't want you guys to bend my banana. I think I'm good.
Oh,
yeah, they're the guys from the north. We don't have bananas down here, so we're safe. So, see your soul.
I want to know. I want to know what you look like before I make the decision whether I'm going to
Are you have you spoken to CS? Have you guys spoken to CSO?
No, we haven't spoken to CSO.
So where do you fit into this, CSO? Are you
So I've been away from my computer for about a half hour. So what's the topic or what's going on?
God Rockin', you got some people muted, dude.
What's that?
It sounds like you got do you have Timbo muted?
I don't. I'll check it out. I do.
Yeah, check
I don't need to.
Hey, Godrockin, can you hear me?
Timbo, let's see.
Yeah, I think he's got me
No,
muted.
I don't have him muted. Nope.
Are you sure? Can you hear me?
I don't mute people ever.
Yeah, he's got me muted.
I mean, occasionally maybe, but why would I mute Timbo?
Just double check there, God Rocket. Double
Can you
check.
confirm that you hear Timbo?
Sometimes that happens accidentally. I hope.
I was just curious about the conversation, what was going on, you know?
Yeah.
That was
Timbo
happening when you jumped in, God Rockin', so you kind of like hacked and slashed right in the middle of it because you can't hear him.
CSO,
Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So God Rockin', let me tell you what just happened. You had Timbo say, "Hey, God Rockin', can you hear me?" And then you said, "Why the hell would I mute Timbo?"
Well, let me see. All right, I'll server mute him right now. Okay. Now
No, not that one. Not that one. The other one.
Oh.
The other. Yeah, there's 2 mute buttons for you.
Other Timbo? What do you mean, other Timbo?
No. When you right click, there should be a mute and a server mute. Do the other mute.
Okay.
Yeah. Try that.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I just unmuted it.
Can you hear me now, Godrocken?
Do what?
Can you hear me now?
I don't have anything muted on him.
Yeah, we hear you.
Maybe he's got you turned down.
Sorry.
Speak any English?
No, I do not.
Oh, shit.
Because he can't hear me, maybe someone else can take over to speak to CSL.
No, hang on. I got a real quick fix to this. God Rockin', just come right back. Just come right back.
Boomer detected.
Sorry.
What the hell? I don't even remember the original question. Do you, Timbo? Can you get us back on track?
Yeah, I was just asking if he was a believer in a big space ball or he was a flat earther.
You're right. It fixed it. Thank you.
Hey, God
You're
Rocket.
welcome.
Hey, Timbo. I don't know why it did that. Why does it do that? Because I didn't have him muted, but
There's some glitches. There's always some glitches in Discord.
No, we're tired of hearing that kangaroo man. I'm just.
It's not kangaroo man, it's kangaroo guy.
Yeah, did you see QE? I was on your live show. I changed my name to Kangaroo. That kangaroo guy in.
I saw it. I saw it afterwards. I didn't see it in the midst of it, but yeah, that's pretty funny. God Rockin', that was fucking hilarious, dude.
by the way, QE, I've got your channel so that it notifies me when it's live, and I've been listening to your channel quite often. It's still let you know.
We do not care.
I do listen to your channel.
That's fine. Cool. Are you getting notifications?
Yeah.
That's shocking.
So, do we ever get a rebuttal to the fact that gas pressure requires containment, contrary to the claim that we're adjacent to a vacuum without one?
Hell no.
Of course not, dude. I mean, in all your time that you've been around, since you understand the argument, have you heard a single response? You're like, you know what? All right, good point.
No.
Well, neither.
But I've heard some dumb answers.
Yeah,
I just thought we might get something funny at least.
Most of them will just stare blankly at you with a fluoride stare and raise their arm up to the sky and go, no container.
A fluoride stare.
Refraction.
Yeah. Dude, that's Matthew Learns. Yeah, but look, up there.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Exactly.
That's Conor McGregor. That's who the fuck that guy is.
I've never heard a single answer back. I'm like, you know what? You at least thought about it. That's a good point. And they just say, well, no, gravity keeps the air down. Oh, where? Well, up there. It's like, how do you know what's going on up there? Well, it just does. All right, bro.
Well, it's because of thermonuclear dynamics.
Exactly. It's that new shit.
So how come when I crack open a propane tank that the gravity doesn't keep the propane in the tank?
You know what's about to be real funny if we keep saying
Yeah,
it so
that's fine.
that like a Glober comes in here like, yeah, but you guys, trying to debunk thermonuclear dynamics. We should roll with it.
Where did this thermonuclear dynamics come from?
Thermonuclear.
Who said that?
Got her.
It was he Escadee. He misspoke when he said it. Misappropriated it.
Did I just okay? Well, I had to go read some books to my son for bedtime, so I missed some stuff, I guess.
Oh, you missed a whole bunch of shit, and it's a good thing you did.
Yeah, you missed some misogyny, but you definitely missed a belly laugher with that one. That was hilarious.
Well, that was worth it that she missed the rest of it.
Yeah, probably.
I didn't even know she was gone.
Oopsie.
Yeah, my son will He will bellyache if I don't read more than one book to him at nighttime.
That's cute. We have Bree and Butts in Your Face is back. Bree, what up? This is a special edition no listening VC panel. So make sure everyone tunes in. We may just randomly ban someone at random for not chiming in. So make sure you chime in, folks. Everybody. We'll do a
Is that
random ban.
Bry? Is that Bry or Bree? I've got another name now. Bugging me. Is it Bry? Bree? You like cheese?
It's Bree.
Hi, Bree. How are you?
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
Bree.
What brings you to our corner of the internet?
Someone said something about Mr. Beast. I don't know what they were talking about. So I was like curious to hear what y'all were talking about.
Yeah, I think he's just a little bit late. He's trying to connect from Antarctica. The connection's just a little bit,
What
obviously.
does that even mean? He's trying to connect from Antarctica.
Well, I mean,
Well, he hasn't got a fucking landline, has he?
he does have a lot of money, but the connection's still pretty far away. He's doing a challenge. The first person to remove their hand from the ice wall wins $1 million.
Oh wow. What a
So,
fucking dick.
well, I mean, I do appreciate the fact that he's trying to put us on notice. So what he's going to do is, since he's recording the video, he just wants to get some content, some reactions from flat earthers. So we did make a connection. He's going to call into the panel hopefully soon. We're just waiting to obviously get the connection to go through and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what that was about.
So are we gonna have some people who are very informed talking to him, or like how you guys think that's gonna go?
I mean, you could do it. I mean, what you feel like you couldn't tell Mr. Beast about the flat Earth or something? You're a
Oh
silver.
yeah, I could. I just want to know what's going on. Like, what are y'all thinking y'all are gonna do?
Oh well, I mean, we kind of. I'm gonna go with the flow type of guy. If he has questions for us, we'll just answer those. But maybe he has a certain list of questions for his video. We just kind of answer those. But if he puts it in our court, I think we should just ask questions. Maybe you might have
When
a
did
good
he
question.
say he was gonna do this?
Well, I might have the times mixed up a little bit because I'm in Eastern, and I know you guys are in different time zones, and he's in Antarctica. So, and I don't know exactly what time zone, because if it's flat, since the Earth is flat, is that one time zone or what? So there's potential we might have the times slightly mixed up. So that's my mistake if that's what happened.
Do you think people need to be informed to speak to Mr. Beast, like he's some intellectual person or something like that?
I mean, you don't really have to be an intellectual to know the Earth is flat. It's like you walk outside, you look at water,
Hey.
you run water in your bathtub, air pressure in your tire. It doesn't take a rocket science to understand that the Earth is flat. It just takes people who are open-minded enough to not try to succumb to the government and everything that they sayeth is holieth. Like, it only takes somebody who has the ears to hear. That's all it takes.
Well, we should ask that goon, see if he has any input on that. That goon 24, are you there? Go ahead and tell us. I see you typing in the text chat, man. Go ahead. That goon? Guess you don't want to chime in.
You guys should definitely read the lobby from about an hour ago from my post, my ping. You'll see it. Reactions are great. But yeah, Bree, good to have you. And yeah, hopefully we had the times properly lined up. And so yeah, he did say he wanted to get some content for his video. So we got a good panel here. There's like 39 people.
People who don't know what the fuck they're talking about to talk to him. People who aren't going to ask the real questions. People who are going to fall into this they like to go to philosophy. They like to go to philosophy or derail the conversation to stupid ass semantics about, oh, this is what flat really means, and they like to go off into he expects people to do that. They don't expect people to actually talk about, hey, how about we actually talk about how when you go out to see and you do laser tests, or you even just take a fucking PU-900 and you just zoom in farther than you're quote unquote supposed to be. They don't want people to look at that. They want someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, someone who wants to derail onto like they don't want to focus on the Earth and the actual measurements and what we actually see and what we can observe. And so, that's why I'm wholly expecting that to happen. Like, so I'm ready.
That could very well happen. But we do in the meantime. We got Puff in here, who's a globe earther, to kind of warm things up. Puff, if you're there, go ahead and tell us how the Earth is a globe.
Enemy UAV overhead.
I just kind of came in. I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm doing my homework right now. I wasn't really going to talk.
Stop the
cap. I know. But you're a good guy and all that. So just tell us why you think the Earth's a globe, man.
Why I think it's a globe?
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about this one argument, like as an observation. Who keeps doing those sound effects?
A real smart guy. Well, go ahead.
Okay. So it's like if you're on the northern hemisphere of the Earth and you look obviously like northward, it's the stars are gonna. Which way would the stars go? Like clockwise?
I fucking told you, Miggy. Didn't I fucking tell you? I told you that these fucking morons, this idiot argument is circling. I can't fucking believe it.
It picked up steam, man. I didn't think it was gonna do so. Fucking hell.
And bro, I was asking a question.
I mean, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
I will. I'm guessing you already know.
Rotating in different directions, is it?
I mean, you got to be fucking kidding me. Let me just tell you this, okay? Let me break the news to you, okay?
All right.
All the stars, the sun, and the moon, save for Polaris, move from east to west, no matter where you are on the Earth. Stupid. So, if you hear somebody say, the fucking stars are spinning in opposite directions, depending on what begging the question fallacy hemisphere you're on. What they're actually saying, even though they don't say it because they're fucking morons, is in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, but in the southern hemisphere, it rises in the west and sets in the fucking east.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
That's what you're talking about. You're too stupid to fucking realize it.
My bad, bro. Didn't mean to.
Yeah, it's your bad, all right. Holy fucking shit.
Anyways, what about
the
time lapses with them like circling? Because if you look towards the north, and they're in circles. What's that then?
Fuck up.
You just totally glossed over what he said, didn't you?
He's a fucking tard, man.
Hold on. What's his name?
Puff.
Puff the magic dragon.
Yes, bro.
You know the difference between cardinal directions and subjective directions?
You're going to try to reason with him after that.
Maybe try.
Miggy, just me and Miggy. I told you, man, that this can you fucking believe it?
It's weird, man, because you didn't think that this argument would resurface the way it just picked up fucking steam, man. They're just coming in here like it's 2017 all over again. I'm like, what the fuck? It was stumping people back in the day, QE.
You're telling me. You're telling me. I first came out here May 15th, 2016. And it's about the second argument I heard. I heard it. I couldn't fucking believe it at first. I said, what the fuck? And then I just let it go. I didn't say anything, man. Fucking flat earthers were befuddled.
Yep.
I can't fucking believe this. I thought evotards were abject dumb fucks, but this one takes the cake for me, man.
Yeah, we were like, I'd say it was 3 months of like having. I got tired of it, man. I was like, if I hear one more fucking Star Trail argument, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit. Because that's all they would come in here for 3 months straight, and it was in 2017. They were just talking about the fucking Star Trails. What about the Star Trails? And I remember Jedi, me, like we're in spades talking about this shit. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, how how can this argument have legs and now it's resurfacing again? Like, I don't know, man.
I'm interested to know what goes on in these people's minds. So you explain to them. We all agree that the stars, sun and moon, go from east to west. And then what do you think happens from this point? You face north and then you face south, and the Earth is split in half and it starts rotating in different directions because it's moving a different path. What's going on in your head?
I have no idea.
Who said fluoride?
It's just, aha, I got those flat earthers. Aha.
No. The weird part was at Plum Bob, and that in those days, like the flat earthers were stumped. They're like, "Fuck, dude! You know this guy came in with the argument of star trolls. I don't know how to refute that." I'm like, "What the fuck? You can't be serious!" Like the flat earthers were really getting it. Like they were stymied, bro, and it was like that's not fucking real. Like you're just joking around, aren't you? They were serious. They were stumped. They didn't know how to refute that. He's got a real good argument. I'm like, what argument? There is no argument. Like fucking guys talking about anti-clockwise rotation and clockwise rotation. I'm like, dude, the fuck is this? Like, yeah, it was. I guess some of their evidence, quote unquote. But yeah.
How do they explain negative parallax?
They don't. Oh, they ignore it. That's what they do.
It's like 54% of the stars.
You can show us parallax first, and then maybe we could talk about anti-parallax.
Mr. Beast isn't going to show up because he's having trouble negotiating his connection with Starlink. It just isn't going to happen.
We have hope that it will.
It's going to happen like it did the other day with the International Space Station, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there is some truth to what Homeboy said because there's a UFC fighter. He's very well paid. He's the UFC champion in the bantamweight weight class. He bought Starlink for his condo. It didn't work. So he literally bought a whole second crib just so he could like game because Starlink didn't work. So there's a potential maybe the Starlink doesn't work for this connection. I don't know. We'll have to see. But let's have hope, guys. Have some faith, man.
Hey, we got Gino in here. What's up, Gino? No rolls? Let's get you some rolls, man.
Also, Shado, or whatever. Welcome.
And we also got Shadu and Gino.
Why would he buy a whole new house? Wouldn't he just change internet connections?
No, bro. He like literally bought a whole other house. It's so funny. That's how bad Starlink didn't work. He bought another house. And it wasn't like across the street type of thing. Crazy.
Does Gino open up his mic?
Yeah, Gino, go ahead, Gino.
Hey, yo, Gino.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now, man. What's up?
Not much. Just hanging out, seeing what you guys are all about.
Well, you know, now that we got you on the mic, what brought you to the server, and what is your position on the topic of this server?
Well, I got this link from a friend of mine in the Netherlands, so he recommended it. And then yesterday I was listening to some of the feeds from on this I guess this channel, and Mark Sargent was on with one of his interviewees, so I was listening to that.
Yeah, what is your position on the topic, Gino?
My position is there's a lot of evidence that shows everything's flat. That's all I can say. I'm still trying to figure out the sun and the moon part of it, but I definitely think all these experiments that have been done, especially like in Peru and between the lakes and the lasers and the geo. I think they did the geo traces on the elevation of the buildings. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, so you've been listening in to some flat Earth content, but you've already made up your mind that the Earth is flat and stationary. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And how long you've been with this understanding so far? Do you know?
I've been since 2015.
Okay, so that's about the same time I have. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 2015.
Yeah, I watched all the Mark Sargent videos in the beginning. That was when it was really, Eric Dubay, and I'm still trying to figure out though how, if you guys know, and I'm still trying to figure this out, is how high is the sun, or is it a reflection coming out from something else?
How high is the sun?
We do not care. Right. Yeah.
No, yeah, the height of the sun is unknown. The distance to it. By any measurement standards, it's unknown. It's projected to be something on the globe Earth realms. There's some people that are kicking around an idea of it being 3,000 miles up, but that's just, there's a lot of
Yeah.
claims, but there's no verification of the measurement. It's just not a measurement. It's just
Hey, Gino.
Yeah.
That sun, dude. The problem is it keeps moving, right? So at high noon, right? It's got a zenith of 90 degrees, right? But
Yeah.
it does so also at evening and morning. But how high is it off of the horizon in the evening and in the morning?
That's hard to determine because it's your perspective looking at the horizon. Isn't it about the same height?
That's the thing, dude. You can't measure it. It keeps moving.
Well, if it's at 3,000, miles, yeah, that's nobody can reach it. I mean, that's impossible to reach, anyways. If it's at 3,000 miles.
Well, things in the distance always appear lower.
Sure.
So, I mean,
And that's why it
just
appears so. It appears so large when it's on the horizon.
Yeah.
Do I have to? Is my flip grid? When I hear that it
The thing about transcendentalism.
it's not like linked. I just looked up the website.
Turn in what? The transcendentalism video? Yeah, here's the thing. So she has a link in her Google Classroom.
Your hot mic and broke.
There's an assignment where like we find it.
What?
Oh no, it's not that one. It's
What's going on?
Who is that?
It was like, wait.
I don't know. They're trying to say you can do a squared plus b squared plus
What?
c when the sun is
I
on
think
the
it's Puff.
Yeah, and then click on the Flipgrid link and see here's the problem though. You have to have
Puff.
requested to join it. So I requested to join it. Like
I'm gonna mute
yes.
him. Oh, someone beat me to it.
Shut your fucking mouth.
So
Just
I'm
in
so
case.
used to hearing Globus talk, I thought he was trying to get to a point.
The reason why the sun looks bigger on the horizon. Now, I would put that down to atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, atmospheric magnification.
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah.
Correct.
What is atmospheric?
All the water in the air acts as a
Yeah, I know.
lens.
You're gonna say it. Say Atmo. It doesn't have shape. I know.
But just drop the spheric. It's just Atmo.
Yeah. It's so hard, man. A lot of these words are ingrained into your brain. What does QE say? It's a paradox.
Yep.
And if you say it, he'll say, "Shut up."
Atmo, what? What's your best evidence that the Earth is flat, my friend?
Gino, what's your best evidence? Do you believe it's flat or do you know it's flat, Gino?
Hey, Gino, forget about it.
Do I know it's fat?
Flat?
Do I think it's flat?
Yeah. So
It's obese.
what's your best evidence that what convinced you that the Earth is flat? I think that's a better.
Well, there's a lot that goes into it. I guess the biggest thing for me is, I mean, I'm more observationalist than anything else. You know, looking through telescopes, you know, watching the horizon, and then watching some certain videos that you know, I think one of the biggest videos I thought I saw, which was the boat ride from Skiba on the
Chicago
on Lake
skyline?
Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah, every single measurement for curvature has failed.
Well, right. You've got the curvature equation, and I mean, you think like when you're really just indoctrinated, like you think the Earth is just so big, right? I mean, it's so big that you don't think about like, you know, how could it possibly be that we can, you know, go for miles and miles and miles, but yet we don't feel the Earth changing shape. We don't feel like we're going over a curvature, even though we're traveling maybe 600 miles going down like a highway in Kansas, you know, which is supposed to be the flattest state in the country. And,
Flatter
you
than
know,
a
600
pancake.
miles. What?
Flatter than a
Yeah,
pancake.
exactly. But, yeah, my dad was in the Air Force for 22 years, and he used to fly. He wasn't a pilot, but he was a load master for C-130s, and he did a lot of air rescue and things. But he had a lot of missions where he was working with the with NASA too, and that was picking up astronauts that had landed in the ocean. And I would always try to ask him. I'd say, "Well, what happened? What happened?" And he would never tell me. He could never tell me anything about these missions. Not one thing. Even after he was retired, it was just mum. You know, he couldn't say anything. And I remember he told me like he was like 2 years before he passed away. Said he said, "I'm worried for you guys, this next generation." He said, "I don't know what to tell you, but I just feel for you guys." And I was like, "Well, Dad, that's not very comforting, you know. Like, can you give me like a better message than that?" But yeah, he had a lot of top secret things he had to, you know, just keep quiet about. It always bugged me.
Interesting. Wish he'd told you something.
Yeah, and aircraft's landing, that's a huge one. Straight flight.
I still don't understand how Coriolis affects a bullet, but it doesn't affect an airplane.
It doesn't exist.
The biggest one that always gets me is the Red Bull jump. Like when that dude Baumgartner or whatever jumped out of that balloon, and like you can see the curve, but then what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson did that video and he said, "Oh, that's all. It was flat because you go 2 millimeters above the Earth." That's the one I
Planet
don't
New
get.
Mexico, man.
People.
Yeah, you saw no curve, man. That was just a fisheye lens, and the whole screen was filled. Like, yeah, he said, yeah, it was just nothing but desert. That was not curvature of the Earth at all. It was just distortion of a lens.
Yeah,
Well,
that
if
you could
you
see
look
the
at
same exact curvature on the ground, quote unquote curvature.
if you look at the camera where it was inside of like the balloon as opposed to the one that was outside, like you can see that it's flat behind him, like through the door, and then the one outside, it like got this dramatic curve. You know what I mean? Like I had somebody try to show me a picture today from inside an airplane that like had more curve than the Red Bull jump. I was like, dude, have you not ever heard of a fisheye lens? Like the fish and it's on all cameras.
Yeah, like we used to use contours and GoPros when I had my own business for making videos, specifically fishing videos, and even at a very short distance, the fisheye lens does distort stuff a lot of the time.
Like when he showed me the picture, I was like, you've obviously never flown on an airplane. Like you look out the window, that shit's flat.
Yeah, sounds like this guy's a newbie like me, and mate, I couldn't get your name, but yeah, I'd probably ask questions and learn whatever you can, man. That would be my advice. You seem a nice guy, and you got a good group here, man.
I'm not saying that I think that it's round. Like it didn't get. I'm saying like the video that I always show people, and then like show them the one of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking, saying that it's flat, like just to prove that, like it. You know what I mean? It's round. It's not round. It's flat. Like even your own people say it's flat from like 30,000 feet, whenever or what 128,000 feet or whatever, however high he was. Like
Oh no, mate, no, I wasn't. No, mate, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the other guy with the Bible profile pic. Yeah, I'm hearing you, mate. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Gino. And whoever said earlier that I need to change it to 724, no way. 724, that ain't Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I don't get how. I think you call them zip codes in America. We call them postcodes here. I don't know how they work, but I don't understand how they work in Australia either, to be honest. But Gino, you still here, buddy?
He's muted. Oh, I don't know if he did. Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, buddy. Did you hear what I said?
I missed it. What'd you say?
I was just saying that I'm a newbie to this as well, and yeah, you seem like a nice guy, buddy, and yeah, I'd just listen in and learn what you can. It's a really good crew here. It's a really good group, and yeah, we're both newbies here, man. So yeah, and your face, mate. Nice to meet you too.
Well, nice to meet you too, bro. Thank you.
You as well.
Yeah, most of the Americans I served with when I was in the army were Appalachian, Kentuckian. I don't know if that's correct, but they came from Appalachia, Kentucky, and Texas for the most part. They were Marines, but yeah, that's where I found out the whole idea that all Americans are dumb and idiots and everything like that is bullshit. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed my time with them, and I found them to be pretty cool.
There's a lot of idiots in America.
There's no shortage in Australia either, mate. Don't fucking worry about that.
True that.
I'd be scared in Australia. They're like they're that COVID shit. They got smashed. You guys got smashed. They're acting reckless.
That's what the media told you, my friend.
Hey, mate, Trix, nice to meet you as well, buddy. I'm in North Queensland. Where are you?
Middle of New South Wales.
Oh, cool. You wouldn't be too far from Wagga, where I did basic training then.
Up in Dubbo.
Oh, nice, man. Cool.
It's not nice. It's bloody hot at the moment.
It's hot as Vulcan's dick up here at the moment, I tell you. But the biggest thing I don't like about the interior of New South Wales, and it's the same in Queensland, is you can't get used to the weather. They say Melbourne has 4 seasons in one day. I would argue that Wagga and places like that, Tamworth, etc., they have like 10 in one day. You can't get used to it, man. It fucking sucks.
I'm only used to 2 seasons. It's either hot or fucking hot. That's it.
Sounds like Karratha at WA.
Yeah, I did a bit of time over there too.
Funnel webs, them spiders.
Funnel web spiders hang out down the east coast or across on the east coast. Out where I live, it's just too hot and dry for it.
Yeah, mate. I'll tell you something really scary about funnel webs, my American friend. The scariest thing about them, and I live on the coast, but I'm up in North Queensland, so we don't get them up here. But I'm from the southeast, where we did get them to a limited degree. The scariest thing about them is they will swim underwater, underneath the surface of a pool, just to kill you, just to bite you. That is the scare. They come down through that inlet that goes into the pool, and they literally swim horizontally underneath. They somehow have some kind of buoyancy. They swim horizontally underneath just to bite you. It is insane.
Yeah, I was reading about them. Said they're real aggressive. They like to hide in your chew.
Yeah, no, you see a funnel web, mate. You want to kill them. You want to kill them straight up. In all honesty, don't even try and relocate them. Same with a lot of the poisonous snakes here. If you can't get someone in to relocate them, you just kill them because, I tried to relocate a taipan once, which is one of the most dangerous snakes in the world. I put it in a pillowcase and then didn't know there was a hole in the pillowcase. I drove 40 minutes out the bush to try and dump it out there near the mountains, and found out that it had crawled out of the hole in the pillowcase, and for about 40 minutes, I probably had one of the most dangerous snakes in the world loose in the car with me, and somehow didn't get bitten. And after that, I went back to killing them.
Yeah, I ain't trying to relocate no spider for sure. Maybe a snake. Definitely not.
But no, mate, yeah, you two guys seem really cool, and I just wanted to say, as a fellow newbie, yeah, g'day and welcome, mate. It's good to see you guys here, and it's really nice to meet everybody here. And there's another Aussie here too, which I'm pretty excited about. Yeah, cool.
There's actually a few of us. There's about 5 or 6 floating around. You know AJ already. There's you, Timbo, a Dub T, I think it was. Yeah, there's a whole handful of us now.
Yeah, I noticed you got Grisp as well. AJ, I know personally. I've known him for nearly a decade. I used to work for him. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet Timbo. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Doesn't matter where you come from. Really, really good crew, man.
Yeah, I seen the link. I don't know if it was in Earth Awakenings or Ether Cosmology. One of them two. I was like, oh, I'm better this pop over here to check out what's going on.
Yeah, but you got to remember in your face, apparently we don't exist. Australians don't exist, and Australia doesn't exist, apparently.
It's just a mirage. Refraction.
Yeah, man, we're living in some kind of simulation or something, or we're living in the middle of Peru. Or
Just a small island southwest of Hawaii.
yeah, pretty much, hey. Anyway, I was going to duck out earlier to shave my head, but the conversation got really, really interesting, so I stuck around. But I really got to go do it, guys. So I'm going to duck out for a little bit. I'll still be listening, but yeah, nice to talk with you all, eh?
No worries,
All right,
mate.
man.
See ya.
Is Mr. Beast here yet?
Damn Starlink. I knew it.
Fucking Elon Musk sucks.
Just asking, have you guys ever seen a Starlink trail? Personally?
Yes, I have. I saw one morning going to work, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. My daughter was like driving home and she told me about it and described it, and I had to pull up YouTube and show her. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm not saying this is what it is, but this is what it is, like what they call it, Starlink. And then one night late, we were just sitting around a campfire drinking, whatever, and all of a sudden my wife, look, and she it freaked everybody out. And I was like, holy shit, there it is. Whatever it is, that's what they call it. It was freaky.
What is? Does anyone know what it is though?
Well, Starlink is it's a trail of satellites, of like 50 satellites in a row, and it's just a train of satellites going across the sky. That's what they call it.
Yeah, but all
Because
the
that's what they
videos
claim.
I've seen, they're like obviously local.
What do you mean local?
Like,
Like if you get an app, you can track it. You know what I'm saying? You can
yeah,
track it and where it's in, when it's in your area. But my daughter just randomly saw it one night, and my wife saw it too, and that was the first time I've ever seen it.
They're a lot lower in the sky than what you would expect them to be.
Oh
And
yeah,
yeah,
that's
it
what
went
I'm
fast.
saying.
It
rattled the
went
shit out of
fast.
me when I seen them.
So do you think they're like using some kind of like ultra light material? Like how do you think they're doing that?
And hell if I know. It's just interesting because like years ago, I saw a YouTube video of a Starling Trail, and I was like, huh, interesting. I got an app and was like trying to watch it, and I never ended up doing it, and just happened to randomly see it one day, and I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty sketchy. Like I feel like all of those could be used as a weapon. frequency. Like that active denial system. It's like the little whatever satellite dishes on like Humvees or whatever they can shoot you with. That works at 100 gigahertz. So like, and I know that like the 5G towers can all broadcast on 100 gigahertz, like 'cause it says it, when you look it up. So I'm sure that the Starlinks could too.
I've seen a big streamer use a Starlink setup for a live stream, and they were doing like a road trip, and it seemed really good, whatever it's connecting to.
What I
It
do
looked
find
crazy.
interesting about Starlink is when it first came out in Australia, it only worked on the eastern side of Australia. There's the line basically across the country that sort of ran from the southeast up to the northwest. But yeah, the western half of the country never ever had it. But if they're using shit flying over our head, then why did that side of the country not get it? Why wouldn't everything just get it?
That's weird. Maybe the signal's just like local to where they are.
What is very interesting, though, if you look at the country on a supposed flat Earth map, it actually lines up with the line that they originally had in that circular pattern. So yeah,
I feel like all that shit's just like a setup for like population control, keep everybody in check.
You mean like getting them all jabbed up, dying
Yeah,
suddenly,
well,
shit like that?
yeah, well, whenever they like, I don't know, you guys know Witsit, he just did that stream on zombies yesterday, I think. That like a lot of those like nanoparticles and like graphene and stuff, can be manipulated with frequency. So like that's pretty sketchy.
Did I lose sound?
no, it just went quiet in here, mate. That's all.
So I've been taking pictures with. I just got a P1000, the Nikon P1000. My family got it for me, and I'm just learning how to use it. But I've got some pictures from tops of mountains, videos actually, but I don't know how to post the videos because they're too big because they're in 4K, and I don't know how to make them smaller.
Have to ramp
Sorry, say
yourself
that
up
again.
some kind of editing software, mate.
Okay, my family just recently bought me a P1000, a Nikon P1000, and I've taken videos from on top of mountains looking across, and I'm pretty sure you can see I know you can see the Sierra Nevadas, and look in the opposite direction because I live in Nevada, in northern Nevada, Fernley, Nevada, if you look on the map. But you can look out past Fallon, which is 40 miles away,
and you can see the mountain ranges beyond that. And if you really look, I'm pretty sure that's the Rocky Mountains. That's the furthest mountain range in the distance away from it, the photo. I have infrared lenses, but I don't know how to use them and stuff. So
Sorry, I thought you said you needed to make them smaller. Is that what you said?
yeah, the videos are in 4K.
Oh, you need to reduce the quality to make the file size smaller.
I guess, I don't know.
Oh, I thought that's what you were saying. You needed to make them smaller.
Yeah, I do. That's what it says. They're too big.
They're too big to what?
They're too big to post. They're big files, like because
Oh yeah, yeah.
they're like 30-minute videos in 4K.
Well, one way you can do it is just film for, say, 2 minutes or 1 minute, stop it, restart it, film for another minute. So you get smaller chunks. In your settings, knock your resolution down. But in all seriousness, I'd leave your resolution high, especially if you've got some great long distance stuff, so people can get a very clear image of, well, basically what they're supposed to be looking at. Low resolution images suck, so if you can get high res stuff, that's excellent. What else can you do? Jump on some editing software to take your file size down, but it'll degrade your quality. So keep an eye out for that.
Half of what you said, I don't understand. My family thought they were doing me a favor because they know I love taking photos and.
Yeah, man, you're right. I get it. I totally get it. I'm pretty ignorant with video, but
Can you not just upload it to YouTube and post it
I have
here?
a TikTok channel I've been posting pictures on. Papa Joe's P1000.
Are you just on? You just have them on your phone?
My
Or you use a Mac
tablet.
or PC?
They got me a really nice Sony tablet, and the tablet connects with the camera.
Okay. So you just need to download some video editing software and just cut the videos, like clip them to where you're not uploading a whole 30-minute video. Just upload like 2 minutes or whatever you want to show, and then export that 2-minute video, upload that.
I guess I need to watch some videos on editing for dummies.
you're right. It'll take some learning.
You got it.
You'll need to learn some stuff.
I really want to because I love taking pictures and I love this camera, and I got a video of the I don't know, one of the planets up there, and it just amazed me how the waves are running across it. I wasn't focusing on the planet. I was focusing on the water because the waves are. You just got to look at the video. It's on my channel, the TikTok channel. I also have the eclipse.
See, the other way you could do it, I don't know if you use Google anything, but you can, in Google Storage, you can put your video onto that and then just post the link to that so people can jump in there and have a look at it.
All that's full. Everything's full, man. All my storage is telling me everything's full and can't take no more.
Well, you better buy yourself a big hard drive and start storing stuff, brother.
I got a bunch of cards, memory cards. They came with the camera. They bought me memory cards. They spent like $1,500 on all this stuff.
But on the flip side, if you don't like the camera, you can always send it to me.
Oh, I love the camera. It's incredible. I just wish I knew more of how to use it and stuff, and all the. I've built houses my whole life, man. This computer stuff is kind of new to me.
Well, it sounds like you need a little more some storage space. Instead of buying a bunch of little tiny micro SD cards and stuff like that, what's really cool is you can get these little PS4 hard drives. They're very small, and you can buy like $5 little cheap cases for the hard drive, and it just makes them able to connect to USB. So you can just have a terabyte hard drive to just have tons of storage. I've got like 5 of these little terabyte hard drives all over the place. They're really cheap.
Yeah, that's what I've got is several terabyte cards.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, those terabyte cards are probably more expensive, though. That's all I'm saying.
I think I've got 10 of them altogether. That's what's in the case with the camera.
That's the cards the camera takes?
No, these are you plug them in, and then you can plug the camera cards into them. And it's got like 3 slots in it, but it also is a memory stick. So I don't know.
Yeah, it just sounds like you need to get yourself some kind of storage, whether you buy a larger external hard drive, say like a 4 terabyte or something like that, so you can upload all of your cards onto that
Well,
storage box.
my son just gave me this computer, and he said it's got like 8 terabytes of memory, and he just built it for me, and he said I was going to need it for my camera, but I don't know how to hook my camera to it. I just
So,
learned how to hook the mic to it just like yesterday. So anyhow, I want to get more active. I want to do more. I want to get out. I've got a nice camera, and I can take long distance photos, and I want to do it. And that's what I want to do. I've got a nice 4-wheel drive, and
Well, there's got to be a lot of
got me
videos online, like you said, to how to. I mean, you just ask stupid stuff like how to connect to PC, your camera, and you'll see a million videos.
yeah, I have seen millions of videos. That's the problem. They're not for dummies. They're for people that have been taking pictures that know what they're doing. I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm still figuring it. I kind of do, but I don't. I'm still. Anyhow. But I definitely do need to figure this stuff out because it's what I want to do. I want to be more active and get more involved in this whole movement. For those with open eyes and open ears, I want them to be able to hear and be able to see. I want their eyes to be opened. Because a lot of them are my family. I fear for them. Don't fear for myself at all about anything, but my family I do. Anyhow, so little encouragement on what I should be taking pictures of and stuff. And if anybody wants to connect with me on a personal note, I would appreciate that and maybe tutor me. I'm a fast learner. We can set up a live chat and I'll set up my phone and on a stand live so you can watch what I'm doing with my camera and maybe walk me through it and we can take some pictures together.
Well, mate, I can't do that for you, but I'm more than happy if you flick me a message and anything like that. I can't tutor you at this stage. I'm pretty new myself, but and nice to meet you, by the way. You sound like a good guy. With the family stuff, look, I presented flat Earth to topographical plane, really, like critical thinker topographical plane. We're not saying like it's a pancake, but I presented that to my wife several weeks back, and she actually got really, really angry, and it ended up in a domestic, which we rarely have. So I'd be pretty careful how you actually present it to them, just from my own personal observation. But yeah.
The problem is my family's heard it their whole life. I've always believed and I've always told them, but they still went to school. They were homeschooled half the time, public schools when they wanted to. I have 7 children. I just found out
Congratulations.
I just found out that they had a conspiracy against me, that they all just thought I was full of shit, and they just went along with me. Kind of broke my heart and left me damaged for a while.
Oh, mate, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad, from one father to another. So what personally, how I'm approaching it is, because we homeschool as well, and so I'm going to allow, obviously, my wife to run my daughter through the globe shit, and then I'm going to debunk it piece by piece by piece and show her what's really true. And as she gets older, she can decide for herself, but she'll have both sides of the coin. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, my kids are all grown up now. I have 24 grandchildren, maybe 25.
Wow, man, that is so incredible to hear. Well done, you. Especially in the age that we live in. Absolutely well done, you, mate.
Very blessed, man. I lucked out when I met my wife. She's my soulmate. We've been together like 35, 37, 30. I don't know. We don't really fret on our anniversary or nothing because we know we're going to be together for eternity. So my wife, she knows, but our children, it broke my heart.
I bet it did, mate. But I tell you what, you've been together that long. That is so rare these days. It's awesome. Like, to be 17 years for me and my wife this year. It's really, really rare these days. And absolute hats off to you, man. It is so rare.
Appreciate that, brother.
Absolute hats off. So you, by the sounds of it, you're a Christian as well.
No, I wouldn't call myself a Christian. I do believe in my Savior. I've always called him Jesus Christ my whole life. That's all I've ever prayed to him as. He's worked miracles in my life, brought one of my daughters back to life. So I'm a firm believer, but I am not a religious man. I don't believe in churches. I believe they're evil. I've read the Bible like 3 times, 4 times maybe. And I quit reading it because I have a ongoing communication with my deity, my God, and it's a ongoing conversation, so I don't need a book. As I always say, Abraham didn't need a book, neither did Moses. But we all have that in us. We all have that in us.
Yeah, on the churches thing, mate, I couldn't agree more. But actually, it was my return to Christ in 2018, which AJ had a massive hand in. That's what brought me to Flat Earth.
Right.
So yeah, we're on the same page with a couple of things there. Yeah.
Oh, I believe in Christ, in my Lord and Savior, but I'm not gonna label myself in a group, like that. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but I just don't want to do that.
No. I get what you're saying, bud. I do get what you're saying. I do disagree on the word, but that's fine. There's no problem with that, obviously, at all.
Oh, right, yeah.
However, I get where you're coming from, and we're on the same page with most of what we're talking about, man. So yeah, it's really nice to meet you.
Yeah, well, I'm actually been around a long time on this channel, so quite a long time. Flat Earth is what I went by for a long time, but before that, I was on here as I See Too Far. And my first channel I had, which I kept losing my channels, I'd get a new phone and couldn't figure out how to log back in, so I just set up a new account. And before that was a Grasshopper in the Tent, which was like way back at the beginning of like the server, I think.
Yeah, mate. Look, as you well know, I'm a newbie here. It's just I heard a voice that I haven't heard before, so I was keen to talk to you. That's all, and I'm really
Right
happy
on.
to
I
meet you, and I'm
appreciate it.
so thankful. And I'm thankful to you guys for having me here. I don't think I've met anyone here that I can't get along with, and which is really really weird for me because I'm a fucked in the head ex grunt, and I don't like people. So yeah, that's a testament to your guys' character.
So how does this mic sound?
Yeah, it sounds fine to me, mate.
It's the mic for my camera. It came with my camera, and I just plugged it into the computer.
Yeah, the
No,
mic
it sounds
sounds all right.
good, mate. And, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, mate. What did you say?
No, sorry, it's all right. I was just saying it's about a 7 or 8 out of 10. The mic.
Thanks. Well, I guess it's, I think it's a Chinese mic. I'm not sure.
Well, it beats a 2 or 3, doesn't it, mate? Oblivion, nice to meet you too, buddy. I'm still trying to meet everyone in here. It's yeah, there's a lot of you, and it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
So I could go out to Lake Pyramid. I think it's 30 miles across. I could get photos from one end of that to the other. Pyramid Lake here in Nevada. It's just down the road from me.
Have you got yourself a little camera stand?
Pardon?
Have you got a stand or a tripod to put your camera on?
Oh yeah, they bought the works, man. They didn't go cheap. They bought a really nice sturdy stand that goes up to 7 foot high, or was with the camera on it. It's almost 7 foot. It's like 6.5 foot on its own, and it's a nice tripod, 3-leg. Anyways, just all metal, not plastic or garbage.
What you will find is when you're at full zoom, you will want to have something that is extremely stable. So a tripod that can go very wide leg but short height, to be more stable, because you won't be able to hold it by hand and zoom all the way into something, because you 1/8 will be like you moving 2-3 mile at the other end. It's that kind of movement. So you want to be holding very steady.
I could show you my first long distance video. It's on my channel, the TikTok channel, but it's like I said, that planet. I'm not sure what planet is, but it's pretty clear. I mean, it zooms right in. It's got 5 sides or 7 sides to it. I think it's 7. Yeah, 7 sides to it. And whatever, somebody said it was Jupiter, I think, or Mars. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not a astrologist, and I never really looked at the stars other than to think how beautiful they were.
But if you've got something large like that you can get your camera and film across, if you can set the lower to the ground or lower to water level that you can set that camera and film across, the easier it is for you to do calculation. So if you can set that little fella 1 foot off water level and then do some filming, and you can hit something that's 30 mile across that lake, and that's a fair distance, my friend, quite comfortably, and have a nice clean image and spot something that's verifiable, as in there's a building there and you're filming from a building that you can prove, and then check that onto Google Maps and see how far it is, and then do your calculations for your Earth curve, you'll probably find that there's not much curve, that is.
Oh, there's none at all. I have been going up to mountaintops my whole life and just pointing out to anybody that's with me, look at how far you can see, because I've been in the Fort Willing since I was a teenager, and I'm 58, 57, something. I don't know. I don't celebrate my birthday.
Lost track.
Yeah, I don't celebrate my birthday, so That's why they bought me this gift. They all got together, and I kept telling them, "No, I don't want nothing. I don't want nothing. I don't celebrate holidays or anything." And they just all got together, and they said, "Well, if you could have anything, what would you like?" And I said, "A really nice camera so I could take pictures." And they got me this, and they got me everything. I've got probably 30 filters. All the ranges of the infrareds, all the ranges of all the different color spectrums: green, red, blue,
Oh, nice.
yellow.
So when you start playing with those filters, you'll have to jump into the camera's settings.
And they got me a stand for my phone. They got me a tripod for my phone to go on because they said that I needed to record me recording. And I thought that was funny, but it's my kids.
No, that's quite common that people will have a second camera filming what you're actually doing just to show that you're not doing any editing or magic. It's just straight up footage. So you'll have a camera filming your P1000 doing its thing, and you can see that image through their second camera. So it's just to show that people are not messing around or doctoring images.
Right. Okay.
Also, have you noticed that everyone here is sitting there talking about filming 1 foot above water level, yet you keep talking about filming on top of mountains? I'm not making fun, but it's like, you want to see real far? Yeah, get real high, right? But what they're saying is get real low. See super far. Where's that Earth curve? You see the difference?
Yeah. I'm getting high since I was 13. It's too late for me to stop now.
Well, they reckon you've got to get real high to see the curve.
I've been trying to find it my whole life, honestly. That's probably why I travel to the top of every mountain. I've in every place I've ever lived, I've traveled to the top of every single mountain around me, surrounding me. I've always found the highest mountain and gotten to the top of it. So, and I've lived in Texas, Arizona, Nevada, Washington, Idaho, New Mexico. Did I miss Arizona?
Yeah, but you understand the difference, right? From filming low versus high?
Okay, do you know how far it is from the Rocky Mountains to the Sierra Nevadas?
No, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I was just curious if you understood what I meant.
Yeah, but everybody's taking pictures of the water. I mean, I love taking pictures of the water, and I do have pictures of Pyramid Lake from the camera level, the camera being right down at water level and across the lake. I've got some pictures of that.
Okay, sorry, like I said, I wasn't making
That was
fun or
from my
criticizing. I was just wondering if you understood.
Yeah, but it's not my thing. I'm really into going to the top of mountains. I just really am. I don't know why. Besides that, the wild horses, they always, seem to come toward me when I'm up there. We got a lot of wild horses here. They come up and eat out of the yards. I got some pictures of them eating in town a little bit from where I live. I live in Donner Trails, which is where the Donner Party that didn't go over the mountain stayed. And now it's all built up houses, ticky-tacky homes. So
Well, Joe, I'm glad to have met you. It is now 17:30. I have to go and play squash. I don't have to, but I do. I will catch all you guys at a later date. Look after yourselves.
Good to meet you, buddy.
Whoa,
Have a good
man,
one.
your volume's so overpowering compared to everybody else's.
Sorry, was that mine, mate?
Yeah. Wow. You're like coming across 10 by 10.
I'm really, really sorry. I'll try and fix that. I'm not good at tech stuff, mate. If you give me firearms, I can. You give me, give me any firearm or anything like that, and I can figure out the I's and stoppages, how to break it down, everything like that. But you give me anything to do with tech, and I'm still learning this app, and I'm absolutely dog shit. My brain doesn't work that way, so I do apologize.
Are you on your phone or your computer?
I'm on a device. Yeah, it's a cheap Chinese piece of shit phone. So yeah, I'll go in. I'll try and drop the input a little bit more. Just give us a sec. Sorry.
No
Yeah,
sweat,
if
or
you
just
click up
don't.
at the top where it says live stream, then you can go to voice settings, and there's a little slider for the volume. Oh wait, that's the output volume. Input volume. I think you got to click. Oh yeah,
Well,
output
you might
volume.
not have to fuss with any of that. Just curious, how far away from your mouth are you holding the phone?
Actually, mate, I'm holding it roughly a foot away.
Yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
I could go to the Black Rock Desert. It checks the distance, right?
Man, I went on vacation for a couple weeks. Went to Arizona, around Phoenix. Oh, dude, it was hell. I hated it. I just
Really?
could not. Yeah, dude, there was nothing good about it. It sucked.
Yeah. I
It
grew
was
up
like
hot roofing there. 15
it was
until
like
I was 20, man. It was
everybody
horrible.
was like, "Hey, go here, go there." Yeah, that's hours away every single day. It was nothing but driving every day.
Yeah. It's pretty spread out, isn't it?
Exactly, man. It's oh, dude, it sucked.
You got Apache Junction, Mesa, Tempe, and then you got Glendale, and then all the surrounding areas, Pima and Goodyear. It goes all the way out past Goodyear now, where it didn't used to. Gila Bend. Anyways, it is like expanded like crazy too.
Now, about 17 years ago, I went on a vacation for a couple weeks to Arizona, but we stayed in what's called Strawberry, Arizona, which was in the forests.
Oh, beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful up in
Oh,
Strawberry. See, I just lived straight down the highway from that in Sholo, which is almost the same kind of. That's where I just moved from.
man, it was gorgeous. Absolutely amazing. And we had two four-wheelers that we bought, and we just went everywhere. It was amazing. But then we went to like around Phoenix, and it sucked so bad.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely better to be up on the rim.
Yep.
And when I was younger, I swear that I could see from the rim, from up on the Mogollon Rim, and I want to get back there. My kids I still have kids that live in Arizona, so going back isn't a big deal. We do it at least twice a year, if not more. So anyhow, um, I swear I could see the Baja of California from the Mogollon Rim. When I was younger, we were up there camping. And I'm not sure if you know where Sedona is, but right up from Sedona up the old highway, before Flagstaff, when you get on top of the rim there's a campsite.
Yeah, up by Flagstaff. I know what you're talking about.
Well, the old 17, it used to zigzag up the mountain, coming up out of Sedona. Heck, that was 30 years ago. or more. 35 years ago.
That sounds really nice, mate. Just sorry, not trying to interrupt you guys. Does this sound a little bit better?
Yeah, you're not blasting my ears off.
I'm not saying it
Appreciate
was
it, mate.
bad. I'm not saying it was bad before, but it's probably 10% less. I don't know. It's not
Yeah,
bad.
you're still a little loud.
All right, I'll go in and turn it down a bit more. I do apologise for that. I'm half deaf myself, so yeah, I'll try and fix it, guys. Sorry about that.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I'm half deaf, so I crank up my volume, and when you come across, it was like, wow, almost knocked me off my stool here.
Yeah, sorry about that, mate. It was the same when I first got in the server. Again, I'm still getting used to this app, and I'm not tech-minded in any way, shape, or form. I didn't get an email for the first time until like 2009, and that was only because I was forced to.
You're good.
Sorry about that.
How about now?
It seems about the same to me.
Shit, sorry.
It's
I'll
not
turn it
that
down a
bad,
bit more.
man. It's not
It's
that
down.
bad.
I'll put it down to about a third. So
The deal is that if someone has a problem with your mic, they can turn you down on their end. So it's not like it's all on you.
I really appreciate it, mate. That's very kind of you.
I have noticed it's getting a lot easier to talk to people about flat Earth. Like they just don't react the way they did a few years back.
Yeah, I just revealed to one of my best mates. We're literal blood brothers. You know, when we were at School of Infantry, we did the whole cut the hand and shake kind of thing. You know, that kind of gay shit. And anyway, but yeah, I was talking to him last night, and I said, "Hey, man, I'm on this flat Earth server, and I'm learning a hell of a lot." And whatnot. And he's like, "What?" And I said, "Yeah, man." I said, everything we've been taught is bullshit. And then he actually turned around and, to your point, like he turned around. I'm open minded, man. I'd be keen to learn. So I'm going to ask AJ if I can bring him in here.
Well, I
Sorry,
believe you
mate. I
can
wasn't
bring
trying to talk.
anybody you want in. You know?
I appreciate that, mate. I don't know if I've actually I've got the role to be able to do that yet, but yeah, I was going to ask AJ anyway.
Oh yeah, they encourage everybody and anybody.
I'm gonna see
Just
if I can get my
send him a link and then let us know his name and yeah, we'll go from there. All good, man. Bring him in.
He doesn't have Discord yet. He's currently up in he's up near Parabadoo in northern WA. So he's out of he's in bad reception and shit right now on internet. But yeah, when he gets back down towards Perth, I'll definitely, dude, you got to get on Discord, and then I'll send him the server, and yeah, I really appreciate it, guys.
No worries, man. Anytime.
You're all right for a fucking Mexican, buddy.
Yeah, so I've been told.
Yeah, for you American brethren listening, we call Victorians Mexicans because they're south of the border. We're up north. Yeah, it's there's a bit of state rivalry in Australia, but yeah,
we're all normal down here, and the rest of the country's fucked.
Y'all banana benders, right?
Yeah, the old banana benders. Actually, what we call ourselves cane toads, because that's where the cane toad from South America was introduced to try and get rid of the cane beetle and the sugar cane, which was a really, really shit idea because they can't jump high enough. Yeah, we have what's in rugby league. We have what's called state of origin every year between New South Wales and Queensland. So New South Wales cockroaches, we're cane toads. Victorians are Mexicans. South Australians are crow eaters because they're the poorest state in Australia. Western Australians are sand gropers because there's an insect that swims through the sand, like a fish. I don't know what to call Northern Territorians, and I don't know what to call Tasmanians. We usually just call Tasmanians inbred, but yeah.
You didn't mention Aboriginals though, like at all.
Well, I mean that goes for anyone that lives anywhere, really. Aboriginal, white, whatever the case may be, really. Yeah. But yeah, down where Timbo is, you don't have any Aboriginals, so yeah, they talk a lot about Aboriginal issues, despite the fact they have practically none.
What's the definition of Aboriginal?
That's a very, very good question because they're not actually the original inhabitants of Australia. The original inhabitants of Australia were Melanesian, aka from Papua New Guinea. They were the Pygmies, and then when the Aboriginals got here, we don't have a lot of game animals in Australia that are native, and the ones that we do have are very, very fast. So the Aboriginals are cannibals, or they were cannibals, and what they would do is they would hunt the Pygmies to eat them and completely wipe them out. And the last of them were wiped out in 1876 up near a place called Cardwell in North Queensland. There was a guy called Archibald Meston who did not an archaeological, a flora and fauna survey up in the Bellendakur Ranges, and he took Aboriginal trackers with him. They found the last enclave of Pygmies, and the Aboriginal trackers went back to their mates on the coast and said, hey, there's some more Pygmies left, and then they went in and wiped them out. So we haven't had Pygmies in Australia since 1876.
Send them back across the ice wall, huh?
The original. So Aboriginal means not original. That's what when you break the word apart, it means not original.
The etymology, is that the proper term?
Yeah. Well, think about the word ab.
Abnormal.
Yeah. Abnormal, not normal.
So
yeah,
that's exactly right. Exactly right.
So who knew their origin, like how they got there? Was it someone else that knows this, or is it them? Because if it was them that says this, how do they know, considering they never had a written language?
So it was DNA testing, and we found out that Aboriginals actually come from Sri Lanka originally. And they made their way down when the seas were a lot lower across the land bridge, across the Torres Strait into northern Queensland, and then spread out from there. We do know that the original inhabitants of Australia were Pygmies, and they were Melanesian, aka they were from Papua New Guinea, and they still have Pygmies in Papua New Guinea, and their DNA is very, very close to the remains of Pygmies that were found.
Very interesting.
I was just gonna say that's interesting.
Yeah, look, we were all taught, like Timbo and I, we were taught, AJ was taught the wrong thing, Gris was taught the wrong thing, like we were all taught the wrong thing in schools. They claim to be First Nations, they claim to be the original, they're not at all. And the only genocide that has ever happened on the Australian mainland was the Aboriginals wiping out the Pygmies, and mostly for food. So, as a side note, they really liked during the gold rush era. We had a gold rush just like you guys had in the US. We had a couple actually, and a lot of Chinese came in. And the Aboriginals really, really liked kidnapping Chinese for food. They really liked the flavor, just as an interesting aside for that.
Chinese food. Damn.
Yeah, a bit of Chinese cuisine. They really loved it. And the Chinese actually petitioned the colonial governments to get protection so the Abos would stop coming in. Which, it was denied. But yeah, I just find that as an interesting aside. There are that are known of. There were a bit over 300 Chinese that were kidnapped for the purpose of being eaten by Aboriginals.
U.S. has a similar problem with Asian hate, only they're not abos here in the U.S.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the history's a little bit.
The joke probably didn't translate. Sorry.
No, you're right. No, there's a bit of a difference between the US and Australia in terms of the quote unquote native peoples. As far as I know, in the US before the quote unquote Native Americans, there was actually somebody else there, same kind of deal. But I'm not as familiar with that. I'm very familiar with Australian history in regards to that, but not US.
Yeah, it was a bad joke. Sorry, it didn't translate.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No,
Australianese
not
and
you.
American.
Me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. Poor
Is there
taste.
any history of any visitors from the north or south? I mean, instead of coming from elsewhere. Just curious.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, mate? I'm very hard of hearing. Sorry, I'm an ex-Mortimer, so I've lost 50% hearing in one ear and 30 in the other.
I get what you're saying. All right, I said, did any of the people ever come from the south? I mean, has anybody ever came to your islands from the south? Or, well, island, continent?
Look, not that we know of. What we do know from, again, DNA testing is that the original inhabitants were the pygmies that came down from Papua New Guinea across the Torres Strait, which is a string of islands that join the tip of Cape York, which is on the east of Australia, to Papua New Guinea. And we know that the DNA of quote-unquote Aboriginals, or as Timbo pointed out, they're not even the originals, but that Aboriginals, their DNA matches Sri Lankan DNA. But that's about as far as is known in terms of that. But they both came down from the north, not the south.
It would seem logical with the whole land bridge thing, right? Because it's not like they built ships and sailed and shit.
So, my question is, where did they come from originally, the pygmies? And do they...
Our best guess is Papua New Guinea because, again, the DNA matches the Papua New Guinean pygmies that still exist today. They're about 4.5 foot tall on average for males. And actually, when I was in East Timor, which is very close to Papua New Guinea, I was deployed there with the army. They're not much taller. They average about 5 feet. They're kind of pygmies themselves. And I don't know if there's been DNA tests done on the Timorese, but they... in oral tradition, in Timorese oral tradition, they came from Papua New Guinea as well.
Well, back when I was a younger adult, I was occupying my spare time by reading. I was playing Dungeons and Dragons with friends, and anyhow, I was reading the Realm books, the Outer Realm books, and it all just makes so much more sense now that I've seen a couple of those other maps, whether they're made up or not made up. I don't know, but it just makes a lot of sense about a lot of things. Anyways, I see this big old puzzle coming together in my head.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every single culture, no matter where that we know of, like nearly every single culture originally, and up until very recent times, and in a lot of cultures still, believe the Earth is a topographical plane. and this comes out in a lot of the maps that were drawn way back in the day. That much I do know, but again, I'm very new to this, so you guys have been on this server a lot longer than me. You can tell me a lot more about that, but yeah, historically, yeah, the globe is a very recent thing, really, in the big scheme of things.
Well, I'm an uneducated person, so I'm the last to give to. That's one of the things that why I don't talk a whole lot in here is because there are so many very intelligent people in here. I'm intelligent in my own right. I can build anything. I can fix any mechanical machine without a problem. That's just what I do. But you know, when it comes to all, the evidence and proof, I'm just not sure where I fit into all that. Other than I just want to go out there and take pictures and take photos. And if you guys want to see photos of off the top of the water, I'll take photos of off the top of the water because I know the lake's 30 miles across, and I can send my daughter and her boyfriend around to the other end and have them, out there with we got mirrors and lasers and between all my kids, that live here, so.
Hey, mate, look, that sounds awesome. And look, I would actually replace you saying you're uneducated as to undoctrinated. You haven't been indoctrinated because it took me, and this is why I homeschooled our kids. Unfortunately, only one of them still with us, but we homeschooled our kids because it took me. I'm still unindoctrinating now, but especially in terms of history, which history is my bag. That's my main focus, and the reason being is that the reason we're in the position we're in. One of the big reasons is that people have ignored transcendent wisdom. They've ignored history, and they live for today and fuck yesterday, and just live for today and fuck the future. And just unindoctrinating from what we learn in school with history alone was massive. So I wouldn't say that you're uneducated, mate. I would say that you're useful, and I would say that education is just a euphemism for indoctrination. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut whoever was trying to speak.
I just wanted to ask you a question, Skinny, about the land bridge, because we got the same story here in America. The American Indians came from a land bridge that was an ice bridge or whatever. That's no longer there. Your bridge is gone too, right?
Yeah, mate, that's correct. I do the little I do know of the U.S. was apparently before the seas rose, you had a land bridge across from Mongolia to Alaska, from memory.
Yeah, Russia to Alaska, wherever, over that way.
And it is interesting. It is interesting that the Mongols and the American Indians
Siberia.
Share a lot.
Yeah, pretty much next to it, but yeah, Siberia.
Yeah, and they do share a lot of culture. So I do find that interesting as well. And
I find
guess
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and regarding Australia with the Aboriginals coming in after the Pygmy, before the waters rose and everything like that, I do find it interesting that the story of our Aboriginals and the story of the Bantu moving down through Africa and eventually moving into South Africa about 300 years ago is a very similar story, but there was no land bridge, but culturally it's very interesting to me.
Yeah, and American Indians and Aboriginals, Aborigines, I fucked that up, don't have the written language. Both those cultures, and that I think our smart guy here, man, he mentioned that, Joe T. Written language, man. That's one thing I always heard people talk down about it. That, original people is not having written language that makes them stupid. It's kind of how I used to take it. And like Joe said, he thinks he's uneducated. Well, he's unindoctrinated. And you throw Joe and me and you out in the woods, man, we're gonna figure it out. And
Agreed. And the thing is as well.
That's intelligence, man. We're gonna go fishing. We're gonna make some fire. Yeah, we're gonna do some cool things, man.
When I broke my back, they took our house, took our 5 acres, and just
Shit,
left
sorry,
us
bro.
to fend for ourselves. Nah, that's all right, man. Don't worry about it. But we lived in the woods for a year, and we kind of traveled about. And my kids actually loved it when we finally got into a house, which I was so beaten up and depressed by the time we finally got in a house. You know, it felt like the end of the world to me, just before we got into a place. But my kids loved it and wanted to go back out to the woods. And I was like, what?
There you
I
go.
fought so hard to get you back into a house and you hate it.
Yeah.
And they were like,
I
no,
mean,
we had so much fun in the
I,
woods. You taught us so much stuff. And, because we camped by a dry riverbed, and
Yeah.
we pulled a bunch of the rocks out of the river in a low spot, and we just kept digging the hole a little deeper and made a tub-sized hole that filled up with fresh water every day. We'd take our drinking water out of it every morning, and then we'd all bathe in it. And, just let it run for a few minutes, and it'd clean itself out. But it was down probably 3 foot below the surface
yeah,
of the bottom of the riverbed, but it was still flowing.
I'm hearing you, man, and dude, that is so awesome because I grew up. I lived in 4 houses with no electricity whatsoever growing up. We lived mostly on farms. The first 5 years of my life, I
We
remember it
had a
very
hand crank
well.
washing machine when I was a child. I
Yeah,
remember that.
yeah, yep, same thing. Our light came from candles or kerosene lamps. It was great. I loved it, and we're going to be everything going well. We'll have our block of land by the end of the year. To your point, flat Earth. With
Yeah.
the low intelligence, yeah. Well, like Australian Aboriginals are outside of, I believe, the Inuit up in Canada, are the lowest IQ in the world. It's an average of 56 for full-blood Aboriginals, and that's why they have a lot of problems with, anything outside of really, hunter-gathering and living naked and wandering waterhole to waterhole.
Yeah, I mean, that seems all good and well in Australia, but here in North America, man, unless you're in maybe Florida or California, man, maybe Arizona, I mean, it's really hard to live through a winter out there, man. It's fuck off, freezing, snow, fuck that. I mean,
Yep. I fully agree with you. In its own way, actually, in its own way, Australia is actually one of the hardest places to survive because 80% of edible-looking flora will kill you. The fauna is so quick and hard to actually hunt. But you are 100% correct with the winter because it's one of the areas with really high IQs and advanced civilizations. They all have a long winter where you have to prepare. So you're definitely on the money with that.
okay. Just that was totally off the
Something
cuff.
that a lot of people know about the hotter regions of the world and versus the colder regions is that spices which are adapted to kill bacteria are grown primarily in the hottest, most temperate region of the world. So when you go further out to these cold regions where you have to plan ahead, you also don't have as much of the resources that can prevent food from spoiling. So you think ahead in that terms, and you don't have as much resources to do that.
Right. I mean, dry foods, that's always best. In the hotter climates, North America in the winter, yeah, you can just store your food outside, man. It's not going to go bad. But that's just for 3 months. So
Yeah, you think about even further north where you've got winter for, you don't see the sun for 3 months and winter can last for 6+ months. Like, you got to know what you're doing.
you gotta have some super skills, man. You gotta be an excellent fisherman. Like you gotta be able to catch a seal or something huge. uh, yeah, you gotta do some hunting.
Yeah, at the same time, though, what I will say for the Aboriginals, though, because I grew up with black fellas and I got to eat, as a white fella, I got to eat a lot of stuff that I normally wouldn't. And I'll tell you one thing, like their tracking, their ability to read the surrounding environment, is just off the charts. The ones that were raised traditionally, that I will say.
Okay.
But But oh, mate, look, when I was a kid, they taught me to the point I could track a lizard across concrete. You know, I can't do that now. But you know, like, but yeah, it was insane. It was absolutely insane, and the best hunters I've ever met in my life. But at the same time, you're 100% correct when it comes to the winter. You have to be able to store food and plan ahead. And Aboriginals were 100% subsistence living. It's just
Yeah.
whatever you come across is whatever you come across.
Yeah, we've heard of large populations in the north here in America where it's definitely some very harsh winters, lots of tribes. I don't know. I mean, they have numbers, maybe 1 million, 2 million. I don't know. You know, I've read numbers all over the place through the decades, but in reality, man, I mean, you would have to have some great skills, and you're gonna have to have some teamwork, man. Otherwise, the dream ain't gonna work, man. There's got to be some young people taking care of the old people, that kind of thing. And it seems plausible, man. It seems like a great lifestyle, actually. I used to dream about it. You're like, it would have been so cool, man. Just living on the prairie with my crew, you know, right? And taking care of business. And those guys were strong and
That
they
life
were
was stolen
fit.
from us. That life was stolen from us.
You
We
know, but
should have had that life, man.
what if Joe broke his leg? Now we got to hump him around for the next 3 months
All right, my
until he's
finger got
better.
mangled when I was a child. My mom sat there and she got me drunk on whiskey, but she just straightened out my finger and pulled it straight from the tip, and then she rolled all the pieces of bone back into it, and I still have full use of my finger today. When we got into town 2 weeks later, because we were
Yeah.
out camping in the woods, and a log smashed it, and anyhow, I think I was like 6 years old,
Yeah.
and when we got back into town, the doctor said that I would never be able to use my finger. My mom laughed at him, and she glued a
Yeah.
bra hook to the back of my finger, to my fingernail, and she put a rubber band on my wrist and pulled it up to the bra hook and made my finger bend itself slowly. You know, after it healed for a couple of weeks, she started doing that.
Little
And then had
exercises.
me put a ball in my hand and started squeezing it. And I've had full use of my fingers pretty much all my life. It was only down for maybe 6 months.
That's not bad. You sound very mechanical. You work with your hands like I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mechanic. I had a shop for a couple years and I couldn't stand working with the people, the public. I loved working on the cars, but I didn't like the public. So I went to building custom homes, doing custom remodels because I didn't have to
But
build then.
you're a man after my own heart when it comes to not liking people, man. You guys are awesome. I'm hearing you. I don't like people, which is why I want to get a block as far away as possible. The last thing I'll say about the Aboriginals, though, is originally, and this is proved by DNA testing, there was over 700 tribes. By the time of British settlement in 1788, there were about 300. And
Right.
they genocide the living shit out of each other. And it was actually estimated that they wipe each other out eventually over the very scarce resources, especially during the dry periods. And if
Right.
it hadn't have been for white settlement, there'd probably be no Aboriginals left because that's what they genocide the living shit out of each other, like literally genocide the shit out of each other. And white man
That's
actually
wicked,
stopped that
man.
when we
That's fuck all wicked, bro. Fuck all wicked. I don't think we had genocide. I mean, obviously the colonial system came in America and kind of wiped out any Aboriginal people. Kind of took that shit. But there wasn't a lot. They used to say there was fighting amongst tribes, but there were so many resources here, bro. It was stupid to fight over resources. I mean, there's fucking deer and shit, woods, fucking whatever you want, man. Water. It's fucking. This place is loaded with that shit, man. Snow, beaches. What else do you need, bro? I mean,
yeah,
everything.
it was the opposite. It's the opposite here. It still is. That's why bush
Totally
tuck
the
is so
opposite,
hard.
right? Totally the opposite.
Yeah,
I think it's interesting geologically and also with the cosmos, because right now, man, you're like what, middle of summer, and we're in the middle of winter. It's just the opposite. We got tons of resources. You barely have any. Like it's
yeah.
weird. Man.
It's a hell of a paradox, and bush tuck is really, really hard because you have plants that look identical, and one will keep you
Exactly.
alive, and the other will kill you. Inside of 8 hours. You need to know what you're doing.
Right. The desert. You mostly have desert land, and I live out here in California, man, where we got a shitload of desert out here, man. Hundreds and hundreds of miles, and thousands and millions of square miles. I don't know, whatever it is, but it's huge. And yeah, if there's plants out there, man, it'll kill you, and there's plants out there that'll get you going, man. But yeah, you got to know a lot of shit about botany, man.
I have
You
a
got
book.
to spend a lot
even
of
on
time
the
out there.
I have to go see if
even sorry.
You're coming in a little low, Joe. Get closer to your mic there.
Yeah, I was leaning toward my bookshelf.
All right, don't do that. Stay close to your mic.
Because I've got a book
I'm
somewhere, a
just kidding.
botany. It's a botany book that's got all the
Yeah.
northwestern plants.
Dude, they got apps now, man. You can point your fucking phone at it and then tell you what it is.
I don't trust them because they don't say the same thing my book
That's
says.
all I'm saying,
Book
man.
tells
I
me
mean,
what it- everything's good for something. Everything, even the ones they tell us are poisonous, they're good for something. All right,
yeah,
they all
actually,
have a use.
yeah, man. You
They're
might
medicine.
might
They
be
all
good.
have a purpose.
Yeah, just too much of it will kill you. Too much, just the right amount will probably heal you.
I mean, look at how much
It's crazy.
heroin
What a
it takes
great
to get
place we live,
high.
man.
It's a very tiny amount compared to our body.
Exactly.
You
It's a mice.
know?
It's just it's a micro of our total body weight or whatever. Yeah.
5 milligrams of fentanyl will kill you.
That's right, man. That's a great thing you brought up there, man. I just learned about fentanyl last year, and I was like, damn, that's some fucked up. That's some fucked up bullshit, man.
I wish I
I
could
thought
say I never learned about it.
I thought crack was fucking stupid, but that shit went fucking next level, man. Whatever.
It's horrible. It'll kill you inside. It'll kill you really, really quickly.
Yeah,
The
man.
problem, the biggest problem with a lot of Australian fruit and nuts that are native is, and about 80% of them are like this, is that a lot of them, I don't know whether it's the area or not, but a lot of them break down the ability for you to digest, so you can eat as much as you want of it.
Right.
And a great example of this is there's a clover down south where Timbo lives called Nabu. And Timbo, so we had a couple of explorers called Burke and Wills. They went from the bottom of Australia to the top of Australia and back again. Now, the common myth is that they died of starvation. They didn't die of starvation at all. They had plenty of water. They had plenty of food. Sorry, no, that's incorrect. That they died of dehydration. Sorry, they didn't die of dehydration. They died next to a major water source. What they died of, they ran out of food, and then they started eating what the Aboriginals were eating, called nabu. It's a clover, and the problem with nabu is if you're not used to it, and you haven't had generations and generations of eating it, is that you can't digest it.
Right.
And so they were eating shit tons of this clover,
Yeah.
but they starved to death. They starved to death because that's it. That's Australia is really hard like that, and you really need to know what the fuck you're doing because
So is America with all its geographical changes. North to south. It's pretty amazing.
I
But
heard this saying once, it's rough all over.
it's rough all over, man. There's no getting around being rough, man. Doesn't matter where you're at. I mean, unless you're a billionaire with like 4 islands and a bunch of jets and boats and helicopters and shit, whatever.
You think they got it easy? They have to go
No,
to damnation.
I found out, man, they don't have it easy. I've kind of looked into it for a long time, and the rich, yeah, they have mental anguish and shit that we'll never have to deal with, which is cool. I'm good with that.
I have no money, but I consider myself one of the richest men in the world.
Oh, no doubt, man. You're in this server, man. You hit the fucking jackpot, Joe.
Yep.
So it's skinny,
Yep.
man.
Fucking 100%. 100%. Fucking 100%.
You won, man. You fucking won the game. If you ended up at this fucking place. This place is awesome, man. Every day, man. I think I fucking heard it all. Where it gets kind of slow around here. Some shit.
Because the day I met my wife, I looked into her eyes and seen a vision. And then 32 years later, while we were sitting in our lawn chairs in our front yard watching all of my grandchildren play in our front yard,
Yeah.
I realized that was the vision I seen in my wife's eyes 32 years earlier, and that's when I knew that I was one of the richest men in the
Yeah, you
world.
won, man. You won. Yeah, they throw a lot of shit at us, man. In fact, today here in Southern California, man, we had the craziest skies during the day that I've seen in fucking years, man. It was everywhere. X here, X there, X there, X there. It was fucking stupid, man. It was a complete fucking X fest of sky clouds. It's like,
Yeah, they like to
what?
do loop-de-loops here and stuff. They play
Loop-de,
around.
I've seen it all, man. I've seen loop de loop. I've been looking at this shit for 20 years, and it's like I've seen it all, man.
Do their chemtrails and big old freaking just they.
I don't like to use that word. I don't like to use that one. I kind of
Okay,
scooted around that a little
cloud,
bit.
fluffy cloud trails that the planes leave behind them.
Yeah, puffy cloud trails. That there you go. That's fine. I do moderate sometimes around. It's like we can't get into too many subjects that are
Right.
too. But it is
That's
speculation Sunday. Hey, it's 11:11. I hit the jackpot again.
when you're right, you
Can't
can't go
believe it,
too
dude.
far to the left.
But geography, timelines, history, that's all on the table, man. It's been
Yeah.
discussed, but we just,
That
you
was a
know,
dual political and
but it is a
biblical
thing,
show.
man.
You
They
didn't
have a
even
name
get it.
for it. They have a scientific name for it, man. Anyway,
That's why I say I have a
they're
sense of
taking care of the weather, man. I think is their scientific name for it. We got the weather controlled, man. Don't you guys worry. We got it. I don't know. You get that shit over there, skinny man. You get some funny shit in the skies there.
Yeah, we do, mate. I've got to duck out for a minute. I just sent you something in the chat, but I'm really enjoying this, and this is so awesome, man. This is so therapeutic. Thank you so much. I've just got to
Hey,
go.
man.
I've got to duck out for a bit. I'll be back.
Cheers, Bray. Cheers.
Thanks, brother. Later.
Thank you. I'll be
Anyway,
back soon.
all right, I got you, brother. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's late
I
night.
want to learn more about the stars. What stars are what and what planets are what. I know there's a bunch of apps. I've been looking at them. So
Well, yeah, there's apps.
well,
There's
that
different shit you could print out. You know what I mean? You don't have to have an app, man. You
I
can get a plan. It's
so
called a planisphere. Planisphere, man. That's the fucking name of it. It's a little tool, man. You line it up where your longitude, latitude, and what time it is, and it'll tell you what fucking stars are there, man. It's a little piece of paper. It's got a couple spin dials on it. You can check it out for yourself, man, and it'll tell you exactly what skies are happening. Don't need an app. Anyway,
yeah, I used to have a sky chart when I was a child.
there you go. It's kind of the
The
same
sky,
thing.
the star wheel.
Little star wheel.
Yeah, you just turn
It's
to
a
the month, the
planisphere.
day, and the year. And you know what?
I
And
love
I
the way they
always
called
used
it
to
a
tell everybody
planisphere.
those couldn't work. They were called star wheels when I was a child, and I always told everybody, how could this even work on a globe? How could you fit all the stars on one wheel on a globe? Explain that to me. And they'd
Well,
stick me in the
they
corner
don't.
with
They
a tin
don't.
hat
They
on.
actually. I'll
That's all
explain it
I
to
know.
you. They don't actually print all the stars on the planisphere. They have a northern hemisphere planisphere and a southern hemisphere planisphere. They're two different planispheres, and you can. It depends, where you're at. So if you're down there with Timbo and Skinny, man. Those guys have the southern hemisphere, and we got the northern hemisphere, and theirs are different than ours. I found that out years ago. Took a minute. I didn't teach me that shit in school, man. I learned that shit because of flat Earth, because we were questioning shit.
I
But
hated school.
me too, man. I hated school. I liked working on shit. Let's go hump some hay or fix some engine or something like that. I was always more interested in that kind of shit.
It took me almost 50 years to admit that I really don't have dyslexia, because that's what I got so used to telling everybody in school that why I wouldn't do classwork. I don't know what that says. The words don't make sense to me. And I just never read in school. I just refused to.
Yeah,
I didn't actually pick up a book and read it until I was 30 years old. And that was the Bible.
Oh, right on, man. So yeah, you're a real fucking hillbilly, man. Fuck, I love you, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm a Valley Billy now.
You're a what, Billy?
A Valley Billy. I
What the
live in
fuck's
the
a valley,
valley.
Billy?
Yeah,
What the fuck's a
I live
valley,
in the
Billy, man?
valleys, man, but I'm
Which valley? San Joaquin
no, I told you. Well, it's actually more like plains, but I live in Fernley, Nevada.
Okay, yeah, that's
It's east of Reno
yeah.
and south of Lovelock.
Okay. Lubbock.
The
Lubbock. They call
Lovelock Caves. The Lovelock Caves were the big giants, red-haired giants. Everybody asked if they were related to me.
Yeah, that's in my backyard, man. I might have to go check that out. Yeah.
Well,
Lubbock Caves, man. The Lobach
Lovelock.
Cave.
Lovelock.
Lovelock.
Yeah.
Lovelock. Okay. I was thinking Lubbock, man. There's another
The
town out here.
Lovelock Caves. Look them up.
All right, I'll check them out.
Yeah, there was the Native Americans chased a group of giants in there because they were eating their children. That's the story written on the cave walls.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
That's fucked up, man. Damn. That's some fucked up shit. Hey, I saw some fucked up shit in Hollywood, man. They make movies about all kinds of fucked up shit, man. I just want to tell you guys that Hollywood makes a bunch of fucked up shit for your skull, man. And you can see some of the grossest shit
Like
in Hollywood,
Human
man.
Centipede?
It's so bad. It's so bad, dude. It's fucking beyond bad. It's so much farther along the road when I grew up than we could ever imagine. It is absolutely disgustingly sick, wicked, unimaginable.
It's just the same thing with the music industry.
Same thing with the music. Yeah, the music's completely fucking shit now, man. Thanks, Ask. But although there are some great little artists on YouTube, man, maybe got like a couple thousand views here and there. They're pretty damn good, man. Check.
Yeah.
You know. Music's cool, man. Nothing wrong with music, bro.
It's just controlled.
The way it got propagated and dispersed to the public. Yeah, that kind of fucked things up, man. But we do have a little internet. They got to give us something, man. Otherwise, their karma will be all fucked up. So, plus they got to know what we're up to. You know, that's another part.
Yeah, the thing about all entertainment is it's not about talent. It's about who you know. Basically, because there's so many people that are way better than any current artist that you could possibly imagine, but you never see them. You never see them because they never get. They're not.
You ever heard of you ever heard of a guy named Lawrence Juber?
No.
Lawrence Juber. Have you ever heard of Lawrence Juber?
I like the last name, Juber.
Juber, yeah, kills. And then there's Doyle Dykes. Doyle Dykes, amazing.
That's kind of funny.
That guy's fucking got a killer name, but that guy can play guitar. These are just guitar players I'm mentioning. I meet a lot of these guys over the years, and I'm like, holy crap, man! Nobody's ever heard of you, bro. Really? I mean, a few people here and there, but the mass majority, not they know Michael Jackson and the Beatles and all that shit.
There's a musician called Helio Skeptic. You ever heard of that guy? He's great.
That guy can sing his fucking balls off, man.
The greatest ever.
I think he can. In his heyday, man, he had a scholarship to sing.
He might just be the greatest artist of all time.
He might be, man. I mean,
I have a question.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh shit! I smoked too much weed.
Take
Forgot it. Wait a
your
minute, it'll
time.
come back
Take your
around.
All right, let that one smoke out for a minute, man. It'll come back. Take
time.
another hit. I'd say take another hit, man, and then you'll be good. You'll be good.
Isn't that expensive? I don't know. I could never do weed because it just costs money.
Oh, well, I mean,
It's like
to
another.
grow something, to,
I guess it's free to grow it, right?
it's free. Yeah, it's totally pretty inexpensively. You can grow it. I think. I mean, I know some
All right.
people that did that stuff.
Okay. Did on the original server wasn't there a music channel, a flat Earth music channel?
Yeah,
Didn't they
we
have
have
that?
one. We have one in here too, man. There's one in here
Yeah,
for
but he
sure.
doesn't play music all the time. Does he?
No, maybe yeah. I wasn't around for the first server, man. I only
Yeah, they
made
had
it.
a music bot that would just play flat Earth music.
That's cool, man. Good on you, man. Good on you. There was a guy named Paul on the plane. He was running a.
I remember Paul on the plane.
He was doing a YouTube channel called Flat Earth MTV or something like that, right?
Was
And
he?
I was subscribed to it, and I would send him links and stuff, and I was helping him find some flat Earth music, you know. And so I'd send him a lot of links, but yeah, he ran a 24/7 flat Earth music channel, man, for like about a year. I'd say he ran it for maybe a year and a half at tops. But that was a cool. I would always check that one out.
Yeah, you guys need to bring that back because, bring back the music bot so new artists can post their music on it and stuff.
There we go.
And that way, because I don't like hearing any shit on the radio. I don't like hearing any shit on the TV, but I love music when it comes from the heart and the soul. So I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
musician songwriters. My mom was one, my grandma was one, my sister's one. I just don't have a musical bone unless it's playing a saw.
You know, saws have been used in music. I get it.
Oh,
That's
and I
cool.
could play the hell out of a tranny funnel. I'm really
Well,
good.
those are rare. You might be the best in the world, as far as I know, man. But I'm not going to take that any farther.
You'd have to
But
hear, right?
I'd have to hear it, and then I'll be the judge. I'll be the judge of that. I can judge music pretty good, man. Pretty good at it. But I got a lot of experience. That's all. It's not that I'm a genius or anything, but you
Yeah,
throw
I've
some
been
music.
around. All the
You
women in my family are musically inclined.
you could throw some music at me, man. I could tell you some history about it. Most likely.
My
Most likely.
grandma, she played the organ at the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, the big organ there. She's not a Mormon, but they hired her to play the organ for a couple years. She played it.
Yeah.
That big, huge organ that's in the music hall there in Salt Lake City.
Holy shit, man. There's another
Yeah.
guy that comes in here, man. He worked on that building over there. He was a construction guy.
And what
I think
always amazed me about the church
I know his
history is that
name.
I could
I know his
never
name.
find no pictures of the building being built. All I could ever find was stacks of blocks laying around on the ground like it just got knocked down.
Well,
And but
you must, Joe, man, you must have watched some fucking John Levy videos over the years, yeah?
oh, I know who John is. Yeah, I used to drink his coffee, but then all of a sudden he quit making half of them. He only makes one now, I guess. I haven't tried uh bear.
Paraplegics?
Yeah, Barabelegic, yeah.
Yeah,
I
I know,
haven't
I
tried
know.
his coffee yet, but I did check out his website, but I still got a 5-pound bag.
All right, well, you just, yeah,
Oh, I
take
did
care of
write a
that.
song. I wrote one song.
Yeah?
It's called Cayenne in My Coffee.
Cayenne in my coffee.
Yeah. Cayenne in my coffee, cayenne in my coffee. It's not plain. I bet you think this cup is for you, don't you? But it's not plain. Blah blah blah. And then there's verses It happened early one morning just before dawn. I thought it was coffee, but or I thought it was cinnamon, but man, I was wrong. It was cayenne in my coffee. Anyways, yeah. There's more to it, but I don't remember right now because I'm too stoned.
I did put pepper in my coffee a few times, thinking it was something else.
Oh,
Like
I drank cayenne in my coffee every morning. My grandchildren sing it when they come over. They sing it with me. They do the high pitch part that I can't do. I point at them and I got them trained.
Love it.
Maybe I should record that.
Yeah, you should. For sure. Heck yeah. I would. Yeah, I recorded a lot of the youngsters doing some crazy cool shit over the years. Like young adults, 7, 8, 9 years old, do some of the craziest shit, man.
Children
If you let them,
them,
man, if you gotta let them want it, and they'll just figure it out on their own, man. They're amazing. Fucking kids are amazing, man. Shit, just let them go. Here's a guitar. You want to learn? Yeah, figure it out. Here's a chord. Here's a book. They'll eat it up if they want to do it. Whatever they're into, man. They'll just want to go for it. There's no fear, no hesitation, no bills to pay. Let's just make it work. It's like being out on the open range, man. You got to figure it out there.
I should have recorded when I asked all my grandchildren when I was there in Nevada at our anniversary that I was telling you about. I asked my grandchildren that day. Asked them all. That's when my 3-year-old grandson, he sat on the ground and he stuck his fingers into the dirt. And I asked the question, is the sky moving or is the earth moving? And they were all looking up and they were all like, well, it looks like the sky is moving to me. And anyhow, but the 3-year-old, he digs his fingers into the ground and he sits down and he looks at the sky and he holds the earth. And he looks down at the earth and he looked at the sky, looked at the earth, and he's like, definitely the sky's moving, Papa. The ground's not moving at all. Definitely the sky. That's what a
I agree.
3-year-old said.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's some solid evidence, man. That's all you need to know. If a 3-year-old can figure it out, this shit should be easy. Now,
he was the youngest at the party, so
it should be really, really easy to disprove that if you're a glober. Boy, man, they're really desperate, man. They've gone into the weeds to try to prove the globe, man. But a 3-year-old put his fingers in the ground and said, "No, it's the sky that's moving. We're not moving."
Oh, all of them agreed. You know, they were from 12 years old to 3 years old.
There you go.
And there was 11 of them.
That's a great question, man. That should be asked to every human being on Earth, man. Stick your fingers in the ground and tell me,
13 of them.
are you moving or is the sky moving? And they'll figure it out quick. I hope. I mean, that was my hope, is to say, hey, man, that these people could figure it out. They're smart. They can figure out that we're not moving.
Yeah, but after that, they're lied to in school and told that, not to trust their senses. Because that's what that's what the other kids said. Well, it feels like the sky is moving and the earth is sitting still. But, my grandkids that have been to school, they were like, but the older couple of them that are 11 or 10 and 12.
Right.
They were like, oh, but it only feels that way because we're not going fast enough. And,
yeah.
they already started in with indoctrination. And I was
Making
like,
up
oh my God.
excuses. Yeah. Making up excuses for their not feeling any emotion or anything. Oh, yeah.
I remember telling the 10-year-old, because he had a dinosaur shirt on. I said, You know why their arms were short? It's because they wanted to disgrace the dragon, so they took away his magnificent wings and gave him tiny little arms.
Yeah.
There's no dinosaurs. But the Bible talks about dragons.
Dragon could be dangerous. Yeah, I'd probably stay away from dragons if I saw one. I'd be like, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, dude. Let's go.
Why? What if they were intelligent? Haven't you ever talked to animals? I'm not joking.
I know you're not. That's why I laughed. I'm like, oh shit, I know, and I never thought of that, man.
I talk to animals all the time.
Yeah, I dig that, man. I had a lot of dogs and cats and birds, and yeah.
I argued with a bird that wanted to shit on my head. I told him if he did, I was going to grab my BB gun and shoot him in the butt. And he squawked and he threw a fit. My neighbor said, "Did I just see you arguing with a bird and win?" I said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
So don't you
Take
do
care of
that?
business.
I believe animals know what you're saying. Just I believe they sense intent.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so I pass a whole lot of intent their way that I mean them no harm, that I'm here in peace and I want to show them love and I want to be their friend.
Yep. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
best.
it's interesting you say that. It's interesting you say that, Joe, because I've got a lot of experience training horses and dogs and everything like that, and you're 100% correct. They feel what you're actually putting into your words, even if they don't understand the words themselves. It's very, very clear. You're 100% right.
Well, I've been talking to animals my whole life, so I wouldn't think of it any other way. I always thought the cartoons were just exaggerating what I was experiencing, showing animals actually talking. I thought that was, an exaggeration of the feeling that I always had
Oh
when I
shit. Yeah.
communicated with animals.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. And the cartoon world, yeah, it's full of animals talking.
Yeah, and it's just an exaggeration of the intent between human and animals, and you can sense it and feel it, I believe. Anyways, I don't want to go into that. People think I'm.
No, you're right on. You're right on point, Joe. Man, you don't even realize how on point you are, man. Because I don't know how you guys think about cartoons, man, but I have a big problem with it personally, and it has to do with the psychological manipulation of your mind. If you deal with a lot of cartoons versus like trees and grass and water and air and lightning, rain, waves. There's a lot of beautiful things we can observe in life, but they want you to focus on fucking Mickey Mouse and fucking Donald Duck and fuck all who knows. And they don't want you thinking about where you fucking live, man. They don't want you talking about where you live or how to fucking deal with
Check
where
this
you
out.
live or anything like that. They don't want you to deal with reality whatsoever. And that's the point.
Bang on, brother. Bang on, brother. Bang on. You're 100% correct. And yeah, most definitely.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
I was born in 1966. My mother was born in 1939. My grandma was born in 1908. Her husband, my grandfather, married her when he was 40 and he was 44, she was 14.
What? Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
And he was born in 1878, I do believe. They were
Wow.
30 years apart.
Fuck off.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, my grandpa there's a lot of history. I didn't know this when I moved here, and after I moved here, I found out about all the history I have here. My mom grew up in a tent encampment just down the road from where I live.
All right.
A tent city that when they were building the Derby Dam and finishing up the Derby Dam and the Lahontan Canal and the Lahontan Dam and doing all that. Toward the end of it, she was born. At the very end of it, well, actually, they finished all the work in 1951.
All right.
But anyhow, my grandma was telling me that when she was born, that her grandparents, this had to have been in the 1800s, somewhere in the middle, that her grandparents talked to Europe on the television.
What?
All right. And she said that was before, she used to say that was before they used it for programming. And she'd laugh and say, don't repeat that to anybody because they might lock you up for it. And I used to always think she was joking. But
shit.
now, seeing all these videos of all the
Uncle.
orphanages, all the insane asylums and everything, it's starting to form a picture in my head of these stories that my grandpa used to sit and laugh and tell, because he'd been to a couple of world fairs.
Yeah.
And so did my grandma. My grandma had been to World Fair, or two of them, I think. And I think I just found a box of videos here, old films from the 20s up to the 50s, box of silent movies, home movies. I just
From
pulled it out and started to
Tartaria.
look at it.
So, Joe, Skinny, man, you guys have heard of Tartaria, right? You guys ever dig into that?
Yeah, I believe my grandpa was Tartarian. He was 6'6". My son, he's 6'3", and I'm only 5'7".
Interesting. I don't know, man.
Yeah, look, with Tartaria, it's a big belief that that's one of the reasons that Australia is so dry and already worn out. I do know that it was mentioned in the Encyclopedia Britannica until I can't remember the exact year, but it'd be around 1906. It was talked about. The World Fairs were talked about, and then all of a sudden, leading up to World War One, no more references to it whatsoever.
Interesting. So some time went by, people were talking about stuff, and then a war came along and distracted everybody, and they stopped talking about it. Well, if I was a diabolical engineer, that would be perfect.
Yeah, look, as much as it pains me to say it, because I had a lot of relatives die in World War One and World War Two, and I served in the army myself. I've had a lot of mates die, everything like that. But as that was one of the biggest sacred cows for me to slaughter was the official narrative of what actually happened.
Right.
To cause for World War One. Like that was a big sacred. It's just like what the fuck did they die for? But at the same time, the guys that served, the guys that signed up and went over, and Australia had the only fully volunteer force in the entirety of World War One. They did so for the right reason. They were misused, but they did so for the right reasons. And people that join up, like myself, like QE, like other people on here.
It's very, very patriotic, bro. Very patriotic. I get it. My dad served, my brother served. I didn't serve, but I get it. It's patriotic, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's just you view your family as an extended family. Like you view your nation as an extended family, and that's why you join up. But you don't get the choice as to how you do. And what pisses me off about there's a lot of quote unquote libertarians and lefties and whatnot. And I know this is not a politics server, but my point being, and I'm not trying to bring up politics, is they go, you're just pawns for the state and blah 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 blah. And it's just like, dude. We joined up to actually protect you guys, like every one of you. Now this is not me beating my own chest, but what I'm saying is that like that was a bitter pill to swallow when you find out what actually happened.
Big pill,
post
man.
World War One.
Big fucking pill, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, it's a big pill right up the fucking ass. And, when you realize that, you had the machinations behind the scenes, and they funded both sides. And
guess what, Skinny, man? Guess what, bro? The biggest pill of all is realizing the fucking Earth is not fucking a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
Yep, that's a big one. And I'll tell you one thing, though. I'll tell you one thing, though, if that's okay. Like, it was actually very easy for me to come across to topographical plane.
Right.
You know, critical, because so many sacred cows had already been slaughtered before that. It was just like, you know what,
Exactly.
man, I am not fucking surprised at all.
Not
You
at
know?
all. I was like, but I was pissed, but I wasn't surprised. I was like, fuck, man. Why didn't I see it earlier, man? I was kind of pissed at myself, really, man. I was like, damn.
Oh, you and I both, mate. Like, you and I both. Like, maps are obviously a bad thing to base shit off of, but you know, I trained diggers in navigation that were not good at it. Like, you know, they'd fallen behind, and everything works off of flat Earth in navigation. Everything works off flat Earth in
I'm a
navigation.
sailor,
I don't give a
bro.
fuck what anyone.
I'm a sailor. I
It's
know.
like,
Okay. I don't give a fuck what
yeah,
anybody
it's just,
says either.
yeah, it's just like, but how the fuck didn't I get that? And I remember one guy when we were in basic training and we were learning navigation, and it's just like, okay, well, if the Earth's curved, and he got laughed at for it. He's like, why don't the northings on the map, you know, converge at the top and bottom of the map? Because, you know, and everyone laughed at him for that. The penny, I'm angry at myself. The penny should have dropped right then, but it didn't. But yeah,
Yeah.
it took a while, but yeah.
I think there's been a penny dropped, but it's just a penny out of $150. Yeah, we got a long way to go, man. I mean, we have kicked some ass. Don't get me wrong, man. We really have. But yeah, we're up to maybe 50 cents. I don't know, man. We got a long way to go. So, but we'll get there.
I'm hearing you. Like, yeah, I'm hearing you. Like, you know, personally for me, again, flat Earth was not surprising. Or I hate saying the term flat Earth, to be perfectly honest. Like, none of us believe, again, the Earth is like a pancake, like a plane. It's a topographical.
Of course.
But you know, it's but yeah, for me, like, it was biblical. That's what actually drew me to it. My return to Christ. But the scientific stuff, obviously, I'm learning a lot from you guys. And especially from AJ as well. And AJ was a big part of my return to Christ. But point being is, that one was not hard for me because I'd already slaughtered a lot of sacred cows before then, you know, including, again, World War One, the causes of World War One. That a lot of history is bullshit, but at the same time, a lot of history is not. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, you can't throw it all out, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure there's
democracy.
a lot of American and Aboriginal tribes that had all kinds of shit going on, man. But what the truth is at the end of the day, but I know that, pretty sure, man, those tribes roamed around the land trying to figure out what the fuck's up and making it work for a long time, man. They did that shit.
Yeah, that's definitely true. One thing you notice throughout history, though, is patterns. Another sacred cow is democracy. Another sacred cow for me was multiculturalism. Like, so, my point being, by the time it came to flat Earth, and the moon landing, for example, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not fucking surprised at all. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I was pissed. I was fucking pissed, dude. I'm a Star Wars head. I was like, fuck you guys. We're going to. Wait. No.
I still like Star Wars. I've always believed the Earth was flat, but I've always liked science fiction. I thought it was a great dreamscape.
Well, it's Hollywood, man, and I think I started the conversation coming in about Hollywood and how amazing they are at the most disgusting things in the world, including outer space. And they can make people's heads chop off, and they can make people's fucking guts come out, but that's okay, man. You guys can watch that shit. And
I kind of like to correct myself.
Are you guys going to space? No. Well, nobody here is going to fucking space. And that's all in your imagination, man. And that's a fact, man. If you can't admit that, you don't belong here, man, for sure.
It's not just Hollywood, man. It's a lot of stuff on the internet as well. And, like, my wife still to this day in some areas thinks I'm fucking nuts with restricting so much what my daughter watches, because a lot of what comes from Disney, etc., is so fucking horrible.
It's horrible.
But it's also It's the internet as well, man. Like, and that's what cost our son his life at 13 years old. And you know, it's people don't realize how toxic it is until something that tragic actually happens.
I'm
And
glad you brought it up.
I think it's a toxic. Go ahead, Joe.
I'd like to get because I'd like to get something off my chest, because if I say it to my family, they lose it. Anyways, but yeah, they say they know what I'm talking about and blah blah blah, right? And yet they eat all this poison. They bring all this poison into the house, and they don't even realize what they're doing. And they say they understand, but how could they? Anyways, okay.
I think I think I got where you're
I'm
going,
so
man.
frustrated, man. I'm so
I
frustrated
get the
because
frustration, man. I get the frustration, man.
they
You don't
say
want to
they
see
know and
your
they say
family
they
members
believe.
eating fucking Doritos. You know,
I
you
get it.
want
I get it too, Joe.
fuck,
I get it
man.
too, man. Yeah, I'm hearing both of you, man. We're on the same page, all three of us, guaranteed.
All three of us, we're on the same page, 100%, man. We don't want to eat fucking Doritos, and we don't want to see anybody else eat Doritos. But I'll tell you what, man. These motherfuckers make that shit taste good, bro. I've tasted it, you know,
I'll be
and
back in a
it
minute.
does taste good.
I'm
And
gonna make sure my wife's in bed because I want to say something and I get something else up. I just don't want to get in trouble.
yeah, don't get in trouble, Joe. We're not here for that. We're here to unlock the realities of our situation, and all of us find us in a situation, man. So don't just realities are realities, man. We have to accept them. And water's level when unmanipulated. Last time I checked, if you pour it in a container, it's fucking level. And nobody's ever going to disprove that for me personally. But good luck.
My
Many have
wife.
tried.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just came back.
You're good, Joe. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, my wife witnessed a transformation in me when I was on, because they tortured me because I've always believed the earth was flat. They tortured me, put me on so many different kinds of medications. I
Why?
don't
Whoa, man! You TMI, bro.
No, they did. I'm just
No,
saying, when I was a child growing up, they put me on all different kinds of medication. I don't really care.
not because you were a flat earther, because you were an
Oh, no,
rambunctious
well, it was
child.
because I bucked the system every step of the way. I never believed in a globe ever in my life. I told them it was a joke, and I never believed in the moon landing. I told them it was a joke. Anyways, and they said something's wrong with this child, and they had me in special ed classes and going to psychiatrists. And
Hell of a
anyhow,
story, Joe.
anyways, that's besides the point. All right. So my whole life I've been medicated, and when this whole flat Earth movement broke loose in 2015, 2016, and I first seen it on YouTube, I was like, whoa, really? Finally. Anyhow, the doctor told me that if I kept eating salt, it was going to kill me. So I went and got a 20-pound bag of salt, and I ate that whole frickin' damn bag of rock salt. Okay, my mouth was so raw, I couldn't even drink water because it hurt. My mouth was so raw from eating all that rock salt. But I quit taking all pharma, ate that 20-pound bag of rock salt, and my health just like frickin' I went from being bedridden, all right,
Yeah.
not being able to get up and do anything. It was a strain to go to the bathroom. All right. And
Okay.
I was on 15 pharma, 15 little pills a day. And anyhow,
yep.
I ate all that salt, quit taking that, and she watched my health just improve. Like boom, everything, all my symptoms went away immediately. She watched it. But yet
That is super
she
interesting,
takes
bro.
her
That is super
handful of
interesting. I
pills
love it.
every morning. She takes her handful
I'm
full
here.
of pills every afternoon, and she takes her handful of pills every evening.
All right, Joe. Hold on
I'm
one
hearing you,
second. Go ahead, Skinny.
Okay, and I'm so
I'm
frustrated.
really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm not trying to interject here. Look, I'm hearing you 100%, Joe, because they
That's
had me
not
drugged
true.
up. Look, I'm the first to admit that I'm pretty fucked in the head. But yeah, they had me
No,
drugged
man.
up for 3 years, man. When I was working for AJ, and at the time AJ and his wife didn't actually know it, but they had me drugged up to the fucking nines, and I was hopelessly addicted to uh, the Valium they gave me. I was hopelessly addicted to the SSRIs they gave me. It numbed me right up, and yeah, I'm definitely hearing you, and that's the hardest addiction that I've ever had to kick. And I'm hearing you 100%. And what all I'm trying to say is, with regards to yourself and your story with, you got on the rock salt and you got out, is we lived in such a fucked up society that people have got to be drugged to the nines to actually tolerate it, and there's something so wrong with that.
I was trying to kill myself.
I'm more upset you didn't share your Valium with me.
Yeah, they had me on Valium, Oxy, and morphine, and I wouldn't share
You
with
you would take a
anybody.
better at the time too, motherfucker.
I wouldn't share with anybody. Matter of fact, if you left your bottle laying around, I might take a few out of it. Yeah, it was bad. I hated it.
Hey,
Yeah, it's horrible, man.
we all have our tortures we've been through, and whether it's mental or physical, man, we've been through them, and we're gonna be just fine. I just want you guys to keep at it. Yeah.
I've been a sloth for the past couple of years, man. And I got to do something. I need a purpose, and
Yeah, yeah, you'll find it, man. You know what? You might walk out to the woods and create some bitchin' furniture, man. You don't know, bro. But you
To
got
your
to get
point,
out
Flatter,
and do it.
to your point, sorry not to cut you off, you're Joe. Hey, Joe, mate, how about you message me? Because what I do, I'm a lot better now. What I do, mate, I counsel veterans, I counsel young men. I've been doing it for years now. I don't do healing, but I do management, and maybe I can help you with that. So please message me, man. I'll be happy to help you out.
Right
I'll
on,
do
man.
that.
Yeah, dude, I love it. Shit's coming together.
Well,
Thank you
that's kind
guys
of
for
why I
letting.
came on here, is because
Yeah.
I need help, man. Hey, I'm a God fearing man, and so I don't understand this slump that I'm in, because I've witnessed miracles in my life. I have seen things that most men couldn't
Oh,
imagine.
only a wish they had seen, man, bro. You seen shit only
I've
us
watched
could wish you had
I've
seen,
watched
man.
3 of my children come back from death. I've witnessed it.
All right,
Hey, Joe,
All right,
Joe,
and
Joe.
yeah,
Jeff.
What's
go ahead.
happened, mate? What's happened, mate, is you fell in a creek line. All of our journeys are uphill. You've fallen into a creek line, and you've got 3 choices. You can sit down the bottom, you can crawl back the way you came and go backwards, or you can crawl up the front face and go forwards. And that's the hardest thing to do. And
I don't
if
know
message me,
retreat.
man, I'll help you do it. I'll help you do it.
I don't know retreat. I've been waiting
Yeah.
for something. I feel like I've been waiting for something, but all of a sudden, like, it I feel a change, man. It's like something's new. I feel there's a change in the air all of a sudden right now. Like, within this last day or so. Within the last 24 hours, I felt a change. That's why I got on here. That's why I've freaking been talking, trying to talk. I've been waiting patiently to just be able to talk.
Hey, man, I'm listening, bro.
I get it, and I'm
Yeah, man.
grateful. And I already sent you a message. Did you get it? I
I,
waved at you or whatever it says.
I'll definitely have a look shortly, brother. But yeah, and thank you very much for doing that and trusting me with that. And we'll definitely chat, and I'll do my best to help you, buddy.
I'd appreciate it. I'm like I said, I'm a quick study, and I've done so many things in my life. I don't think there's anything I couldn't do, honestly. I mean, I
hey,
got
not
God at my
not at
back.
this point, Joe. There's
I've
nothing
got
you
God at
can't
my
do, man.
back, and if I just put my mind to it, I just stand up and do it. Nothing can stop me. But what's holding me back? Why am I just like I am? Got my
Hey, buddy, Joe.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah. I'll stop.
Joe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No,
So
no. I'm not trying to get you to stop. I'm just saying, we'll sort that out, and obviously, everything like that. But
I'm
look,
just
mate, we lost our boy, about a bit over a year ago. So I believe me, I know when it comes to pain and everything like that, and I will definitely
he was
help you
21.
through it.
He was 21. My youngest
Yeah.
son. He
So,
was
but the
20.
point being, buddy, I'll help you out. I'm getting to your message right now, and we'll chat very shortly. With that, and I will, mate, I'm more than happy to help you out. You're an awesome dude. Everyone here is awesome, and
Yeah,
I'm more than happy to help you out.
I keep coming back, even though I keep deleting their channel. I keep coming back. I keep coming back. I can't stay away.
Hey, man, you're not alone, bro. I mean, this is my home. I've been
Been
here
coming back
3
here for
years.
years.
I've been here 3 years, a little over 3 years, and I just love coming in here talking about where we live.
They were
And
doing organized photos of the moon at one time. I'd like to get involved in some of that. Doing some. I love photographing the moon or
all right,
videoing it. And I've got the eclipse on my channel. I told you that. I videoed that last eclipse we had,
yeah,
and it kind of it looks like it enters from the southeast or well, or northeast. It looks like it's entering from the northeast and then it exits back out.
the
Like
the one
it was
coming up.
kind of weird how it went in, man. It went in like a boomerang.
Talking about the
It,
one coming up,
the
or the
one that we
one
just had, the eclipse
the
that
one we
just
had back
passed
in
a couple months ago, 3-4 months ago. I don't know.
that was a it was a solar eclipse. It was a partial where I was, man. I was on the partial section of the
Yeah, it
eclipse.
wasn't a total eclipse for me either. But my daughter, she went to the Black Rock Desert out on the Paya where they do the Burning Man.
Yeah, yeah,
And it was a perfect eclipse for them. And that's
yeah. It
just
was,
freaking 40 miles away from me, 50 miles away.
and you did not go.
No, I didn't. I
Well,
sat in my backyard and videoed it because I wanted to video it from my backyard. And it was very cloudy, but that camera just like cut. I put one of the uh,
solar
filters
filter.
on it that it said that it was for filming through the clouds or whatnot, the haze. Is
Right.
what the paper said that was with the filter. I was reading them, and so many of them, though. Oh my gosh. Anyways, and so I tried several different ones, and then I came to one that really worked good, and I went right through the cloud. It was crazy. I went right through the cloud to the sun and the moon. When I
Yeah,
zoomed back out, you couldn't see it. You could just see the cloud. Boom, right through the cloud, and there they were again. It's like I was like, wow, that's pretty wild.
yeah. It is wild, man.
Well,
I just,
photography is my thing now, man. I went and bought a quad. I've got all the stuff to build my trailer. I'm gonna build me a camp trailer to put on the back of it so I can travel around up on top of mountains and do what I love doing, man.
just do it, bro. Just do it,
That's,
bro.
yeah, I need to.
That's
Well,
all
I've
I
got all
gotta
the
say,
stuff to
man.
do it.
Just
I've been
do it.
accumulating it. I've been putting it off and putting it off.
Do
I
it.
need to clean my garage. I was gonna do it today. I
Do
was
it
gonna
tomorrow,
do it the
man.
day before.
Yeah, you'll get to it tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I
Set
might
your
not live that long. I'm getting older. I'm not getting younger, and the world's going crazy. If you haven't noticed.
Well, I've been paying attention, and the world, as we know it, has this spell over it that's uh, has a lot to do with technology, and it's wicked, man. Yeah, we're in some wicked times, bros and girls. But we'll keep going. It's all good. there's no, we're not going to figure it out today or tomorrow, but maybe the
Talking
next
about wicked times, I got something for you.
You
So
guys.
in Australia, they've made medical weed legal. Yeah. So I went and I'm 43. I've been smoking since 16. So I went and grabbed a script because it makes it all legal and there's no issues then and whatever. And it is
Yeah.
stronger than what you would normally get. But I'm finding, I've been on it for about 12 months, but I'm finding that in my discussions, I'm really it's like someone's dropping a brick wall in front of me. Yeah. Like I'm really clouded from it. Like I'm not speaking eloquently the way that I was. And when I'm having the conversations, I know what I've got to say in my head, but it's just not coming out straight out of my mouth. And it's only been since I started on this medical, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's just all GMO and it's from the government. I was talking to another dude about it today, and he was, it's like water. If you get, or other types of plants or whatever, or ice, they've done these tests with where they get this jar of water and they talk nice to it and they abuse the other one. One of it turns all dirty and manky, and they're saying, well, maybe it's the same in these factories. You've got these dudes in white lab coats doing these GMO seeds. And it's all
Negative energy,
sterile,
bro.
negative energy. It's not getting the love, yeah?
No love. No love.
But I feel like it's affecting me like I've never been affected before, yeah? It's a bit making me feel a bit doughy and not myself.
All right.
But it might be something to do with the government growing it, yeah?
Yeah, it could be. Definitely, man.
That's weird.
I'm not throwing it. I'm not going to throw that out, man. That's a good,
I think all
interesting.
food is poison nowadays. All of it, everywhere you go. No getting away from it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go eat dandelions, but even then, it's getting puffy cloud rain.
Yeah, it's getting a little puffy cloud fertilizer. Yeah, thanks. Puffy cloud fertilizer. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, I'll breathe. I'll breathe a minute. It's a good idea. When I was growing up, only a few articles or NASA would talk about a rocket launch every year, every 6 months, maybe. I mean, it was a rocket launch every other year or twice a year or something. It wasn't very many when I was growing up. And all right, skinny split. Okay, right on, bro. But yeah, it was very, very, very few rocket launches. We had some Skylab here, there, Space Shuttle. We had some of those guys, but it was rare. And now they just shoot shit off into space every other minute, man. Fuck me, man. I mean, it seems like every day they're having a fucking rocket launch. It is pretty crazy, man. I got to give them that.
Oh. Whoa.
It's crazy. Just something I've noticed through my lifetime is that rocket launches, they got all kinds of them now, man. They got rocket launches that go up and then they come back down. What? The rocket launched and then it landed in the middle of the ocean on pinpoint accuracy, man.
I'm going to go talk with Skinny for a minute or two.
Go for it, Joe, man. I'm going to bounce myself, man. I got to go.
Peace and love,
AJ,
man. Peace and love.
Chris.
Catch you later, bro.
Yeah, it was nice
Have a
talking to you
good one.
guys. Thank you so much for
You're
putting up
welcome,
with
Joe,
me
man.
and
Yeah.
as
Well,
usual.
hey, guess what? Hey, Joe, we'll be here, man. So come back. We'll be here.
Oh, I know you're always here. I've been on here.
We'll
Like I
be.
said,
We'll,
I've been in the shadows for a very long time. I got yeah. Anyways, so thanks. I appreciate
come back. Come
Peace
back,
out.
man. All right.
I will.
Cheers. Yeah, Adam made a really great point there in the chat, man. He says what people believe prevails over truth. And that's pretty Socrates, yeah, man. Yeah, right on, man. Cheers to that, bro, man. That deserves a cheers, bro. Yeah, what people believe prevails over truth, man, and it's so true, man. What a great statement. Yeah. Anyway, keep it real, everybody.
Worries. I'm just cutting up dinner, keeping it real.
Cutting up dinner. Cutting up some dinner. I like that
Cutting up.
term.
Wow. I got to cook, actually. I'm cutting up pumpkin.
All right. It's that
Keeping it
time of
real.
year, man. Yeah. It's summertime, man. Cut up some pumpkin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. Well, that's as real as it gets, man. You got to watch your
Yeah.
fingers when you're cut. You got to watch your fingers where you're cutting shit because you don't want to cut
Yeah.
your finger.
All I do
That's
is keep it real. Go to work every day, come home, do the shit I got to do at home. Got 4 kids and a wife, and I don't have much time for much else.
Well, I appreciate the time you spend with us in here, bro. But if you're multitasking, that's great. I do it a
Yep.
lot. I'll listen to you guys, or I'm driving, working, whatever, talking. But yeah, there's a balance in life. You got to find a balance.
That's right.
And there's truth and trying to mix all the elements of reality into your truth, man. It can get complicated, man. It's not easy.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has it easy around here. So
No, I don't think so either. Life's hard, yeah.
yeah, it is, and it's just
Yep.
life's work. You know, you got to go out and work, and you got to do things or something, man. But it's
Yeah. We've all got to do things we don't want to do.
but the Hollywood, they got it all so good, and they're flying around in planes and jets, and we look at that shit and go, what the fuck? That's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I got my own island with my own jet, my own helicopter and yacht, and
You just got to sell your soul to get it, yeah.
yeah, that's a wicked. I mean, to have that much and to know that there's a bunch of other people that are like barely making it, it's like, it's just not cool, man. It's just not cool, bro. It's
Not at
not
all.
something I would do,
No.
I'd
No,
be
not at
like,
all.
my conscience would be like, all right, well, what are we gonna do to help these people over here, there? Let's do it. But
yeah,
we don't have those kind of resources to do that. But if I did, that's the whole point, man. If I did, then great, man. We're gonna be just a fucking selfish bitch bastard, fuckhead, cock. Yeah, no thanks, man. No way. I ain't selling that shit for what's right. What's
with you.
provable. I can prove pretty much, man. There's a bunch of hungry people out there, man. Anybody want to take me up on that? Yeah, I can prove it. But yeah, it's fucked up, man. Ain't right. So
Yep. No, and
yeah, that's
look,
why
I
we're
used to
here.
go
That's
to
why we're still here and talk about what's right, what's wrong. You know, scientific
I used to go
method.
to
And,
a church, yeah,
yeah,
and a long time ago, and there was so many homeless people in our area, yeah,
yeah,
and all they did was try to get everyone's money to send everybody overseas. And if someone was going overseas to go and do their mission work, they were
yeah,
considered these legends in the church, yeah. And my point always was, well, what about the poor, starving, homeless guy sitting out the front there now that you aren't given anything to? Why do you have to
yeah,
go overseas to feel important to help these people when we've got plenty of people that need help in our community? You know, I owned a big security company, and these churches used to employ me to go around at night and kick the people out that were sleeping under their awnings that had nowhere to sleep. They'd say, "Oh, isn't this a church?" I'd say, "Oh, well, got to go, buddy." Like, so I got very dejected with all this church stuff, the stuff, the way that they act, make out that they're helping all these people, and then they're throwing them out of
That'd be heart wrenching.
yeah. It is heart wrenching. You're right. That's a good term.
We're just hearing it is heart wrenching.
Yeah, just hearing it, man. It's like fucked up. I know it's fucking wrong. So how do we fix it, man? I would say um,
We have to wait.
that nobody gets to get their own jet, or nobody gets to go to space, and nobody gets to get their own island until we get this shit fixed here, right now.
Well, we have to
Nobody's going to space for sure, man. Nobody. Sorry,
They need to hear our voices. We all
but
need to be heard. One
there. Yeah. So how many
person's voice
years of
not be
NASA's
very
budget
loud.
would it?
All of us across the whole world.
I got 1 year's NASA's budget. I can fix starvation without a
Yep.
doubt. 1 year.
Yep.
Not fucking 10 years. No. 1 year's of NASA's budget alone. I
Yep.
will fix hunger. Period. What do you think of that?
Yep. I agree.
Hmm? I love it that you agree, man.
Well,
Shout out
space is
to
more important, yeah.
yeah.
Going to space where no one else is ever going to go. That's
Where
doing
the fuck you
absolutely
gonna
nothing for
go?
us.
If you
Where
just
the
took
fuck
away
you
their
gonna go?
diaper budget, you'd probably be able to shoe all the children.
I'm gonna feed all the children and shoe them. Fuck it. Let's put shoes on all their feet too. For 1 year's NASA's budget, no problem. I got it. Hey,
And I'm just saying,
but that's not how the world works. You guys know it, man. And it would be
No,
nice if it
doesn't
did.
work.
It would be really nice because we would crush it in a
yeah,
couple
that
of
great
months.
day's coming. It's on its way.
It's on its way. Something has to be on its way, man. Yeah. Otherwise,
I'm just crazy
they'll
old
be
man.
reading about us on
I'm
some
not.
tablets, a couple thousand years from now or something. Who knows? I have no idea, bro. But clay tablets, man. Maybe we should write some shit in clay tablets, man, and bury it. Maybe somebody will find it. I don't know. And interpret what we said. That's the kind of shit they sold us. The Egyptians had it all, 2,000 years ago. Yeah, they wrote it in the tablets, bro. They put it in the monuments. They put it in the architecture. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just spewing on. You guys can cut my ass off anytime. It's all right.
I honestly believe that I will never die. And I also honestly believe that I will live to see the second coming because I heard it straight from his lips to my ears. But I'm a crazy old man. That's my disclaimer.
Hey, I'm older than you, man, so shut up. So, there's that. I'm just a crazy old man too, man.
How old are you,
But
brother?
You guys make me learn shit, and you make me laugh and learn at the same time, and it's a gift. If you got both, it really is. It's a
A
gift.
good friend of mine, that's Mike. He uses the word dude a lot, so I would put you at maybe 62, 65, somewhere there.
Not quite that old, man. Not quite. But 59. Yeah. Hey, man. Good talking to you guys. Keep it up, man. Don't ever change. If you
No,
do,
I
man,
know
I'm gonna call your ass out on
better.
it.
Change for the better.
Wow.
You should always be trying to better yourself.
I like that. That's good advice. Absolutely, man. You want to learn to cook? Go cook. You want to learn to, clean shit? Go clean shit. You want to learn to, fix a motor? Go fix motors, man. Figure it out. It's not that complicated. Fuck. All those things are easy. You can do it.
I always believed that, and I've
Just
been
learn
kind
to
of a
do it.
jerk about it too, because when I was 6 years old, I got a lawnmower that didn't run from the scrapyard,
Yeah.
and I rebuilt the engine when I was 6 years old. And by the time I was 7, I was mowing lawns with it and making money in Washington, Aberdeen, Washington.
Damn.
Back then, it was a little bitty town until the Navy moved in, and that could have been something to do with the uranium mine we had 350 acres on. That was on our 350 acres, and they took it from us. It had
Well,
uranium on it, and I used to play with the uranium all the time. We used to line our camps with it and stuff, with this dead cedar tree that was soaked in uranium. The tree glowed green at night, and we'd just break pieces off and line our camp with it.
like torches.
Yeah, just green.
Get the fuck out of here. Wow.
I
Holy
used to
shit,
play with
man.
raw mercury too. We
Do
used to
you
play
know,
with
Couple of
like,
mercury
uranium
all the time.
torches.
holy fuck me. All right. I gotta go to bed on that one. Fuck. That's awesome. Get your ass
Good night.
back here,
Have a good.
Joe. Fuck.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Get some sleep, brother. Sleep well.
Yeah, I'm out too. I gotta been on here
Yeah,
all day listening, but I got things to do.
I'll probably go in the room and lay down and for an hour or so. I'll sleep for like 5 minutes and feel like I rested for 2 hours. I don't understand it.
That's
I
all right.
don't sleep very much. I when I do, I go straight into dream, REM sleep. My wife says I lay down and I start snoring. And then I'll just get up and be like, okay, I'm ready to go. You know,
Yeah, I'm a bit the
snore,
same.
snore for a couple of hours and then I'm freaking ready to run all day long. I don't get
Yep.
it. I got to drink coffee to slow me down. I don't drink coffee to people think, oh, he's drinking. If I don't drink coffee, I can't think. My brain's racing so fast, I start bumping into shit. I just can't think straight, and I'm, walking circles, walking circles. It's like too many thoughts,
Well,
too many plans.
that's why
Woo!
I smoke weed. Yeah, because it slows me down a bit. Otherwise, I can't actually think or concentrate.
Yeah,
Reading, concentrate on something. I've got to have a smoke. Otherwise, I'll get up 7,000 times in the first 10 minutes before I even start.
I've been smoking freaking shake that I've had laying around for like over a year. And then my daughter just brought me a freaking a nice little nug soaked in wax and then rolled in keef.
Yeah, we don't get that over here.
That was a nice little treat that she just brought me. That's what I've been puffing on. It got me so stoned at first. I had a good question, and I don't even know what the hell it was. Man, I was like, what the oh
Good.
my goodness.
Well, have a good one. I'm out. I'll catch you
Yeah,
later.
everybody's
See ya.
gone. I'm all by myself again. That's how it always is. It is
Yeah.
always alone.
Oh, it's
Always.
it's 7 o'clock at night or 7:30 at night where I am. So it's just about to get home.
For having such a big family, I feel so alone. It's crazy.
They've all moved out now.
Peace out, brother. Have a good
Peace out.
sleep. Well,
See
it's
you, mate. Bye.
daytime for you, isn't it?
Nah, 7:30 at night. 7:30 at night.
I don't even know what time it is here. I don't look at clocks. What's that?
I only know because I got everyone coming home for dinner.
Oh, it's 12:20 a.m.
Yeah.
9 a.m. 12:20. Wouldn't that be?
All right.
Wouldn't
Have
that
a good
be?
one. See ya.
Yeah, you too, brother. You too.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Coming for ya. Coming for ya. You. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. It comes with a turf. I love it when a sophist comes in to surf. These ballers really got nerves. Since 2015 they really got served. At the Black Swan's birth they really got burned. They're all taught no action, claiming refraction and all these relative words. Now they believe that level is curved. So when we're done with them, we don't run with them. We just water them and then slaughter them. Even a sextant's down in all of them. So don't fall for them. The globe is nothing but an ornament. 24/7 we're all within Discord. Enter the tournament. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. You know how we do. How'd you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? There's no need to assume that parallel rays are heating the moon when corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun, earth, gravity. None of it's true. So let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, orbit disrespected, globe projecting, appeal to a fallacy, guy you're just in over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. I know you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. If the earth is round, spinning on an axis when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite. The atmos is airtight. Now let me talk about declination. If the earth's got several accelerations, how come the stars for generations create the same trails, no animations? This is helio devastation, where you deal with facts, no estimation. observations, and soon you will see these confirmations. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? So this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that, we can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually consistent. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winsett picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two,
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, state doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, maybe. 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there is There's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No, because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up? Yeah. For 1 sec. You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
and this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief, because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not. We'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He
but
assumes it. He's assuming
you just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right? But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Okay. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain is?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel, you can like us, you can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject and his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is... I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask
There's
me
your knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, Has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed.
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
Yes.
what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where has this taken place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got an
every
image.
person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so. Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, from whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit, according so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay. So take a look at the dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indcation as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around, there's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know, about...
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
it's different
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something, or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the size as
Yeah, no, but
the
think,
whole.
Right.
think
So
about this. Think
stop
about this.
there
The
for a second.
ground.
Hold on. Stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so, right, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
All right, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
one
boat?
and a half feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you
would
know what
be
the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
Mm. But
so in that area
Everything have different
In that angular
resolution.
area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras, but on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken a snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so
Well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check
Start
it
saying
yourself. You
that.
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curve water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8. 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times?
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept than concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
One
of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well, in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball. that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So says you.
From that, though.
Really? So
it doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
Okay, cool story. Cool story.
Prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon. And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Never.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and?
I don't think it'd be possible,
Bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like...
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything because I thought for sure that I was approached by. This is going to sound strange. By a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my
Right,
headphones
so-
off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when
Right.
you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about all that.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So, to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example. The example of the world long-distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. Viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say it's proven. Anyhow, so they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, this made up value, literally made up. In the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.66. You turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is even wrong. And even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76. This value, 7,432. That's what Nick West used. Exact number. So I made it. Geometric construction. Bear this out. That they're simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay. Here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare use the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays. And then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, and this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but no point because it will just come out the same. It's redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers. 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line. And it measures this distance. But we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. And click here. There's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. Using a straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is the distance from C to B. 3.7. Look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth, to get whatever value they want. You see something that's way over here, they'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-prediction. They're not making predictions, making post-predictions.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence. We've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. and this is great. So it says all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1 visible and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble next generation data set. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himawari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming is live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just gonna suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right. So there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right. So sorry about that. All right. So yeah, Archer said.
You tell us, what is the curvature, the sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
Not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof. You can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the length of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved
Yeah,
surface.
the bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth. Now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an
exist.
actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something saying.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
Was it not actual? So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
Wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like,
right.
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve?
No.
No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time.
You
Really
don't have
listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say
answer?
it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit? Like, This has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
Maybe no, I shouldn't go. I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done. You're a bully.
Why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no, because just what I call sophists. Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. They've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, they're smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied, but yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold up. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim, you've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive. And I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
You just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you
moving on,
fall up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, actually, the atmosphere and blah 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up pyramid, cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, like, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That mean lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
You know how
That's
people
a false equivalence.
You know how people in
theory
Switzerland...
is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And
know.
what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill...
Wait a second. It's latitude?
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve, and that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level,
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, but on some distance, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made the photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, And then he got some mountains there with elevations, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just
for something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question is invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is.
So how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Not an approximate radius
has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do, but does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will.
Are you
kidding me?
At a 1 foot observer height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
That's what you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god. I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them in like a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that we can derive the rate of curvature, we can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, so now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it, given the dimensions you've claimed we should? It's not that big. It's not too big.
Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you have to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant because it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given a telescope, a telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms district court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne-Kat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advance sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andohoy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andohoy was even on land, along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andohoy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andohoy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andohoy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andohoy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sale to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in a criminal case against Andohoy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andohoy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andohoy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Vardal to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom 34, and Leonard 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay, McMurdo Sound, before the Berserker disappeared. Andohoy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us." Expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andohoy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Vonley in this procedure, risking jail time. Anne Kat Hjerland was summoned as a witness in Nordtrom's district court Wednesday. "I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it," says Hjerland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andohoy. "I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up," says Andohoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andohoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset. The day before the Berserk disappeared, Andohoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers. Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that is Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kveim, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, Adam was speaking, so you have to wait.
I'm sorry.
I looked it up.
Actually, I don't mind if you would like to continue the conversation with Brandon, please.
Brandon, what did you say?
The device is called a Discord. No joke. I looked it up.
Brandon, post it in the live stream voice text.
I can't post pictures. I'm not on my. Yeah, I don't have the permission. Let's see. I don't know why, but I don't have the permission to. Wait.
Right. Hang on. I'm going to give you that permission. 1 second. Wait, just a moment.
Okay, I got the plus on there, so let's see.
All right, I gave you. I'm actually going to give you the globe Earth roll back again. I don't know why it's not on you right
now. Let's see.
Go ahead and put it in live stream voice text.
Gotta look it up again.
Shout out to Shekel. What's up, Shekel? Just see you in the chat, bro. Hey, we sent there was a guy named Ray 2 that came into our chat yesterday. We sent him your way over there to the Muslim server, bro. Jedi, are you there?
Yes, brother, I'm here. What's up?
I don't know if you heard, but Brandon's going to produce a device that can measure curvature. He said it's one that can measure football fields, so he's going to drop it in live stream in just a moment.
How much curvature is he expecting on a fucking football field? Like,
Well, I mean, this is writing. Spake, this is writing off the back that the conversation we had previous. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a picture of it. The second one, the one with the wheel.
One with the what?
Brandon, I'm face palming so hard right now at your evidence.
Oh, that's a fucking meter stick thing, man. What the fuck?
That measures land, though.
Well, that's what fucking that's what people use if they're fucking measuring a back garden or some shit, man. It's not gonna measure.
That's what we were talking about.
I mean, it's not going to measure like width for that. It's not going to measure convexity levels, brother.
We weren't talking about that, though. We were talking about distances.
No, we were not measuring distance. We're not talking about measuring. I told you we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, and you're like, "Yeah, I know a device that measures football fields." I'm like, "How's that?"
Well, that wasn't on circular, but you know.
You can measure like the width or length of a football field, but you're not going to be able to measure how much curve there is over a distance, bruv. Come on, man. You gotta grip yourself.
Yeah, that's not where I went. That's okay.
Why would you bring it into the conversation?
For that pool, but I mean, my mind went somewhere else.
Brandon, you went somewhere else because you. Listen, man, we were talking about measuring the guy was.
I get distracted a lot. That's why.
That's not that.
I distract myself.
Did you even, Brandon? Did you even Google? Like, what's that say? The device used to measure the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you typed into Google, and that's what you came up with?
Probably.
Well, I was.
What's the rest of that Google search?
That's what I was saying. That's what I was going for. But the last time it was football field, it's not full control.
No.
I don't know if they're
Max was here for the whole conversation, so even if you're distracted, everybody in here heard what.
Yeah, I don't know if I said measures curvature. Then.
All right. See, why is it so hard to admit that when at first that's the only thing I want you to say?
The football field was off, and that was my fault.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on a couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. First of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use, and that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second, you know, makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought. And then it hit me. what's wrong with this picture. What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture. All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration, it's not a cartoon, it's a photo. It's reality, okay? This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So, it's bunk. So in this next slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. See, look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is a reality. That's how we see everything. So this representing the sun is going away from you parallel to the ground, and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong, and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice that these are true perspective lines. These are parallel lines, but from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective, yet they are calculating angles based on a non-perspective drawing. Right? Their maths are based on non-perspective lines, right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't, because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging lines. So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here traveling down. That's our reality. Now, here's another interesting thing. The reason, too, that their sun will never reach the horizon in their calculations is, notice this, these spatial planes, as I call them, represent height or altitude, right? Look at their sun. It's crossing height lines, right? Because each one of these lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes. So look at their sun. It's traveling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher in the sky. Well, of course it's not going to, this is why they think that the sun would be visible 24/7 on a flat Earth, and why the sun would never get to the horizon. They don't understand perspective. They don't get it or something. I don't know. But anyway, you can see the proper use, and this has everything to do with the observer standing down here. This is what he sees. The sun following the convergence lines and coming down, and these are both the exact same distance. And you can see the time stamps on them. So each sun is about 1,000-mile journey. It's traveling, and it goes below the horizon visually, and keeps going below the horizon from the observer. Like I said, this is a photograph. This is real. This is reality. They've just showed us nothing but a bunch of angles, showed a couple lines and drawing some angles. Oh, hey fellas, nice geometry, but it's not perspective. That is definitely not the perspective of the observer, and that's what counts. Debunk 100%. Their maths don't work. Their calculations are wrong. The sun will in fact set on a flat Earth from the perspective of the observer. All right. Thanks so much. Bye.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up, as you know, for those who have been here. For those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago, and first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yes. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're going to talk 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So,
all right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be
4 pages.
Yeah. No, well, it's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those, is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right, so this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1 distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So, David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
that's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, it's this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with, not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera, right? You're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's, you know, 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it, you know. So if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to it's not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900s.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. You know, let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we were looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, you know, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, you know, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I call it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun, but let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum, brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. The equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted a clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, I mean, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's like what am I supposed to fall back on, I guess.
But that's where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. We got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in. We get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, that's not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1400 watts per square meter. This is 0.00000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10, our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. It's not against it.
So I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could tell you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real? Or is it just theoretical? Right. So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually about to, there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When we
my main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris. And so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to.
So I mean, theoretical numbers, you're making a statement that
they're observations.
Hold on. You're not making an observation. You're making a statement.
I'm making, yeah.
Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically, it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy, and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities. And you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or 1,000,000 times brighter, right?
No, not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all
things
look the
get,
same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon, the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay.
Yeah, it's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions. Throughout the year, towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question, though. If you watch the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. You see, this is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1,000,000 miles away? It's not 1,000,000 miles away. It's a couple hundred miles away, right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1,000,000 miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1,000,000 miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know what the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see.
I think
thrusters.
I can actually see them right there. There's
right,
one at every
there?
corner. At every corner.
So those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1,000,000 miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for the
think
thrusters,
it's just math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here? They're having this bad video feed. Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high-res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure what footage you're talking about.
Amateur footage.
That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds.
Besides blurry.
But you could just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
Yeah, so I'd encourage you to take a similar camera or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same because it's a blurred. It's so exactly how you described earlier. Remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons.
You can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing this.
If another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there, in the twinkle.
Absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy because they all have different chemical makeup. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth, like get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscopy instrument,
spectrometer.
Spectrometer, thank you, and have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all again theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker?
So
I say you can't.
The thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. This is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we see that, and where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. Those are the only stable fusion reactions. Unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb, that's the one time that we have done fusion.
Let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
Sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, the spectroscopy. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy. I have a hard time saying
the instrument itself.
Spectrometer.
Okay. So they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, like we haven't done it astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are.
What about all the gases in between that are here in our own atmosphere? It ignores those.
That's why we have observatories that are actually outside of the Earth's atmosphere and things like that.
Like the self-driving parking James Webb telescope.
Well, again, it's not completely self either. You're able to calculate pretty. Almost exactly, essentially, of where it's going to go and how fast and all of that. So it's very.
So you have no idea how it works. You just say somebody knows. The guy in a white lab coat and a bow tie knows.
Well, yeah, I don't know everything, but I know how orbital mechanics work and how things can sort of fall into orbit, fall out of orbit, escape velocity.
Theoretically.
Well,
yeah,
but
I
got to be honest. If we're just slapping theoretical onto everything,
hold on. No, we don't have to slap theoretical on things. We have things that are here on Earth that we're trying to measure that are not theoretical. But go ahead, Skylar.
I was going to say, if you're going to say that, that's kind of a cop out. We can define what's theoretical and what's actually verifiable, right? So when we're saying, when you say the hard number is the sun brightness before, right? Again, the thing that made it the hard number was the probe, right? So we had to rely on the story from Narnia. In this case,
that's not the only thing, but that was just one example of one of the many ways we've measured the sun's brightness.
Yes, okay, so I'm not trying to start a whole nother rabbit hole on the sun brightness when we already moved on. In any case, spectroscopy, when we're dealing with a spectrometer, right, there's obviously a big difference between pointing something up at the sky and looking at a light in the sky, right, versus actually having an enclosed environment, a lab. Because most of the time when we're doing, from the experts in the field, spectroscopy is done in an enclosed environment. The spectrometer is all enclosed with known variables. So everything's known when they're attempting to analyze these chemicals. So again, we're invoking between millions, billions of miles, trillions of miles, right? Unfathomable distances. We're invoking consistent, unchanging mediums when we have no way to verify that whatsoever.
Well, the verifying is those observations. That is the verification, I guess. I know you guys deny it, but that's the verification. Is you can take the same sorts of instruments and measure the same types of things, and you get those observations, then we get these numbers that we work off of.
So Aristophanes, with his sticks and shadows, he measured the length of the second shadow. Hold on a second. And he said, all right, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And then later, somebody said, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And if we took a stick and a shadow and we put them 5,000 miles or 500 miles apart, those measurements would actually equal the Earth. So you're self-reifying your space with space. You're using space as your proof of space when there's no proof of space.
It's also interesting how confident you are in spectroscopy when, the people at the top actually aren't that confident. They're like, yeah, there's tons of problems. There's tons of things that we're trying to weed out. And a lot of times we do end up with unexplained phenomena. So again, you're just kind of relying on the authorities, right? Because, I'm just like you. We were spoon-fed one model. But when you actually talk to the people who are doing the work, people like George Ellis, they admit that there's a range of models that can explain the observations, but cosmology is choosing them based on philosophical grounds.
Yes. Can I chime in?
There was a lot there, but
all right.
we're both sort of appealing to some sort of authority at some point. So
let's stop doing that. Do you have was there a third topic you want to bring up, or can we discuss something else?
I've only got through one so far.
Okay. All right. I thought that was two. Go ahead.
So the next one,
then maybe we can interject after that one.
The next one was this video.
I do want to shout out Karen B with the super sticker. Appreciate the shout out and the support. It does help out the channel a ton. Be sure to, if you guys enjoy this kind of content, then definitely check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to make it to Flattoberfest. There's only one way to find out if I'm an AI or not, and that's to get me to Flattoberfest, where you have a chance to shake my hand.
That is true. Joel, I don't know if Skylar's real. He could be AI. We're trying to get him to Flattoberfest. You should come to, where do you live? You should come to Flattoberfest. It's in Las Vegas in October.
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so that's pretty far. If I was closer, maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to this. I thought this was interesting for you guys to look at. So I'm sure you've seen stuff like this, but I guess the interesting thing of note is the direction that this was taken.
Okay.
So in April, I went to Australia to meet with my fiance, and we went to Kangaroo Island, and this was looking directly south. So I'm curious what sort of explanation that you guys might have for this sort of observation. Because obviously, like on the flat Earth, so this is kind of where I was looking out. That's the way that the angle was with the camera, and we see these stars rotating in a clockwise direction around, I think the rotation point's somewhere around here, right around in there. So that's technically, for me, that would be the celestial South Pole. So if you were to, on a globe, to extend the South Pole out and sort of...
is the Southern Cross in that picture?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Charlie,
the Southern Cross is going around this way.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the star rotations, first off, just for data's sake, right? Did you happen to have like a compass or any way to verify the direction that you were facing?
Yeah, I had a compass. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Because we had to use the maps to drive there and we had to navigate there and everything. So, and we just looked out into the. I mean, if I zoomed into this map, this flat Earth map here, I would be standing on this edge of the island, looking this way. So, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the stars, there's multiple explanations that we can try to explain what's going on there. None of them in any way actually prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. That's why, as Dave's famous for quoting, shape of the lights in the sky don't indicate the shape of the floor unless you beg the hell out of the question, as the globe does tend to do. So with the observation, I've actually been challenged with 3 points, right? You have somebody on each continent at the same time looking out apparently south, right? So there's a couple of issues. For one, I do understand that you have a map that you can use to navigate locally. However, when it comes to the larger scale, there's also something called magnetic declination. when we actually tried to navigate using a globe back in the 1800s, we were wrong consistently. So we went back and we made all these corrections. And I say we, the British military did. So went out and made all these corrections, and now we have our ever fluctuating magnetic declination map that's almost impossible to predict more than a few years out. What predictions we do have are iffy at best, but we're still going to invoke that maybe we'll have a shift in a couple thousand years. This is actually going to determine how we navigate. However, the stars themselves are not going to be oriented based on the magnetic field, right? So how do we actually verify the direction that you're facing, literally like on the ground versus to the sky? Like, how do we know that you're actually facing south in relation to that map to then have to explain the phenomena?
Well, because I could see where we were through GPS, and you can see on the island, you know, because so Kangaroo Island is an island, right? So we have to go out to the island, and it only has certain sides, and we were staying on one side of the island, and so obviously we could see that we were not on the other side, which was toward the north, and we knew that because when we took the ferry over to the island, we came off of a certain part of Australia, the southern out of South Australia near Adelaide, and then we came onto Kangaroo Island, and we went towards to the left, you know, and on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth map, you're still going on to one shore side of.
So long story short, you use GPS, right?
No, because we could see. We drove 10 hours from Geelong, Australia, in Victoria near Melbourne, all the way over to South Australia.
You know, if the circle was like 5 miles in diameter, you wouldn't even realize that you're making a big circle, right? That's why people get lost in the desert constantly. So I mean, to say that you know definitively the orientation that you are, based on like something like the GPS, or that we were just traveling and it didn't feel like we were turning left or right. That's not very definitive, right?
Well, there was no inaccuracies. I mean, there was nothing to say that we were wrong, and we never.
Well, if it was backwards, let's just for a moment, and I know that we're going into conspiracy land, right? We make no bones about it. There's a conspiracy, right? If there was a conspiracy and we're dealing with something that is a projection from reality, I mean, why wouldn't they make it accurate, right? People would figure it out immediately if the maps weren't adding up. But I would add that people actually aren't navigating using a globe Earth, right? They're actually navigating using flat maps. Most commonly, the Mercator projection, 99% of maps are flat. There's only one map that's not, and that's a globe. And it's not even really used for navigation, right? When it was, it failed, and they had to invoke a changing magnetic field.
Okay, but this is kind of hard to discuss because I feel like it's so like point blank. Like even if the maps were distorted or the GPS got me to the wrong location, I was still on a certain, like I could see the coast. I was on the beaches, and you could see the consistency with that, with satellite imagery, with GPS, with maps, with compass. I mean, it was all, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Joel, so first, compass, when navigators are using compasses, they're in the south, the farther south they are, the more out of sync they are. They find themselves 20, 30 miles a day off, according to their compass. So what NASA has done is they've taken all those data points and they've programmed them into GPS. Anybody can use GPS, but nobody is allowed to see the source code, because if we saw the source code, we'd say, whoa, why are they making all these adjustments? So you have no idea what direction you're facing down there, but let's pretend you are facing south. That we don't even know if the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. We don't know what they are. We don't know what stars are. We don't know anything about them, and their motions have nothing to do with the ground that we stand on. Can you admit, if we're on a ball, that there's physical curvature?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I'm on and wherever you are, let's just say it's the top of the ball. Okay. So I'm here on an airplane, and I'm looking at it's a perfectly clear day. I'm on the runway, and I could see stars on the horizon. So I'm looking this way, and I see stars right on the horizon. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So I'm in Germany, and I'm going to fly to Brazil. So I'm flying down over the ball, And when I get down here, those stars that were on the horizon are now over my head, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, like how much the Earth is rotated in that point. But yeah.
Well, the Earth is rotating this way, not this way. So I'm going from the north, right? The stars on the horizon. If I stayed there, and the Earth is rotating, those stars are going to stay there.
That's right.
If I go down, those stars should be on the top. So I want to show you a video that a pilot gave to us, and this is from Germany to Brazil, and it's a time lapse. And if you look at the stars, they're not rising up. You would think that they would rise up, but they're just the only time they move.
Yeah, that's an awesome example of him going along with the Earth's rotation.
No, so this is what Google Earth says that flight should look like, right?
Yeah,
Google Earth says
Google Earth isn't rotating actively.
it doesn't matter. The rotation, the east-west rotation, has nothing to do with north-south navigation. The stars, as he's diving over the Earth, these stars should go up. So this is reality versus Google Earth that is simulating what we're supposed to see on a ball. There's a problem. There's a big problem there. This is what it should be. These stars should just be rising up as you're diving over the ball. Whether it's spinning or not spinning has zero. Zero.
Dave,
if you were flying east or west on the equator and you had something on the horizon, yeah, you're flying towards it. It's going to go up or down slower, but north-south has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Wait, you said he's going from north to south? Are you saying he's going to north to south in that?
Yep. North
video?
to south. Yep.
Yeah, that's why you see the stars rotating this way.
Yeah, where was he flying from?
From Germany to Brazil, I believe, or somewhere. Germany for somewhere down there, down below the equator.
Okay. Trying to think.
And you can think. Here's one. Think about it, and maybe not.
I just think, Dave, that the answer is the Earth's rotation, and so to say that has nothing to do with it, that's just dismissing the main reason that would happen.
Well, let's look at the Earth's rotation. You got a plane here in the north. Let's call that Germany, and they want to fly here. Okay, right? But the Earth is spinning, and by the time he gets here is now over here. So he has a choice. He could kind of keep correcting to the left, and chase it all the way over. Or he could say, you know what? I want to go here, so I'm going to fly this way because by the time I get there, here will be there. Okay? No one ever does that. Airplanes pick their location. They say it's that way, and they head in a straight line and go that way directly to the location. Okay? If the Earth was spinning, you got a problem, right? But the spin of the Earth, you gotta model it out. The spin of the Earth, east and west, have nothing to do with that observation.
Yeah, let me show you guys something. All right, so before you dog on this program, I need to tell you that it's extremely reliable because I've used it most nights.
Goes off of azimuth measurements.
Well, no, it does have an azimuthal grid, but no, it doesn't just purely go off of azimuthal. So this is close to where I was in Australia, so you can kind of see the same thing that was in the video.
Was the ground curved like that where you were? Did it swoop up like that?
No, obviously, like if you zoom out all the way, like it's going to be, it's just a matter of point of view. So really, it was probably closer to something like this. Because it was a wide angle lens, but otherwise, the reason I had to do that because otherwise you couldn't see enough of the screen. But the point is, this is looking directly south. That's right towards the South Pole, and I want you guys to notice the specific stars that we have here. We have the LMC, which is the Large Magellanic Cloud. We have the SMC, the Small Magellanic Cloud, and in terms of the Milky Way, you have the core there, and then up here you've got where's Polaris? There's Polaris. There's a crux.
So we're not even.
Okay.
But we're not even really looking at the sky here.
No, but if you went to the same location and looked up, this is exactly what you would see. So this is a reliable software program or software.
So let me just before you finish that point. If I put you in a planetarium and it showed you those same stars in the same locations, would that mean anything?
Well,
would that mean the Earth is a globe?
Well, so sort of, because
So
this
the planetarium proves the Earth is a globe because you're on a floor in a planetarium. You're looking at lights in the sky that are 50 feet away from you, and you think they're trillions of light years. Go ahead.
Dave, I need you to be charitable with me here a little bit, because what I'm saying is, if what you see in the planetarium is the exact same thing as what you see in real life, then it's reliable. It's not just because you see it in the planetarium. Okay, this is just what I can use, because obviously I can't take you guys outside to look up. But this is, so in the southern hemisphere, we have, that's the southern celestial pole right there. So all the stars, you're on the bottom of the globe in Australia, and you're looking down towards, towards the downwards from the Earth, from a right side up Earth anyway. And then here we have where I am, and you can see totally different stars. You could see, so this is the literal opposite side of the Milky Way, because the other part was down here. You were looking through there. So this is what I see every night where I live, and they're actually rotating counterclockwise around a different point. These are different. You didn't see Cassiopeia, you don't see M31, you don't see, the Big Dipper, you don't see Ursa Minor, you don't see any of these. And this is looking directly north, right? Because that's the North Star, and all of the stars rotate around the North Star. So you have the southern hemisphere where it rotates counterclockwise, and we have all of these constellations. They're beautiful and whatnot. I'm sure we could all agree with that. But they're totally different stars than are over here. Totally different.
So if I may,
different directions.
Explain that with a phenomena that's not the Earth actually curving, right? And just to narrow it down, right?
Well, that's the point. Yeah.
Of course, Joel. Your claim right now is that the way that the stars are moving, right, and the way that they appear to be curving around the Earth, right, is evidence of the Earth curving, basically.
Not the Earth. It's evidence, because if you were on a globe and you were looking out from that globe, you would expect to see certain things. So if if you're on the North Pole, you look straight up, you could see the stars rotating directly above you, and you wouldn't be able to see the southern hemisphere. And so, when I took the flight down, I went from Dallas, Texas, down to Melbourne straight, and I got footage of a night lapse of the stars like moving, similar to how that pilot did, except I was looking out the side of the airplane, and I can see the stars literally shifting orientation in the sky as I was crossing the equator and stuff.
Okay, so let me simplify it even further then. In your worldview, is perspective an actual thing? Like, do things get displaced in relation to the viewer based on how far they are in their relative position, right? So in other words, even if we're dealing with a flat plane, right, if something is moving level parallel overhead optically to the observer, would it not appear to drop? Or would it still appear to drop because of perspective?
Like in terms of something getting further away from you, that's like has a certain height, and the further away you get, sort of like looks like it's
two parallel planes.
Yeah. You can see that with train tracks. Sure. Yeah, the distance.
So what if the stars were close and local, and you're flying underneath a low sky? You would see the stars curving over you as you go by. They would drop down lower. They'd be high above the plane as you're flying, right? And the reason that you see different stars is simply because the stars are so close. If you and I were in a room with 10-foot high ceilings, and there's recessed lighting, and they're in all different patterns. Look, there's a starfish, and there's a bull, and there's a cow. And I say, hey, Joel, walk 5 miles. We're going to expand the room to 10 miles wide. You go 5 miles down, walk there. So I wait, a little while, and I can't see you anymore because my vision has brought the ceiling to the floor, and you are too small for me to see. So I call it, and I yell, and my voice spreads out like light spreads out, and you can't hear me. So I call you on your cell phone, and I say, Joel, are there still lights above your head? You'd be like, yeah. I see a horse and a dog, and I'm like, well, what happened to the cow and the bull? Well, I can't see those. Okay, you can't see the stars that I'm under. I can't see the stars that you're under, and we're just 5 miles apart with in a small room with no atmosphere causing issues, just perspective. So that's why you can't see the same stars from the south, because they're too far away. Problem is, on a globe Earth, there's a physical horizon. A physical horizon. So on a globe Earth, if you use globe math, you love math, there's a certain distance, which is the max distance you can see. Never, ever can you see farther. Only if conditions like waves on the water or density of the air, could you see less. You can never see farther because there's a physical horizon. On a flat Earth, our horizon is very optical. And depending on weather conditions, we can see farther than we should be able to see. So, a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly calm day, a perfectly clear day, should only be able to see the surface of the water for 3 miles, according to your math. Okay, there's a 6 foot drop in 3 miles, according to the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water, but we can see the surface of the water for magnitudes farther than that. We can see things magnitudes farther, right? But globers like to say, well, I can't see that mountain. I can't see that mountain, therefore the Earth is a globe. And then we break out a infrared lens, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, we can see that mountain with infrared. And infrared, and the only thing they have is screaming refraction, but infrared even cuts down refraction, right? Without an infrared, you see a blue sky, right? But we can see this mountain with infrared. And infrared, if it's refracted up, it should be even less, but we can see all of this mountain except the lower part because the atmospheric density. So we can see too far because the horizon is a theoretical limit of your vision, okay? It's not a physical horizon.
Yeah, but what about the rotation? Because that's specifically the
rotation.
So
the
the
rotation
rotation
of
so the
rotation
rotation
of the
is a so this is something that I've actually been trying to send you something, Dave, for the background because I can't share my screen while I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'd pull up the visual for you. But we actually
where are you sending it?
Well, no, it's just too big to send. So I was trying to send it in my email, but it wasn't working. But anyway, in any case, Walter Bislin actually did us a favor on this and actually modeled out what the stars would kind of look like on a flat plane. They did use arbitrary stars, so it's not like you can see specific constellations or anything like that, but it basically just shows the general position of where the stars were and then what it appears to be optically to the observer. The reason why this happens is there's a huge discrepancy or a miscommunication in what we're actually dealing with. So we're dealing with measurements in our visual field, right? We're dealing with things that are very far away, and there's a big assumption that everything is in Euclidean geometry. We assume this because for a lot of things it tends to work. But if you Google it right now and you look up the geometry for visual space, you'll actually see that there's not a set model for it. So, oh, good. They've got it pulled up right there. Perfect. So there's actually not a set model for what the geometry we should expect to see in visual space is. And there is now evidence coming out that we are seeing a hyperbolic geometry as our visual space. So in other words, spherical geometry. There's something known as the Alley experiments. There's a paper that is referenced that I also sent Dave a quote from. Then this would explain the spherical nature of what we're seeing. As far as the rotation goes, it's an optical phenomena. So it's literally an optical phenomena. You would have an optical convergence point at the furthest point away from the center point of rotation. Because again, the further out that things get, the more they're going to tend to converge. So the things that are rotating above you are obviously going to, if you're over the equator, actually, it's going to appear more straight. And then as you get further away, it's going to optically converge again as you look out. So this is just one of the explanations. Another explanation is that there's literally 4 different optical rotations, which is very possible if you just think of it as like gears, right? You have one rotation in the center and then 4 opposite parts of rotation coming off of that. So, but before I even attempt to explain any of that and get into the bottom of what's happening, I like to start with first principles, which is why I had asked you, how do we even verify the general position of where we're looking definitively, right? There's the quote right there. Euclidean geometry widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there's not a consistent model. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. And this is obviously what we're basing our measurements off of. So I'm wondering what you would say to that. And if this is true, where is this accounted for in the mathematics that you present?
Well, there was a lot there. I got some stuff down. It certainly wasn't any simple sort of a message that you just gave there. So you're talking about non-Euclidean geometry,
right?
Okay, and how that relates to our sort of more hyperbolic perception. But you mentioned how, so for example, if you're on the equator and you're on a globe, you would expect the sort of the stars in the sky to sort of barrel over from you have the north here, the south here, they barrel over you just the same way. If you turn it right side up and you're on the North Pole, the stars would just rotate around that top point. And if you're in the South Pole in Antarctica, you look up, it would be the same thing, but with different stars. So, but my question is, what about the different stars? I mean, they're completely different, and you can watch as you traverse the globe, the different stars as you.
So that's actually so that issue was actually solved before the rotation issue was even solved, right? So what happens is, because our visual space is curved, the things that are further away are obviously going to be dipping down. So what ends up happening is these stars, the stars that are over, let's say, the northern hemisphere, as you drift over the equator, you're going to start to see both of them, because again, the closer you get to something, the more it's going to rise up to your perspective. The further away, the more something's going to fall. So as you move away from the northern hemisphere, those stars are going to fall to the horizon and become invisible to you. And then the stars that were invisible to you, that you moved closer to, are now going to be visible to you. Long story short, let's pretend you're in a big warehouse with lights over top. You're simply underneath one set of lights.
Yeah. You're 5 miles away in the same room. We look up, we see the different stars. Now, as you walk towards me, you can't see the stars that you left behind, and you start to see the stars that I'm seeing. You're on the north side of the room, on the south side of the room. Okay? So it's the same thing. What's that?
How low are these stars to be?
We don't know. We don't claim. But you know. I know how low they're 25 trillion miles away. I just made that up, right? But your theoretical, ideas of where the stars are scientifically impossible, if you ask me. Our stars are very close. I don't know how far they are, but I don't think they're thousands of miles away or millions of miles away. I don't know. I'm not going to make a claim. I like looking at things here on Earth that we can actually measure.
This is just a question. I'm saying, so if you were to measure and work out the math of how far something would have to be to go a certain distance away from it to where it looks like it goes down.
Well, here's the problem.
You've seen mathematically.
Well, you've seen the orthographic view of the flat earthers say the sun's 3,000 miles up, and with the size that they say the Earth is, the sun would never set. Well, I don't think it's 3,000 miles up, but even if it was, they're not taking into effect that somebody standing under it, it's directly above them at X height. And now somebody farther away, it doesn't stay at X height. It gets lower already just due to perspective. And then they go farther away, it appears lower and lower. Okay. Phuket Ward, you don't know who he is, but he recently did a video on it. And it's really, it's how perspective works. People, they don't teach perspective in school, because if they did, people would be like, wait a minute, this doesn't work out. We don't live on a crazy globe. I want to get back to, you're talking about seeing the stars and stuff. The stars, we can't prove what they are. We don't know what gases they are. We don't know how far they are. The brightness is 2,500 times brighter than the sun. That's a made up story.
Well, that's only one star, though. There's different ones that have different.
If you told me something was 1.5 times as bright as the sun, I'd have a hard time believing it. Okay, because the sun, because no, you have no examples of anything brighter than the sun. Let's say, they could do something in a lab, and they say it's 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Show me something twice as bright as the sun. They've never ever done it. But instead of looking up at these lights in the sky, let's just come back down to Earth for a minute. You said earlier, you agree there's a physical horizon. You agree that there is curvature of the Earth. Do you know anyone in history, or have you ever measured the curve of the Earth?
To the second question, no. To the first, I would say yes. But
like who? Well, and the other one is axial rotation. Do you know anyone in history that measured axial rotation? And can you tell me how?
Axial rotation? What do you mean by that? Like
the Earth spinning on an axis. The Earth spins on an axis.
What do you mean measure that?
prove like what? How do you prove the Earth is spinning but without looking at the lights in the sky?
What do you think would be a satisfactory answer for you?
The Earth isn't spinning.
No. I meant to test it. If we were to have a test of that, it's rotating.
If the Earth
what
was
would that look
spinning or curved, you'd be able to measure curvature. So let's look at this. Okay, so when you're down low, that thickest part of the atmosphere, you can't see 100 miles. Okay, because the atmosphere just becomes too thick. Right, but the higher up you are, the air is thinner, clear, less pollution, less moisture, and you can see farther. Here's an observation from a mountaintop.
Oh, yeah, I watched that video. Yeah,
you watched it. So, what is your explanation on why we can see these mountains? We can see all of them in the right places and everything. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below the curve. Now you can say, well, the curvature calculator is wrong. It's a parabola. You can say whatever you want. Oh, it's the hump. It's the Sagitta. Okay. Only 20 miles. The tops of these mountains, which is nonsense, should be 20 miles below the curve, but we can see them. What is your answer for that other than refraction?
I'd have to look into that. I can't just like.
You know what? You would be the first one with a scientific belief system that is willing to look in it, because mainstream science won't look into it. No one will look into it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could look. We got that down for next time. Then
there you go. Come up with an explanation on how we can see all of these mountaintops.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
All right. Beautiful.
I like how you assume on faith that the curvature calculations are just going to work out. It's all going to work out.
I never said I'm good. Okay. But Skylar, you've got to like give me. I mean, how would you work it out then? I guess like
there's an Earth curvature calculator. Right, so I would simply find the height of the mountains, right? I'd get the distance of the observer here, 700 miles, the height, and then I would plug those numbers into probably the Walter Bislin Earth curvature calculator, and then I would invoke standard refraction just to be a good sport, right? And then, I would see what figures it give me, and then I would compare it. When you do compare it, it says that there's like 80 miles of curvature that's supposed to be there. Those mountains are not 80 miles high, so... these are the things that to us, seem to falsify the model that everybody just keeps insisting on with hypothetical, celestial proof.
Well, I think celestial is strong because again, if we are on a globe in space, you should be able to look away from it and be able to predict what you would see.
But
this is what I'm saying.
But the whole thing with the assumption of Euclidean geometry being shattered doesn't shift or make you want to relook into way that we're doing.
I don't think it's shattered. I mean, obviously they just said there's alternatives and there's different like ways to mathematics, like the difference between radial.
No, well, so when I say shattered, right? I mean, I don't know how it could get more shattered than well, they nicely did it, right? They said the assumption of Euclidean space is wrong. And we have evidence that we are building our space in hyperbolic geometry. So I'm not sure how we wouldn't consider that shattered.
I actually think that's actually referring to like math, like tensor calculus and like general relativity, because that's using Euclidean geometry, and they were sort of criticizing.
So this all was done as a result of the Alley experiments, were terrestrial experiments, right? So we're not dealing, when they did this observation, they weren't even using celestial observations, right? So this can happen in the small scale, which is, again, this is the kind of stuff that we like to go on when you say that, well, yeah, both sides are taking something on faith. Kind of, at least our side, we have the ability to go and verify the terrestrial examples, whereas your side, we have to take on faith that this entity, NASA, started by Project Paperclip, Nazis, admittedly, sent probes out and gave us back the correct data.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess, because then I just ask, like, and then like, what is this thing? What is this? And then what are these?
Well, could you accept that we don't know, and that maybe the people claiming to know are just trying to get a leg up of credibility? Or that maybe you've been misled information-wise, and that the people who are actually doing the work on the ground don't claim to know these things, right? They claim that this is a theory that could explain the phenomena, but it's a work in progress, and it's surface level at best, right? It doesn't even begin to explain the deeper phenomena. Like you can't explain what gravity is. You can't explain quantum mechanics.
We can see other galaxies, though, is what I'm saying.
Joel, you see lights in the sky that somebody told you is another galaxy.
No. Well, you could see the shape. Like you can see
a shape that somebody told you is another. Like, did you take that picture behind you? Where's that picture from?
Yeah, I got it. Yes, I took this picture.
You took that with your camera?
With my GoPro, yeah, right here.
Your GoPro took that picture of the sky?
Yes.
That's a good picture. Good job.
Thank you.
You're taking pictures of lights in the sky that are not hundreds of trillions of miles away. They're close. They're close. But to assume that, that's a disk shape and it's kind of fuzzy, therefore it's 100 billion stars with a trillion planets, right? To believe that's just a belief, right? So here's an example I'm looking for. Okay. Is this the sun or the moon?
I can't tell. Probably the moon.
Is it a sphere? Is it a sphere?
I also can't tell.
Okay, that's right. And guess what? It's only about a quarter of a mile away. And as we bring it closer, you see that it's a train and it's not even a sphere. Okay. It's got rectangular lights on it, right? It's got orange lights. It's got different color lights, but you saw a sphere at a quarter of a mile away. But you think that you can see a light in the sky 100 trillion light years away and tell me what it is? You couldn't even tell that this is a train with 8 different colored lights of different shapes that are not even touching each other. It looks like a sphere. It's how we see.
But what about things that are shaped like what we call galaxies?
They're shaped like what we call, an egg is shaped like a galaxy. I don't think there's 100 trillion stars in my fried egg in the morning. Okay. It's shaped like a galaxy. It should be. It should have 100 trillion stars in it, and it should be amazing. I bet if I took a really close up picture of it, I could send it to NASA, and they'd be like, "Wow, you discovered a new galaxy."
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. I don't know.
I'll take an okay. I'll take an okay. That's all you need. That's all you need to give me.
Yeah. I just I wouldn't really know how to respond to that.
But here, I think I made a good point. You couldn't tell what shape this was, what it was, or anything at a quarter of a mile away. You think that you can tell what something that looks like? They say, "Hey, a galaxy is this shape." Okay, you think that you can tell what that is? You were told what it is, and therefore anything that's that shape, you believe it because that's what you were told. There's zero evidence for anything that you have brought up today. It is all theoretical. And getting back to the spectroscopy experiment, I want someone to do a I can't say the word, spectroscopy experiment. You get a vial. We should be able to get a beaker full of whatever gas, put a bright light behind it, set it on fire, whatever you want, and somebody a quarter of a mile away we should be able to tell them what it is.
That's not how spectroscopy works, though. That's not.
How does it work? we already went over this. We
already went over that. But
okay,
so let me just one more example, and then we can start
go for
it. Shutting it off. But so this is the same program. I've seen these things myself, so I'm not like just showing you gibberish that I haven't seen myself. First of all, I'm sure you've heard the Andromeda Galaxy. That's our nearest galaxy. It's quite large. It's huge. I've seen it. You can see the shape.
I can make that in Canva right now.
What's that?
I said I can make that in Canva right now.
Yeah, but I'm not. You can't say this is fake, Skylar. This is real. I've seen it. This isn't like some made up. We have pictures of. You can go outside with a telescope right now with a DSLR camera, put a star tracker on this, and take a picture of it. So this isn't like some just made up thing.
You said that we could put a star
light
tracker
in the sky.
On it? How is it that we're keeping up with this other galaxy, right? That's definitely not within our galaxy. And when we're whipping through space over 1 million miles per second.
Well, because space is really big. So here's another one. So here's the Whirlpool Galaxy. I've seen this one too. You can see the shape. You can see the smaller galaxy here. It looks like it's kind of sucking it in. It's really cool. And then here's another one that I've seen, the Triangulation Galaxy.
Skylar, what if there was a book that said that these are spiraling lights that were just a couple hundred miles away? And that's what you were taught. Now, if I showed you all these and told you that there were galaxies trillions of miles away with hundreds of billions of stars that are bigger than... But my point is, you could defend either one of them with an equal amount of evidence, which is 0.
I'm saying so.
Try not to do a spit take.
It's just it's sort of like what you're calling it. It's just a matter of like semantics of what you want to say that it is, and then of course this would be our galaxy that we're inside of. So we're inside. That's the center of it, and you can kind of look away from it. So this is our Milky Way, obviously, and any of us could see that.
It's not obvious because you were told that. You're pre-assuming.
No. I'm saying that this is all stuff that you can go out and see yourself, and that you can take pictures of.
But you couldn't tell what a train light was, right? It's a cool story, bro. It's a cool story. So you have 0 proof of it. You were told that it's a galaxy. You were told that it's trillions of miles away. You were told it's 2,000, or you figured out on your own that it has to be 2,500 times brighter than the sun. These are all things that you have 0 evidence of. 0.
But wouldn't the evidence be the observation, like looking at it?
The observation, but as I said before, if you were taught in school that these galaxies were actually energetic sources of spiraling light that are a couple hundred miles away, that would be your story.
Well, hey,
and then
there's
another one. There's another one. There's another one.
There was something. One of the biggest debates in astronomy was actually this exact point, when we believed that the Milky Way was the entire universe, and we didn't believe there was other galaxies. We didn't even know what a galaxy was, and so where'd he go?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Right back.
Okay. So the point was it was called the Great Debate. You can look it up, where it was Andromeda, that first one that I showed you. They were saying, "Oh, that's actually not a nebula." They thought it was a nebula, and turns out, well, Hubble discovered that it was a galaxy, and you can look up how he did that. But
so they changed their story. They literally just changed their story.
Well, I think better term would be updated their story, but
that would be impossible to catch them in any kind of like.
Right.
How can you falsify the model if you're just going to change it whenever you get narrowed down?
It wasn't falsified. It was added because they didn't deny that the Milky Way existed. They just said
kind of like refraction. Kind of like refraction was added to save Earth curvature.
Well, you and I both know that refraction is a thing. Like you can see how refraction works.
So refraction never brings anything up that's gone. It can move things that are in your visual range, but it doesn't bring things back from when they're completely hidden and keep them there over 24 hours.
I'm just saying refraction itself is a thing.
Refraction, but that doesn't explain the observations. For example, the famous shot across Lake Michigan of Chicago. There's a time lapse, 24 hours with different weather coming through day and night, and the buildings never move 1 inch. They're just there the whole time. And we proved that they're not refraction because a couple of our guys got in a boat and watched it and went across the lake, and it should have disappeared at one point because they're getting closer to it. The refraction should change, and it never changed. We proved that it's not refraction.
But all I'm saying is, with the Great Debate, it wasn't falsified and like debunked. It was just added onto. They're like, oh, I guess the universe is way bigger than we thought it was.
Well, that's again theoretical nonsense. You believe that this is a giant star manufacturing factory where there's dust and gas in space. Another scientific impossibility that is collapsing upon itself and spitting out stars like ping pong balls. Okay, that's what you believe, right? This is a nebula that produces stars.
Yeah, that's the pillars of creation. Yeah.
So cool story, bro. It's a cool story. It's not even a cool story. It's ridiculous. Okay, how do you have gas and dust in space?
Well, I think we probably won't get into that topic here. But
when you say things like, my issue is when you say things like, well, the observations are the evidence, right? Do you know that we changed the distance to the sun like over 7 times in modern history?
Yeah, probably. Okay. We updated it. I think we got more refined.
Do you know why that's significant? Yeah. Do you know how much they changed it by, first off? Like, do you know how much they changed it from?
No.
1,000 miles was the first predicted distance. So they have...
Who did that?
I can't remember the exact names of everybody who did the predictions. But in any case, we end up now, obviously, with our figure of 93 million miles. You admitted yourself that, they probably changed it to update it, right? So here's the issue. We base a very important unit of measuring all these other distances off of our perceived distance to the sun, which was the astronomical unit. It's also how we defined our speed of light, right? We simply define it as constant. We think that the sun is so far, and then we measure differences in angle. So it's pretty funny that we don't actually have in my opinion, a real measurement, a direct measurement of light. It's an inferred measurement. But in any case, the AU was changed 7 times, which means that the units to all the other stars were changed several times. And now, I mean, this point was kind of breezed over when Dave brought it up. The North Star, they're talking about give or take, right? That means they could give it 100 million or 100 more
light years.
Yeah, 100 more light years, or take 100 light years away. That's a 200 light year discrepancy. And we're going to sit here and pretend that that's not going to have anything to do with the other predicted distances, when we know that several other predictions were made about the distances to other galaxies and other stars based on where our projected distance of the North Star was. It's a house of cards.
Joel, the mainstream science, if you don't agree with them, you don't get published. So mainstream science tells us it's 93 million miles away. But during one of the recent solar eclipses, a bunch of truthful, honest, researching amateur astronomers said, "Hey, they did the math, and there's something wrong. The eclipse doesn't work. The sun has to be farther." And I forget the number, but it was significantly farther. And so all of these chat groups, these articles started popping up, and then they all disappeared. Inside of a couple days, bam, you can't find any of them. It was completely squashed off the internet. And wait a minute. There's something wrong with the eclipse and the shadows and everything. It didn't line up. And that was just squashed, and nobody heard about it.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. So I got an okay and an interesting.
Would you be able to acknowledge that? Again, this is why I say it's theoretical at best. I'm not saying that the theory can't work, right? It very well could, but we can acknowledge that the observations on their face are not proof of themselves. In fact, you even stating that is a literal begging the question, or also known as a reification logical fallacy. If an argument is logically fallacious, then that means it's not good support for that claim. Not necessarily that your claim is wrong, but just that argument is not a good argument for that claim. So when all of your arguments pretty much are like that, it's flat earth or fuel.
No, I don't think all of my arguments have been like that. Not all of them, but yeah, it is a. What'd you say the specific name of that fallacy was?
Reification.
Reification. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's. I could scrub through this whole video and watch it back, and I'm sure all three of us has made plenty of logical fallacies in the stuff we said. So it's kind of really, really hard to avoid. But yes, and to your point, it doesn't necessarily make it valid. So I guess it is a sort of pleading the question or begging the question. But I guess that if I acknowledge that, I also like if you guys could maybe acknowledge that if on a globe model, those celestial movements would make sense if it was a globe.
Which one specifically?
The rotation, the celestial rotation.
Sure.
It would make sense on a globe.
Yeah, I'd give you that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think this was productive. It was very involved, very in depth.
There was a third question I wanted to ask you. The one was axial rotation. No one's ever measured it. The curvature, no one's ever measured it. And high pressure next to no pressure. Have you ever seen or heard of a test in a lab or in nature that can have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier in any orientation?
Hold on. Is the question high? So the question's high pressure next to low pressure.
Yeah, without a physical barrier.
Hold on. Let me see. I'll write this one down too. I mean, but the thing is, when you start talking about these things, you have to start using things like Boyle's law and fluid mechanics and all this stuff that is mathematical, So it's hard because when I sort of like start responding,
I don't look at it that way. Math is not empirical evidence.
But when you're talking about these concepts, the way that we understand how things interact, how things high pressure and low pressure, why it goes.
Here's an experiment you can do.
Pressure.
Get a cube, a box that you can suck all the air out of, right? And carry it around with you. Let's say it has a little trap door that can be opened on the side, on the top, on the or the bottom, right? Is there any place, any altitude, any place in this world where you could open that and it wouldn't equalize instantly?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we have a high pressure atmosphere next to space, which is no pressure, not even low pressure, no pressure, like insane?
Well,
right?
you know my answer to that.
Gravity, right? So you've seen the train car that they suck the air out of and it collapses upon itself,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
How come?
I think we've all seen those videos now.
If you did it the other way, you agree it would explode, right?
Yes, yeah.
So how do we have spacecrafts made out of aluminum? How's the ISS up there, which has high pressure in a no pressure, not even low pressure? How come it doesn't explode? Because the vacuum chamber we have here on Earth has walls 10 feet thick out of steel and concrete.
David, the hard part is because then you have to start quantifying. Okay, how much pressure is in here? How much pressure is out here? So you start getting numbers. And then you have to start using mathematical relationships to describe why something would or would not
Forget
happen.
that. Show me in reality.
So that's what I'm saying, Dave.
Listen,
I'm saying
Google
it's
Earth.
hard.
Google Earth showed you using math how the stars should rotate. Reality shows you something else. That pilot didn't use any numbers. He filmed reality, but Google Earth used mathematical equations and numbers and everything, and it worked perfectly for a globe. But reality. So show me in reality. Don't show me in Narnia math, right? Show me in reality. Take a box of vacuum, find a place where you can open up in any orientation that little window, and it won't equalize. And the answer is you can't. Nowhere. Not in Death Valley, not at the top of Mount Everest. Nowhere. It'll equalize instantly. That shows you that we are not on a globe. We're not on a globe. I don't believe space is a vacuum.
But
okay?
So if I was to show you what pressure was in a spacecraft, for example, and how maybe it wouldn't overcome the structural integrity of the outside of it.
Let me interrupt. All right, go on YouTube and search vacuum chamber. Okay, they explode. Anything you put in there explodes. When they put a soda in there, it explodes. Okay, when you open up a soda can, it equalizes instantly. Right? Get a vacuum chamber and put something in it and suck the air out. It's going to explode. Okay, it's going to explode. Right? But the space station, no problem. Their seals work perfectly. Everything works years and years and years. They run around in gorilla suits up there. They got a meteorite, a mini meteorite, put a little hole in it, and they fixed it with duct tape and gum. Okay? They're mocking us, Joel, and you're buying into all of it. Okay? Listen, you are a super book smart guy. You're a nice guy. You're super book smart, but your book is Narnia. You're literally living in Narnia.
I'm not sure how I could respond to that.
Because you know what? Narnia is kind of a nice place. It's kind of fun there, I heard.
Yeah, I would agree. But
I wouldn't know, though.
No, of course not.
Well, what do you make of the... I mean, I know it's one thing to say that we just disagree with your beliefs, right? I mean, that's one thing. But what about when you have the people, I won't even call them the so-called elite, but like some of the people who have come out with some of these theories, like Kepler, saying that we need to, or sorry, was it Kepler or Hubble, that said that we must avoid the unique position in the universe at all costs. Such a position is unwelcomed and would only be accepted as a last result, as a last-ditch effort to explain a phenomenon. In other words, what he's saying is we will make up anything, literally anything, including magic bendy light, in order to save a model that will mean that we can explain away some certain observations. Observations, of course, that we're not moving, that we're at the center. And believe it or not, observations that we are, in fact, not curving. Again, those would be radar. We have radar propagation over 10,000 miles, and it apparently operates in the manual off a line of sight, meaning you point and shoot where you think the target would be. There's no calculation for bouncing it off of the ionosphere. And we even have radio waves that go over the 100 megahertz broadband, which means it goes through the ionosphere. We have clocked those at over 2,500 miles. These observations alone, by themselves, destroy the curvature claimed by the globe. And so we don't have good evidence of its curving. We have evidence that it's flat. We have no, as you even admitted, no evidence for the celestial model that doesn't beg the question. So there's no.
When did I admit that? Oh, that doesn't beg the question.
Right. Reify. That's why you don't know how to answer when we accuse you of living in Narnia, right?
Yeah,
because
right. But that I granted it to you when you just said that because you said we have observations of this stuff happening.
Right.
So you were you doing the same thing, but I gave you that because you can't always avoid that. It's a very particular fallacy that's one of the hardest to avoid, besides like the fallacy or something like that. But So
sure.
you said the same. I need to say that you made the same claim. We have these observations as evidence for the flat Earth, and that's kind of almost exactly what I was saying.
But the difference would be between, and I could give it to you that that's a reification, right? Because just because it shoots as if it's flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat, right? It just can hint at that, right? So I would give you that. Yeah. But the difference between our observations would be, again, that we can recreate ours here on the ground. The things that prove out your observations demonstrably are probes, NASA, again, and everything that relies on the accused or reifies the issue.
Well, what about astrophotographers, like amateur astrophotographers?
They take pictures of the sky. What about them?
Well, I mean, because they use a lot of these theories and methods, and they use these star trackers, and they use...
So what they use... So the only thing that you need to know in order to be an astrophotographer really is the cycles, obviously, of the celestial bodies. But then also you just need to know how much they move in a day, which is about 1 degree per hour. So, I mean, as long as you know that, I mean, you don't have to do advanced these calculations, this assumption, right, that you have to know the layout of the cosmos as NASA and the mainstream presents it in order to take pictures of the things up there it's actually ridiculous when you look into it. It's not even claimed that that's the case.
Joel, what happens when you go back and you decide to look at that mountain, that 700-mile mountain thing, and you can't come up with an explanation that works on the globe? What would you do? What are you going to do then?
Well, that's hard because it's very hard for me to just not accept no explanation. So I mean, I feel like I would keep trying. And
here's the thing: that observation, although it's not easy for anybody, but anybody could go there and do it themselves, right? It's not we don't have to go to space.
You could do everything I showed you yourself too.
No, you can't. You're looking at things that you can't tell. Right? If I didn't move that train forward, you can do all sorts of measurements, and you could say that light was a 250,000 miles away when it was only a 1/4 mile away. And you could say it's spherical, but when it wasn't spherical, you can say anything. That's not, this is something we're viewing, a terrestrial object that we know where it is. We know how high it is. We can go measure it from another terrestrial place. We're not looking into Narnia. You're looking at Narnia.
Well, things like Jupiter's moons, for example, like you can watch.
Can I call them the light that we call Jupiter? The little lights that are near it.
Yes, I know, okay. Dave, but we're trying to be charitable to each other's positions here. So you can. Jupiter rotates once every 90 minutes, which is insane to me. But you could watch it rotate. I mean, it's such a big planet, but it's rotating so quickly, and you could watch its moons in a telescope rotating around the planet through the night.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So
let me ask you a question. Jupiter, what's Jupiter made out of?
Yes.
Spectroscopy should tell you. It's made out of helium and hydrogen.
Not necessarily, because it's not emitting light. It's a failed star.
So what basically. But it's not, it's like 98% hydrogen and helium, I heard.
Yeah, well,
is that right?
I don't know.
Spectroscopy should tell us. It's right here. We're not looking at it. It's not trillions of light years away, or millions of miles and millions of light years. It's right here. So the spectroscope. I'm trying to say both words at the same time. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. Okay. So mainstream science says that it's correct me if I'm wrong, Skylar, it's helium and hydrogen. Is that right? Am I right on that?
That sounds right. Yeah.
don't
Okay.
remember.
So helium and hydrogen kind of defy gravity here on Earth. They also tell us that Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. How much helium and hydrogen does it take to create more gravity than all of the planets combined?
A lot. Quite a bit.
And so more of something that's lighter than air. It doesn't make any sense. And then if you were on Jupiter,
it's lighter
bright,
than oxygen and nitrogen. But yeah,
how NASA says that from Jupiter the sun would be very small. It would be like a quarter of the size. It'd be like a large star.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you have to believe if you're on Jupiter and it's a gassy surface, I wouldn't call that very reflective. I'd call it kind of light absorbing surface. And the sun is really small and it's far away. You have to believe that faraway sun is lighting up the gases, reflecting off of them back to us. And it wasn't yesterday, but the last time I saw Jupiter in the sky, it's the brightest thing in the sky next to the moon. Okay. Yeah. So how is that light getting intensified, reflecting off of that non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles back to my eye, not getting any dimmer, getting brighter? How is that possible? How come when I look at a rock on the ground at noon that's much closer to the sun and much more reflective than a gassy ball, how come it's not shining bright in my eyes? Because I'm right next to it. Okay. It's not as bright. When you look at Jupiter in the sky, it's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. It's a light. It's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. Right. But I should be able to look at a rock on the ground and it should be brighter than Jupiter, but it's not. It's not.
Make God great again says Flurfers just don't know how time traveling eyesight works. Obviously, Dave, we probably should just pack it up, call it a day.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I don't understand. Like, it's not getting brighter.
Let me ask you a question.
It's just reflecting the light off of.
Is the light reflecting off of this blinding you right now?
No, it's not the sun reflecting off of it.
It should. Now, if the sun was
unless you're outside,
hold on.
Yeah.
If I was outside and the sun was over there, it would still just look like this. And this is actually I'm pretty fucking bright in here. Okay. The sun reflecting off of this, you can just see it. It's not a light. You look up at Jupiter, it's a light, right? But you have to believe that a distant sun, a smaller sun, is reflecting off of a non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles to my eye through my atmosphere, and I could see it as bright as the sun. I'm sorry, you're not thinking if you're believing that's what that is. The only reason that you're defending it is because it has to be that way, because that's the way it is.
Well, I just don't think that position that you're describing is accurate, because.
All right, explain to me how we see Jupiter as bright as the sun. Well, it's a bright light in the sky. It's bright light in the sky.
It's not nearly as bright as the sun.
Okay, but it's brighter than any star. It's bright. It's literally a light in the sky. How is it lit up? Explain to me how it's lit up.
Because it's reflecting what's showing behind your screen there.
It's reflecting the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so how come when I look at a rock, I'm standing next to a boulder here on Earth, that's a smooth boulder, and it's kind of reflective. How come it's not as bright as like Jupiter is bright? It's literally like a small piece of the sun. It's like a small piece of the sun.
You know how big Jupiter is.
So you're not explaining how that.
I'm saying
that light's intensifying.
Well, it's not intensifying. What I'm saying is you have a massive, massive planet, a planet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the sun. Hold on. Let me just finish this point. They say the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther. Therefore, it's the same size. So if I look at a rock that's this big and I'm 5 feet from it, okay, well, Jupiter is so far away that it looks smaller than that. It doesn't matter. I'm right next to this. The sun is shining on it. It should be blinding me, but it's not. And the sun is closer to this, right? It should be blinding me. That argument alone completely destroys the light in the sky being a gassy ball planet that they tell us.
What are you seeing?
Look at it. As Skylar said before, I don't know. I think it's something to do with creation. I think we're all part of this living system, and those lights in the sky are part of this system. That's why astrology is what the real elite use, and astronomy is for the masses to keep them believing in space.
Well, I certainly don't believe in astrology, but
well, that's of course because you believe in astronomy, which is complete and total hypothetical BS with being nice.
Yeah, but like so Venus, for example, is much brighter than Jupiter. I'm sure you've seen Venus in the morning when it's.
I have. I saw Venus last night. It was right next to Mars, and it was also very bright. Now Venus, you could kind of argue it's closer to the sun and it's reflecting, but Jupiter makes no sense. Jupiter makes no sense.
Well, it kind of because you can't see like Neptune or Uranus with your naked. Well, because they're not what they say, right? They're not what they say. But then what are they? I guess if I were to accept, okay, they're not planets, then what am I supposed to do?
That's not.
I guess what do you do
I don't know. I'm not responsible for coming up with the answer when you don't know what something is. I don't have to come up with a replacement model. But if we look at Jupiter, hold on a second. This is what I want to show you. This is from NASA, right? Why isn't it so bright? How did they get it? Did they turn the aperture down?
I would need to know the exact source for that. I don't know.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's a pond with ducks.
Nice.
That's not what I was doing.
That's good. Yeah.
Come on. I said you have to have a joke. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
It's even funny because
that's real,
here's Jupiter that NASA has. I'm trying to find the one. Oh yeah. So this is a space probe that took a picture of Jupiter. How did they get? What did they have, a solar filter on there? Because Jupiter.
What did you say took that picture?
This is from NASA, from some Voyager or whatever. It took this 2014 and 2016.
So it was a passing by.
Yeah, but again, you have to believe that this is real, and none of the clouds changed over 2 years. Every cloud is exactly the same.
Are we just going to breeze over how those look literally identical to the miniature Jupiter?
That's what we're talking about. The one I just showed?
Yeah, it's identical. Yeah. And these stuff like this, and the Jupiter's not the only one. They have one of the moon too. I've heard that from.
Well, Skylar, they use this picture to make that model. Come on, it's not the other way around. That's crazy.
I do think you're right. I do think I don't know. I'd have to look at exactly. I'd have to see what they said about those images specifically to see.
I'll tell you what they said. They found out that Jupiter has a magnetic core because they filmed the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Come on. Now let me ask you a question. Did I put this in there, or did NASA put this in here? Do you know? Can you prove either way?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but
that's what
when
I'm saying. I'd have to look at it myself.
So if I put it in there, did I do a good job?
Sure.
Really? That's good. That's believable. So if NASA put it in there, then it has to be real. Do you see the bias that you have?
Not. See how I'm not just accepting it though. Like I'd have to see.
I appreciate that.
You can see. Both of you can go and look at Jupiter, and it looks just like that. Is what I'm saying.
It looks just like this. This is the new picture of Jupiter that NASA just gave us. All right. You believe these are paintings.
It actually doesn't look like what you're talking about unless you use some digital imaging and rendering with it, right? You're not going to get Jupiter.
No, that's not true. You can see it.
You can see some blurry. You can see some blurry bands and a little. I'll give you. You can see a little spot and some blurry bands, but nothing to the detail of what NASA's claiming.
Well, with a legitimate telescope, you can with a big Dobsonian 12-inch telescope. It's just purely optics. It just has two mirrors, right? Three mirrors.
Joel.
And it can look like that. You can see Joel. It's not just blurry bands. You can see the detail and the red dot and everything.
So Joel, if you do the research and see that the 2014, 2016 photos are both claimed to be from NASA and all of the clouds are the same, what will you do? What's your excuse? What will you say?
Well, I'd have to see what they say about it.
Let's say they say these are two separate pictures. The second one showed that there's Northern Lights. Okay. What will you do? Because you now have evidence that they're lying because all the clouds are the same. When they show us this, the clouds don't say the same. This is just over a couple of days. Okay. Right. The clouds are moving, right? But they showed us 2 years apart. The clouds are the same. So I'm not saying that, you have to do your own research. When you find out that is both official from NASA, can you completely say NASA's a complete and total fraud and throw out everything they've ever given you? Or are you going to make it?
Well, I wouldn't go to that extreme because that would be a slippery slope fallacy, which I'm sure you're aware of, Skylar.
But it's
you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But it's the burden of positive claims and letting things pass through the lens of empirical. Of what can be empirically verified and what can't, right? We keep having to, on the Globe side, rely on the story from people who came admittedly from Project Paperclip. If you don't know anything about that, you should definitely look into it.
No, I know about it.
Yeah, it wasn't just America, though. That's actually what people don't understand. It was America, China, Russia. It was all the big countries took the Nazi scientists and then you employed them in their own scientific programs, not just the space program, right? So for us to just blindly agree that, okay, what they're giving us is factual when they do show us like horrible footage like this, like you can make stuff like that super easy today, and all you need is a little bit of theater magic to do it back in the day, right? If you take in even 1 year of stagecraft, then a lot of the magic of NASA just kind of falls away.
Yeah, I think again, well, I take things on a case by case basis. So like, I'll look into the mountain things. I looked into the inverse square law thing. I'll look into the high pressure versus low pressure thing, and then I'll look into the 2014. So did you make those images, or
no? Those are from straight off of NASA's website.
So you didn't make those. Okay. So yeah, I'll look at those and I'll see what they say about them, and then I'll also reference those against other amateur images that we have. But yeah, no, Skylar, I did need to make sure that you understood that we can see Jupiter with a significant amount of detail just with.
So yes, let me point that out. Yes, you can. And Jupiter is actually a train with 8 different lights on it. Okay. I mean, you don't know what Jupiter is. You can see it. It doesn't mean it's millions of miles away and it's a giant gas ball made of helium that has more gravity than all of the other fictional planets. Okay, you're believing a story and using it to reify your belief. Basically.
Yeah, I guess in general, but doesn't mean the story is necessarily false, I guess. So we all accept a narrative perspective of reality ontologically.
Okay,
so
quick question.
You have to start somewhere.
Quick question about Jupiter for clarification. The method that you use to get the clear picture of that, is that similar to the method that you use to also get the clear pictures of Neptune? Where you have to allow so much photons to come in to build out the picture, and so it doesn't give it
long
to you.
Exposure.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't give it to you instantaneously, right?
No, I'm saying with a big enough telescope, if you're getting a picture, it's different. But if you're using a telescope for direct observation with your own eyeballs, or even directly into a camera, you can see a significant amount of detail, like Dave said.
So I mean,
and
I guess
then you can also see its moons around it.
I can agree. I'll even give you the moons. I've actually seen amateur photographers with cameras take pictures of the moon. So I'm not saying that you can't see that. Again, I was talking like the insane detail that you're seeing between the different colors in the clouds, like that only comes from NASA. And any time that I've ever seen anything like that from any amateur was because they had the long exposure, they had it digitally rendering through a computer, and in my mind, there's no way to verify that the program, the software, is not actually just building the image of what it is expecting to see.
I mean, I'm sure you could do it yourself and try it. I have an astrophotographer friend who took it up in New Mexico, and he's
like
done
build
it himself.
Build the software from scratch and everything, huh?
Well, I don't think the software's biased. It only takes in what you puts out what you put in, I guess. It's not going to do something so like off, where it just flips from one image to another. You have to meticulously yourself hand.
Well, I'm just saying, if I was at the top and I wanted people to believe in this thing, I could potentially put out a program that just gives people the proper, quote, correct images of what they're supposed to see. You wouldn't expect it to be off because it's programmed to be right. But I'm not a coder. I wouldn't, have
Hey Dave,
the
I think
expertise
is one of those things that that's put in there. I think one of those. So those are actual objects. I think that it's using, right? At least that software. It's using actual images of things, is it not?
It's using it's all CGI, all of it. It's using CGI images of CGI images. Okay,
Oh, I see.
You believe that they're all real.
Oh, I can't really tell through the.
No,
through the
I
thing.
once
I was just
once
curious.
took the deep star field that they did a time lapse, of a piece of the sky the size of a grain of rice, and they saw like 1,000,000 galaxies. You know what I'm talking about, right?
10,000 galaxies. Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 galaxies. I took that and I put it into my film editor, and I zoomed all the way in on the smallest area I could, and then I did the effect where it just starts panning out slowly, and I made like a 30-second video of it just panning across, and the stars are going, and then I posted it. So it looked like it was from NASA. And I got into a week-long argument with Globers saying that, no, it's real, and telling me how they did it and everything. And then finally, when I revealed it, they all went silent on me. So
it's kind of funny because on Facebook, I'll call out, there's a lot of space. Well, this probably sounds funny coming from me, but there's a lot of legitimately fake space stuff that comes out, and I'm always the first guy to comment that, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful, and like, wow, it's like, no, this isn't real for X, Y, and Z reasons. And
it's a halfway there. It's a huge niche that's actually muddying the waters quite a bit.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for, I think, both of us, honestly.
Well, we're not the ones with the. Honestly, it's not so much of a problem for us because we don't have the positive claim, right? We're not claiming that the Earth is a curving, spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball. Which, I mean, we didn't even get into, since you brought up rotation was brought up briefly. I mean, we didn't even get into all the different wobbles that the Earth has been experiencing over the last several years that they've predicted or is somehow required for the model to work, including
we could get into that next time.
Yeah, for sure.
So I want to bring up one thing. They have Earth-based telescopes here that take these deep field images, and when they took the deep field image, they said that the telescope is mounted on a cement block that's 10 feet thick, a huge cement block, and it's perfectly leveled or whatever. And the operator during this 10-hour exposure has to walk around in socks because the vibration of his shoes could ruin the entire exposure. Right? You've seen the documentaries on that, yes?
I didn't watch the documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they talk about that, but then you have to say, well, while he's worrying about the vibration of his feet, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour. It's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, and the entire galaxy is moving sideways at millions of miles per hour. And how does the tiny vibration from his foot make a difference? And then you look at the Hubble. The Hubble telescope does these long images too. It's doing everything that the Earth is doing. Also, it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth while the Earth is going around the sun. So it's moving in 5 different directions at once, and it's able to hold itself steady on a grain of rice-sized piece of the sky to take a deep field image for hours and hours. I'm sorry, that's a religion. That's a ridiculous story.
Well, what's the explanation that you've heard for that?
The explanation is it's fake. There is no Hubble telescope.
What is the explanation?
They won't address it. They don't address it.
Oh, no one's addressed that with you?
No one will address it. I know exactly what they'll say.
Next time too.
I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking.
Or it's perfectly orbiting around the Earth. It's perfectly matching the spin of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth, the speeding up and the slowing down of the Earth. I mean, it's insane.
So I guess the question is, why would I don't want to get into this now. We could do that next time because that's another whole topic. So what just like Earth's rotation, I guess we could get into that next time.
Well, you can, but no one's ever measured it. Okay, no one's ever.
No, I'm saying an explanation of why you wouldn't feel it and like how that all would work, like the mechanics of that.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can explain away the observations literally all day.
Yeah, but what's the counter explanation? I guess like what's wrong with the explanation?
Well, here's the thing. It's explaining why we don't experience any movement. I don't need to explain like a problem with that. It's explaining away an observation. The observation is that we aren't moving. But your side wants to invoke that we in fact are. So in order for that, you have to beg the question and create a mechanism for that. We have no need to do that because we're not asserting that we're moving.
Yes, but you are asserting that the explanation doesn't make sense. And what I'm asking is, what about the explanation doesn't make sense? But that's what I would like to get into probably in a future podcast, because it has been 2 hours. If you guys
All right,
didn't
Joel,
realize.
any final comments?
No, I mean, I think it was fun. We touched a lot on a bunch of different things. A lot more than I think I expected, but I think it's fine. I think it was a fluid conversation. We were never bickering or like kind of.
If you had to pick your one best proof the Earth is a globe, what can you pick one or?
I would say the celestial movements. Yeah,
the movements of the lights in the sky that don't make any sense.
You could call them lights in the sky, but you know.
Yeah, you can call them stars that trillions of miles away.
You guys did acknowledge that it did make sense on a globe if the globe is real.
No, we acknowledge that some of the movements could make sense, but we wouldn't be able to observe them because we would all be dead, right? And you're. I'm going to think about it because it's amazing that light gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until it just gets to that dim point, and then it just goes forever. It's amazing.
Well, why would you expect otherwise? I guess like what?
Because light spreads out and it keeps spreading out until it's so dim that you can't see it. And that happens very quickly.
Well, yeah, until your eyes can't see it, but it's still there. Like,
well, we can still. So how we think stars that are hundreds of trillions of miles away?
So like in a galaxy or something?
No, like stars in our solar system. Stars 100 billion miles away, whatever. We can see other galaxies that are 200, as you said, 200 light years, right?
Andromeda is 2 million light years away. 2.4.
2 million light years. How many miles is that, dude?
Well, so I guess what's stopping those photons from that galaxy of coming to Earth?
They're not nothing. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They like this intensity of light here, 10 feet away. It has to spread out and fill this much area, and then 20 feet away, it has to spread out and fill a bigger area, and it becomes less and less and less.
Right, but it doesn't become non-existent, I guess. It doesn't go... It
just goes forever, and you can see things trillions of light years away.
But what's wrong with that? Like, what, you know?
It's because it makes no sense. That's why.
Why doesn't it make sense?
No, here's what doesn't... This is what doesn't make sense.
How big can you blow up a balloon before the plastic's gone? Can I blow it up forever? Because the balloon's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner, but in your world, after it gets to 10 feet wide, it can go to 1,000 feet wide and 1,000 miles wide, right? At 1,000 miles wide, you couldn't find the surface of the balloon because it would be gone. Just like light, just like sound.
What were you going to say, Skylar? If the photons are spreading apart, then at what point are the photons so spread apart that there's not a photon to hit your eye?
If it's not that it's because of the nature of light that's hard to answer, because you got to think of like just rays of spherical light coming off of something.
Is light photons? Yes. If there was no photons hitting us, there'd be no light, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So you have a surface of a star and it has X number of photons on it. And as that expands, those photons that are all side by side, they're all touching each other. They get more and more spread out, exponentially spread out. Okay. At what point will a photon completely miss Earth?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Not far at all. Do the math, and you'll see that it's not far at
all. What I was going to say is I think it would have to be a pretty far distance, and I think the math would reflect that.
Like what, 100,000 miles?
The problem, Dave, and I say this with charity and respect, but even if I did do the math, it's almost a waste of time. And you know why? Because once I present the math to you, it's like there's nothing I can,
Math is not empirical evidence. Math is not empirical evidence. Let's try to keep our feet on the ground.
It's not charitable to say do the math when you won't.
Well, I'm saying if you do the math, it won't work out because the photons are become too far apart. Okay,
well, that's what you said about the inverse square law, and it did work out.
Well, no, it worked out in math. All right, you're right. It doesn't work. Let's just stay here on Earth. Explain the observation away of the mountaintops. There's no curvature calculator. Even the worst Globy Pro calculator puts the tops of those mountains 20 miles below the curve.
No, I'll look into it. I'll see.
Okay.
Whoever this other Joel guy was, you seem to want him to check
Oh my
it
God!
out. So.
It was there was two Joels, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
That was funny. But
all right,
all right, yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fun. Nice to meet you, Skylar.
Yeah, Joel,
It's a
thanks for
pleasure.
coming on. It was very nice to meet you. Just to let you know, if you ever want to dip your feet in this again, I do an open panel usually tonight at 10 p.m., but we did this instead, so I was definitely happy to change it up a bit, give the audience a little something different, and I know
What's
that...
your YouTube? You got YouTube?
Yep, Troubling Tribune.
Oh, it's just Troubling. Okay, cool. All right.
Yep,
well, awesome. Yeah, I hopefully it was sort of productive, it's swapping perspectives and whatnot and giving our sides, and that's what we were here to do. So
absolutely.
All right.
Hope you guys enjoyed it.
If the Globies, anti-flat earthers could be as nice as you, well, life would be amazing. Life is amazing.
Certainly.
It'd be more amazing.
That's Dave. That's why I told you I even started doing this in the first place, seeing how you were treated.
The problem is that there's anti-flat earthers that will literally make just bad, bogus arguments that now genuine people digging through this stuff have to then peer through. And unfortunately, it can be kind of easy to fall into the bad information. So,
that's on both sides, I think, for sure.
Absolutely.
So
on any side, you're going to have misinformation, as it will. So always important to do your own research.
It's getting worse. Yeah, I agree. I'm a strong proponent of that. So. Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night. I actually like your shirt, Dave. That's actually kind of cool.
Thanks. You can say something on the back, does it?
No.
You can find that on my new T-shirt shop on the flatearthpodcast.com. Hit the shop.
Oh, you made that shirt. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I have a whole bunch of new shirts and new printer. They're much higher quality printing, and they're awesome. So check out the shop, everybody. It's also on your app in the shopping cart button.
Nice.
All right.
Alrighty, guys.
Everybody go check in your app, and if you don't have it yet, you're definitely going to want to go to the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay and use your referral code Tribune so they know that Tribune sent you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also glad that we were all able to avoid the ad hominem fallacies. That's always nice in any kind of disagreement.
We almost poisoned the well a few times, but I think we did a pretty good job.
Yes, I agree. So anybody who's wanting to comment or whatever, I ask that you just please, be respectful of both.
The chat was actually pretty was okay. Flat Earthers are some of the, they could be quite passionate. They become passionate, and I used to do it too. So sometimes I do too.
Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night.
Alrighty.
We'll
If you want to check out the outro, we're gonna play some an epic outro on our way out. So for you guys just joining us, if you want to stay for just a moment, it'd be absolutely awesome. Dave, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on before we call it the show?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thanks.
Awesome, man. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you on the other side. Peace.
Peace out.
All righty, guys. What an awesome conversation that we just got to have there. Let's move it on over back to where the heck is the theme page? There we go. Perfect. Awesome, man. Joel does indeed love space, but we definitely liked having him on. Great conversations. Hopefully we can have him on again and continue on. Maybe go for a trilogy of sorts, if you will. But while we go ahead and wrap it up, I do want to shout out just a couple people over in the Rockfin side as well as the YouTube. Been doing a lot of work, keeping it real busy. We got 25 legends over there supporting on Rockfin. There is a link in the description if you guys would like to subscribe if you have an account already, or if you don't, what better time to go and check it out, right? There's tons of content creators out there doing some great work. There is Jaronism, Karen B, Mark Sargent, myself, Mellow Dome, and many, many more. So if you want to know, you really got to go. But to shout out just a couple people, we got Willie, Nanny, Lord Byron, much love, as well as Fishhead Montana and Lord Byron, Roger Meadows. Alrighty. Lots of back and forth. I'm not going to try to scroll through the whole thing. John Osborne. Awesome. If I missed anybody, I'm the you are still appreciated. All right, let's head on over to the YouTube. All right, many thanks, Skylar. This was a great stream. Thank you, Benny Boy. It was a lot of fun doing this. We got Jesse Palmer, True Niece, Singeman, Lord Racer, Dither. It's hard to pronounce Dither, so you just naturally want to say Dirt because of all the anti-flat earthers out there. I do apologize. We also have JK, Jess Palmer, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, Dr. Law. How is it that you are not a member? That's crazy. We have Justin Johnson just giving out tons of memberships. Absolute legend, putting the entire tribe on his back. We got Chillin', Joshua, Sarles, Thrash, List, Smith, Bill Wheel. By the way, we also have a members-only stream coming tomorrow night at 10 p.m. We are doing an Ask Me Anything, and I will be joined by my lovely wife, Miss Tribune. So it'll be a nice chance to get to know us a little bit better. Only have the members chat and members only viewing to avoid the trolls. But we do appreciate everybody being a part of that. So if you want to join up, now would be a great time. Also get your absolutely sick emojis. We got the mind murked emoji and the True Earth cosmology. There's many, many more. As you know, one way to know, and that's to go sign up today. Rob Glow, much love. Mel Low, awesome. Rob Glow and Mellow. Martin Haley. We got Shifty Eyes, Shady, Donald Piaskic. Welcome to True Earth. Awesome. Sunglasses emoji. Miss Tribune, what is up? I can't pronounce that. Earthica Stashi. Probably butchered that. Sorry. Joshua Sarles again. Justin Johnson. What is up? That's super funny. You guys are awesome, man. All right. JK, I want to see a flat beard on Dave Weiss. How many votes did we get in for that? How many threes did we have in the chat for Dave Weiss growing out a beard? That'd be pretty interesting to see. All right. So if I am missing anybody, again, I do apologize, but there's so much back and forth. So it is what it is. We are going to go ahead and get things closed on out, but it is taking me just a minute to find what I'm looking for. Where? All right, guys. Much love to all the supporters, all the love, all the thoughts and prayers. We do appreciate it. And I will be seeing you guys either later tonight, right? For Witsit's got a show going on. We'll be in the chat. We may join the panel. Who knows? We'll see what goes down. And then we will also see everybody tomorrow night for the members only stream. It's going to be awesome. But until then, I wish everybody a wonderful night, morning, evening, regardless of where you're at on the plane. And I'll see you then. Peace.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Check out this map of the Arctic from the 16th century. There are 4 major land masses surrounding a polar sea with a massive magnetic rock in its center, called Rupus nigra, Latin words for black rock. If we do a quick search through raremaps.com's massive inventory for more like it, we find dozens of similar depictions. Here is one by Dutch cartographer Cornelis de Jode in 1593, another from one of the founders of the Dutch East India Company, Petrus Plancius, in 1594, and one last example, Abraham Ortelius's 1570 world map and what is considered the first modern atlas. So where did these depictions originate? Just as Terra Australis in the south, this mysterious land to the north can be traced back to ancient Greek writers. It was called Hyperborea, which loosely translates to beyond the north wind. These ancient writers didn't unanimously agree on everything about Hyperborea, including its location, other than it was to the north. One of the legends was that the sun rose and set just once a year, indicating that it was somewhere within the Arctic Circle. Despite this, it was also said to enjoy a moderate climate. Some of its other characteristics included having strong connections to Apollo, and being home to people as tall as 10 feet, that could live to be 1,000 years old. It was allegedly nearly invaded by an army of 10 million men from a neighboring island, but the army turned back when they realized the Hyperboreans could not be defeated. That's more than 5 times the number of soldiers that landed in Normandy in the first 3 days of the Allied invasion in World War II, which is generally accepted as the largest seaborne invasion in history. 2,000 years later, there were still stories about a mythical land to the north, though some things had changed. Let's go back to that first map shown, which is the most well known. It was created by someone you've probably heard of. Even if you don't recognize the name, you're at least familiar with his work. His name is Gerardus Mercator. He's known for his famous projection created for navigation that makes Greenland look like the size of Africa. It's also commonly used in classrooms and by navigational apps like Google Maps. However, as you can see on his world map, it would have been difficult to use for navigation in the Arctic region, though he did make a more accurately depicted Arctic region as an inset. But trade had been increasing over the 16th century between Europe and the East Indies, and it was a long journey between them. The route at the time was south and around Africa. A northeast passage could reduce shipping times to and from the East Indies from 2 years or more to about 6 months. It would also help avoid many hazards such as run-ins with rival nations, wear and tear on ships, tropical diseases, and the still mysterious disease scurvy. 1 in 5 ships and 1 in 3 employees of the Dutch East India Company never came back from the round Africa route. With the growing interest, Mercator dedicated a map to the Arctic, which was actually published by his son Romuald Mercator in 1595, the year after Gerardus' death. It's also the first standalone map of the Arctic region. Mercator, and probably other cartographers going at least as far back as 1492, got their information from a book titled Itinerarium, which was written by Jacobus Noyen. This book summarized a travelogue titled Inventio Fortunata, meaning fortune discovery. This book was by a 14th century Franciscan friar and mathematician who claimed to have explored the region in 1360 on behalf of Edward III of England. Johannes Rous cited Inventio Fortunata on his 1507 world map. But Jacobus Noyen never actually saw this book. He received this information from a priest who said he had met the author of Inventio Fortunata when the man gave him an astrolabe in exchange for a Bible. Mercator wrote on his world map, "We have taken the Arctic geography from the Itinerarium of Jacobus Noyen of the Hague, who makes some citations from the Gesta of Arthur of Britain. However, the greater and most important part he learned from a certain priest at the court of the King of Norway in 1364. In 1577, Mercator wrote a letter to English astronomer John Dee about the Arctic region and referenced Itinerarium once again. In this letter, he wrote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth just as if one was pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all magnetic stone, and is as high as the clouds, so the priest said, who had received the astrolabe from this Minorite in exchange for a testament, and the Minorite himself had heard that one can see all round it from the sea, and that it is black and glistening, and nothing grows thereon, for there is not so much as a handful of soil on it. The friar also claimed to have encountered pygmies. It's unclear